Monogatari series by Nisio Izan, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. I was sure that my apprehensions were correct and of what being correct meant. The gauze covering Hanekawa's face, the reason for it. Because if the reason I had in mind wasn't it, then Hanekawa wouldn't have gone into her personal history so suddenly. Why else would she have vented herself? Why else would she need to use me? Still, I'm surprised you know all that. Don't they usually not tell kids about that kind of thing? Like they'll keep it a secret till your 20th birthday or something.
Well, I had some very open parents. I knew about it from before I started elementary school. I really do feel like I'm in their way.
Hanekawa. I made up my mind and began to ask. I couldn't let this slide. Avoiding a clear answer, not checking my solution against hers, might have been the best course of action. But it was already too late. I was already too deep into Hanekawa's tale. Her heart. Her family. I barged in. Your face? Who did that to you? I didn't have any proof. If I calmed down and gave it a bit of thought, actually, it wouldn't take much at all. I could come up with lots of other reasons for her face to be injured. What an awful assumption to make that someone had done that to her. Yet.
Why would you ask me that? She wasn't even rejecting my question. She sounded like a confused child blurting out what was on her mind. Why would you, Araragi, ask that?
Well, I hesitated. This must have been Hanekawa giving me a chance. No chance makes it sound too positive. If you want to pull back, do it now. It could have been a letter of warning Hanekawa presenting me with an ultimatum, or maybe firing a shot across the bow. Yet I didn't pull back. Must be because I'm your friend.
Friend?
Isn't that what friends do? Ask each other about stuff. In situations like these, not like I'd really know. Hanekawa had been my first friend in a while, and that was why I couldn't judge our distance. I couldn't tell where she was. Almost like in a 3D movie, there was some parallax.
Oh. Anne might be right. Stopping here would mean I actually am just venting at you, and I guess that would be too much to call payback for flipping my skirt.
No, it was easily enough. In fact, I felt like I wanted to show her my boxers as change. But I wasn't saying that.
Promise you won't tell anyone?
Yeah, of course.
Anyone. I mean it, not a person. Not your sisters, not your family. It's a secret.
All her emphasis seemed half playful, but you could also take it as deadly serious. If I were to take the shrewd view, she was making me go on the record. That was the kind of tone she used, and though I felt intimidated by it, I nodded. I promise.
My dad hit me this morning.
Her reply came at almost the exact moment I gave my consent. She wore a quick, easy smile. A grin. The way she said it, it sounded almost normal, like it happened all the time in any family. That's... My voice was shaking, with rage, with fear. That's not all right. Of course, this was the conversation's natural conclusion given the way it had been going, not something to be surprised about. If I had been wrong, it couldn't have been by much. Maybe it wasn't her father who hit her but her mother, or she wasn't punched but hit with an object.
He's never done a thing you could call fatherly for me. But I never imagined he'd do something you could call unfatherly to me. What a surprise.
What a surprise? There was no hiding my bewilderment. I thought you said you didn't have a relationship with anyone in your family.
We're not a family. But no, I don't. Maybe too much so, maybe I'd become a stranger. Or maybe I thought I could start one. Despite everything having balanced itself out, I guess that puts me in the wrong.
No, why would you be in the wrong? How could it possibly be your fault? After all, you're always right. Why would your dad hit you in the first place?
It was nothing, really. I made a remark about some work he brought home and then he hit me. My mom watched and didn't say anything. That's all.
What do you mean, that's all? I bet it was nothing, really. Indeed, that must have been all. So simple it was superfluous to say, that's all, yet. Why would a father hit his daughter over nothing?
I mean, just think about it, Aragi. If you were about 40 and some 17-year-old complete stranger starts mouthing off to you like she knows it all, you wouldn't blame yourself if you got a little upset if you lost your temper, don't you think?
17-year-old complete stranger? Why would she degrade herself like that? It was actually scarier to hear that than learning she'd been hit. No, wait, it wasn't fear. I figured out why my body was shaking. I figured out why my mind was so agitated. I felt creeped out, not even to borrow from Moschino. It was what I felt in my heart. My own words. My own feelings. Tsubasa Hanekawa creeped me out. She didn't call them family, they were her false mom and dad, complete strangers. Even so, Tsubasa Hanekawa was trying to cover for her parents. From whom I didn't know. From me? From society? In any case, she was trying to cover for them. These parents who weren't her parents. These parents who would hit their daughter. And being her friend, her behavior just creeped me out. What was with her? What was going on? You're saying you can't blame someone for getting violent? Are you sure you should be saying that? Isn't it the most unforgivable thing you...
Why not? It was just once.
That's what she said. No, I made her say it.
Well, didn't I just hit you? Are you mad at me for it?
No, that was my fault. While mine may have qualified as a just cause, you can't blame a girl for hitting a boy flipping his classmate's skirt.
Right? You can't blame anyone.
A guileless grin stretched across Hanekawa's face, as if she'd spoken not out of false courage or as an attempt to garner sympathy, but because she believed it from the bottom of her heart.
You can't blame anyone for hitting me because I'm me.
I'd say I was at a loss for words, but I wasn't. There were no words for me to be at a loss for. There was nothing for me to say to Hanekawa as she was now. Who knows how she took my speechless reaction.
You promised Araraji, right?
Taking a step toward me, like she was getting me in the fold.
You promised Araragi. You won't tell anyone you promised, okay?
Anyone. Neither my sisters nor my family, and neither the school nor the police. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't all. She was telling me I'd promised never to bring the subject up again. More than anyone, not to Hanekawa herself. That's what she was saying. What she was doing was trying to tie my hands by telling me every last detail. She'd made me mark my own words, and was using that to trip me up for her parents' sake. For the father who hit her, for the mother who just watched, to protect complete strangers. But how am I supposed to promise something like...
Please, Araragi.
That was what she said to me as I wavered and minced words. Faced with an insincere person who was getting ready to break a promise without a second thought, the ever-sincere Tsubasa Hanekawa bowed her head. Deeply. I was worried her back might snap so deeply, as though into some kind of void, sank her braided head.
Don't tell anyone about this, please.
Hanekawa. But. I still showed signs of resistance, but she mechanically repeated the same line. Don't tell anyone about this, please.
I'll do anything if you stay quiet.
Wait, seriously? You'll do anything? All right. I bit.
Of Araragi?
As I pumped both fists, jumped up and down, and screamed with joy, Hanekawa looked at me wide-eyed, making no attempt to hide her shock. She'd taken a step toward me earlier, but now she took a step back. No, 2 steps. 3 steps? About that far, like her heart had grown more distant than that. But I couldn't care less at the moment. Hanekawa would do anything for me? Tsubasa Hanekawa? And all I had to do was stay quiet? Oh, man. What should it be? What should I have her do? What should I have her do? What's the best thing I could have her do? Wait. No. Hold on, Aragi. Don't get too worked up. Don't get crazy. It's times like this when you need to play it cool. Be dignified. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You've got to make the most of it.
What? What? That's how you're going to react? Is that how this scene goes? I thought you were going to be impressed by how serious I am and reluctantly promise to keep your silence.
How serious you are? I don't know what you're talking about. Throw that to the cats. I couldn't bear to stand still for any longer and began to wander in aimless circles. Any passerby would immediately peg me as suspicious, but I didn't care about how others saw me now. I didn't care about Hanekawa's scowl either. Anything, huh? I don't know how to reply to that, though. Damn, I hate how indecisive I am. It would be so manly if I could answer right on the spot.
No, I think that would make you the worst man ever.
Hanekawa was plain grossed out by me. It felt like she might run off at any moment.
Hey, Araragi, do you remember all that really serious stuff we were just talking about?
I don't.
You don't.
Who's Aragi?
So you've even forgotten your own name.
I didn't expect this turn of events, Hanekawa lamented with her head in her hands. While I was happy, she was this shocked at me forgetting my own name. Who cared about me? I was just chopped liver. The line she'd spoken was the only thing I needed to remember. That's right. Her line just now, Mrs. Hanekawa's gonna do anything Aragi-kun begs for.
I never said that.
She could be as mad as she wanted, but it wasn't going to have an effect.
And who's Mrs. Hanekawa?
Oh, sorry. I was wondering what it'd be like if I had you act like a teacher, and it just slipped out of my mouth.
Why would you?
What exactly was it that you said?
Enka.
An endless amount of distress was welling up in Hanekawa, but she was too sincere of a person to take it back and deny my request.
Don't tell anyone about this, please.
No! The thing you said after that. What did she mean about this? I'd never heard those words in my life. I couldn't believe how fresh they sounded to my ears.
I'll do anything if you stay quiet.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well thanks to electromagnetic interference from space. Could you repeat the first half just one more time? By now, her scowl had turned into what you could call a withering glare. I wanted her to say it with an embarrassed blush on her face, but I wasn't going to push my luck. Having her disdain me in her heart but still vow absolute obedience was nice in its own way, though. I may be imagining things, but is more than just Hanekawa looking at me with disdain here. In fact, am I feeling the looks from those of you sirs and madams who got into it through the anime as you flapped this book shut? That's fine. I'm sure some great man of yore once said, "It's important to live your life in your own way no matter what others think." Thank you, man of yore.
I'll do anything.
Her tone couldn't be any flatter. Not much could bother me now, but that tone did. Put, a little more feeling into it, please.
Think of that flat delivery as containing all of the feelings I harbor for you right now.
Bosh. Believe in yourself, Hanekawa. I know you can put more soul into it.
I will do anything.
Her tone wasn't flat this time. It was so full of soul it shook. Furious, indignant soul. It felt like she wasn't going to do anything for me, like she wouldn't even stick her tongue out at me. Gah, I'm not going to lose. I wasn't bending to this power. She'd made a clear promise. That meant I was free to do whatever I wanted. It was time for me to take the stage. It was time for Koyomi Aragi to shine. You'll do anything, but really, what should I make you do? There are so many options that it's hard to choose. I feel like I need to write a whole essay about this. My composition skills are being put to the test. If only I'd studied more. Why had I missed the morning bell so often when I attended a prep school? They say that excessive happiness can induce panic, and that's exactly what happened to me. I was in danger of making an impossibly huge mistake if I didn't calm down before acting. Hold on a second. I just realized, Hanekawa, that you didn't put a limit on the number of requests. Doesn't that mean you've agreed to grant an unlimited number of wishes?
You get one, I'll do any one thing.
Damn, I got you to clarify. Life wasn't going to be that easy. But fine, I always liked Earth's Shenlin better than Planet Namex. It's way handier when you can bring your dead friends back to life at once.
You're honestly starting to give me a headache. It hurts more than where my dad hit me on the cheek.
You have a headache?
Yeah, I've had one ever since I got mixed up with you during spring break.
That was quite concerning. But we were going to put that aside for the moment. Why don't we head somewhere more abandoned, Hanekawa?
I think there's already plenty of abandonment here already.
I'm talking about people, not feelings. This way, I beckoned her. She let out a conspicuous sigh and followed after me. Heh. She could try to sulk to make me feel guilty, but it wasn't working. I had her entire being in the palm of my hand. I wasn't such an amateur that I was going to pass up this opportunity. This great challenge I now faced was going to be where I showed her just how much of a man I was. Finding a safe-looking spot and parking my bike, I had to guard against theft since it was a pretty nice mountain bike. I brought Hanekawa to some nearby bushes. I brought Hanekawa to some nearby bushes. I don't know, the somehow criminal ring to those words sent shivers down my spine. No, this was consensual. It wouldn't be a crime. In fact, given the situation, it'd be more correct to say that Hanekawa was making me bring her to some nearby bushes. Wasn't this a case of her being a bossy bottom? Or maybe a tsundere bottom? Fine, There's barely anything about Hanekawa you'd describe as tsundere. For some reason, though, it seemed that way with how cold she was being. A limited time only tsundere?
Okay. Now what, Aragi?
She was the first to speak this time, almost as if she didn't care anymore. She was leaning on the tree behind her, and something about her demeanor suggested that she was a nice older girl playing make-believe with a kindergartner, saying, "Yeah, sure." "What's going on, Hanekawa? You seem awfully composed."
I am. I know what's gonna happen next. No matter what request you make, once I start following your every word, you'll get scared and do nothing in the end.
What did you just say? Get scared? I couldn't believe this insult. When have I ever been scared?
Spring break, in the PE shed.
I received a pointed reply. All I could do was fall silent. I felt as silenced as a lamb. That would make her a very cute serial killer, though. Hanekawa Lecter?
I remember it like yesterday, Aragi, you, acting like the big chicken you were during spring break. Even someone who'd never seen a poultry bird could have taken one look at you and more or less figured out what sort of animal it is.
The dripping sarcasm wasn't the usual Hanekawa. She could remember it like it was yesterday, but didn't seem to want to reminisce about it for a second.
So, Chicken Araragi, what should I do? I know I won't have to do anything, but I'll at least hear you out. Tell me, do you want me to strip down to what?
Hanekawa seemed to have an extremely low estimation of my manliness. As a guy, I couldn't be any more humiliated, but then again, she seemed to have misunderstood something. Yes, I was a chicken over spring break. I admit that. But she was dead wrong if she thought all chickens stayed chickens. Just as a baby chick will grow into a rooster in time, I'd still be a chicken. That wasn't it. I may be a chicken, but I was a Nagoya Kochin, the best money could buy. I needed to take this on and make up for all the face I'd lost over spring break. The gods were merciful to give someone like me an opportunity to avenge myself. Seriously, someone like me. Shouldn't the gods be a little pickier? I put my hand to my chin and began to ponder. I walked my eyes across Hanekawa's body from the tips of her toes to the crown of her head. Though Hanekawa seemed to flinch at my gaze, she stood firm, held her hands behind her back as if to stretch her spine, and actually gave me a better look at her body. Gah, was this her acting brave? Or did she really believe from the bottom of her heart that I was a chicken? Probably the latter. In that case, I'd just take advantage of the fact there was no way the anime of a series like this would continue all the way to the 7th installment, so no matter what I did, not too many people would find out. The scene wouldn't be fit for TV, but it shouldn't affect my favorability rating if it stayed print only. There's no regulatory agency for novels.
What's gotten into you, Araragi? You're acting awfully pompous, or are you not able to come up with anything? Oh, or is that what you want to do? Ogle my whole body like you're licking me clean.
Oh, okay. Hanekawa might have said that to provoke me, or maybe just to discourage me, but she'd actually given me a huge hint. That was my opening. Yes, Hanekawa's wording, "I'll do anything," had drawn me down the path of thinking only about what I could get her to do, but the opposite approach was on the table too. I didn't need to get her to do something for me, I could also do something to her. In terms of her offer, I'd be telling her to put up with something, yup. This was a very real possibility, and that wasn't the only hint her words contained. It wasn't like her to make such a foolish move. She'd pretty much given me a guide on how to defeat her. Or was it her being a bossy bottom after all? In that case, there was no need for me to hold back. The last thin layer of my conscience had just been peeled away. Wait, wasn't that terrifying? My conscience? If I didn't have a conscience... Hanekawa.
Yes?
Ogling at your whole body like I'm licking you clean isn't what I want.
Well, of course not. That's what you're always doing to me anyway.
She knew. She knew my eyes were fixed on her, chest during class, and whenever else, I wanted to dig a hole and die in it.
I think it'd be better if you looked at the blackboard for your own good. Why let all the work our teachers are doing go to waste?
Gook. Saying it like she was giving me a mild warning. It would have been easier if she'd started blasting me. My heart couldn't take much more. You can do it, me. Stay strong. Reinforce that wounded heart of yours. If you can get through this, paradise awaits you, probably.
And to give you one more piece of advice for your reference, girls are surprisingly sensitive to people's gazes, so be careful when you look at them.
Damn you. As hell-bent on breaking my will as you seem to be. Saying these things won't work. My knees were giving out by this point, but I somehow pulled myself together and rose back up. Hanekawa, ogling at your whole body like I'm licking you clean isn't what I want.
Well, of course not.
Looking right at Hanekawa, but this time straight into her eyes, I said, I want to lick the wound under that gauze where he hit you. Okay. While I've brought up the topic enough times so far to give you little sniffs and nibbles of info, I think I should take the time here to talk about spring break in an easily digestible way. As the person at fault for those 2 weeks, to be honest, I'm not very enthusiastic about the idea, but I've reached the unfortunate conclusion that I can't avoid it if I want to talk about Golden Week. Spring break. I was attacked by a vampire. In this day and age of real, working maglev trains when school trips to foreign countries are nothing unusual, it's embarrassing enough to make me want to go into hiding. But regardless, I was attacked by a vampire. A vampire, the king of aberrations. Freezes your blood, makes it boil. An iron-blooded, hot-blooded, cold-blooded vampire. An aberration slayer with a countless number of epithets. A beautiful vampire with golden hair and eyes so bright they dazzled, so bright they blinded, chomped into my neck, sucked all the blood from my body, and turned me into a vampire. Immortal, unrivaled, the strongest of them all, a vampire. And with neither vampire hunters, Christian special forces, nor kinslaying vampires to save me, my spring break was consumed by a battle to become human again. To spoil the whole thing for you, I was able to, in the end, with the help of a shabby geezer who was passing by, and my class president. How lucky, how unlucky. Though there were a few after effects, I was able to turn back into something asymptotically close to human, and I lived happily ever after. All's well that ends well. Of course, nothing in this world or in a life ends that simply, not to mention that we don't get proper endings to begin with. But if I still had to pick an ending, I'd say that it had all ended for me the moment that beautiful demon bit me. That aside, those few after effects I mentioned are why I needed to insert this story at this point. Vampiric after effects. The most conspicuous is my ability to heal and recover exactly like an immortal vampire in manga, anime, and other media they're so popular in today. For example, I could fall and skin my knee, suffer a paper cut, or get hurt in a scuffle with my little sister Karen, and while it would of course depend on my condition at that moment, on my degree of vampirism, I could probably heal in no time from that minor of an injury. It would heal, it would be fixed. Literally inhuman recuperation, and in some situations, the ability worked on others. I'm able to heal other people's injuries. Applying my blood, saliva, or whatever other fluid a coat of it could heal wounds. In other words, think of it like a decently strong neosporin or mentholatum. Applying my saliva. Licking someone healed them. And so, that being the case.
Thank you.
Hanekawa expressed her gratitude once we were done. She'd figured out my plan from the beginning, though. I was going to heal the wound under her gauze but be subtle about it, so subtle as to sacrifice my favorability rating and act like my only goal was to satisfy my desire, but it was all completely obvious to her. Since she'd probably turned down any offer of treatment, I'd thought to use her words against her, but she easily caught on to my scheme. Shameful. I wanted to dig a hole and die in it. Hanekawa, for her part, must have entrusted herself to me, despite seeing through my plan, not because she wanted her injury healed, but more to help me save face. It felt sad to know how rigged the thing was from the start. You better put that gauze back on for now. It'd seem weird if your wound healed all of a sudden. You need to at least pretend you're hurt, or else…
My parents will be suspicious. They won't. That's not who they are. I could cut my hair short, and I doubt they'd notice. They probably don't even remember my face.
As one more note here, as a chicken without the guts to actually lick Hanekawa's face, I'd taken the wholesome route of pricking my finger with a safety pin on my bag and spreading that blood on the area in question. I was a long ways off from spreading my wings as a Nagoya Kochin. Of course, I was now a mockery of a vampire, and while I don't know how it would have gone over spring break, my current bodily fluids weren't enough to provide Hanekawa with a full and radical cure, but examining the result, I thought at least it wouldn't leave a scar. Looking at it the other way around, if I hadn't treated her, it was ugly enough that she'd have been left with a clear scar. I had to wonder how hard you needed to hit someone for them to end up that way. It was grotesque. It was disgusting. Her father had pummeled his own daughter's face. Hanekawa's wording had made it sound like he'd hit her once impulsively, but it was hard to imagine that being the case. He must have beaten her over and over, persistently, relentlessly. That's what it looked like. The reason Hanekawa had given for why she'd been hit was trivial, no matter how you looked at it, however much she might have mouthed off. It hardly seemed to justify a father beating his daughter or, for that matter, an adult male beating a girl. And yet, when I asked her, "Do you want me to walk you home?" she replied, "No, I'm fine." A brisk and unsparing refusal. She really didn't seem to want others meddling in her business. Of course she didn't. It wasn't like she had asked me for help. I just happened to meet her on the street. It was simple coincidence. No, even if she'd asked me for help, it wasn't like I could save her, because people just go and get saved on their own. Which is why we then walked together and carried on one of our silly conversations before casually, vaguely parting ways when it felt right. I want to say that at some point in between, we buried a white cat that had been hit by a car, but I don't really remember the details. There you have it. I had no choice but to make a major change in plans for the rest of my day. The damn construction was being cancelled. I was in no mood to go to the bookstore. Getting on my bike as soon as we split up, I turned right around to go home.
Oh, Koyomi, that was fast.
When I returned, Karen was doing a handstand and climbing up and down the stairs. What the heck was she up to? What kind of workout was that? But I passed by her, not even in the mood to quip, and headed to the bathroom to wash my hands.
Hey, what's your problem, Koyomi? Don't ignore your cute little sister. At least say hello on your way in. You finished shopping?
Shopping? Oh, well, I hadn't gone shopping. Not only was my frustration unrelieved, I was even more pent up than before. My feelings, my thoughts, only weighed heavier. The next day, April 30th, in other words. Still, it felt more like the night of the 29th. It's not a new day to me until my little sisters wake me up. And around the time my parents went to bed, as did Karen and Tsukihige, up late because it was a holiday, I snuck out of the house. Straddling my mountain bike careful to make as little noise as possible, I stealthily inched its pedals forward. Even I had to admit that I was going overboard by not turning on my light for a while. Out to have some fun at night? No, that wasn't it. I'm not brave or resourceful enough for that. While I may have the grades of a washout, I am, in spite of myself, a fairly serious high school boy. It hurts me to be treated as a delinquent. So, you ask, where was I fighting through my drowsiness to go to? Some ruins on the edge of town. An abandoned building, they say, was once a cram school. It was so close to crumbling that kids wouldn't even dare each other to enter it. A building that looked only like the remains of something, though I'm sure it wouldn't make a good impression on anyone that I was heading to. Such a place in the middle of the night. You could call it an act of delinquency, and I'd have no room to argue. But I did have a reason. A reason for heading there, of all places, and in the middle of the night. A firm reason. I stopped my bike in front of the fence encircling the ruins, and while there was obviously no need to, considering the complete lack of any other human presence, I put my chain lock around the rear wheel. Just to be sure, but more likely out of sheer habit. I then entered onto the grounds through a hole in the fence and went inside the building. I know I said that kids didn't dare each other to, but breaking into it at night, regardless of how at home I'd made myself there, sent a bit of a shiver down my spine in particular. Because there was a real ghost inside, in particular. A ghost, a yokai. An aberration, the king of aberrations, a vampire, a nightwalker. Then again, I guess that's in the past. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away. Yes, it wasn't a vampire in here, but the vestiges of one. A husk of a vampire, the dregs of a vampire. Because she was a little girl who was a mockery of a vampire. The building was in even worse shape inside than it looked on the outside, and, dodging rubble and trash the whole way, I used the stairs to head straight to its fourth and highest floor. There were 3 rooms on the floor, all once used as classrooms, and I began turning their doorknobs with proximity as my only priority. It seemed I had bad luck that day. Both the first door and the second left me empty-handed. Not that a prize was waiting for me behind the third, because while the little girl who was a mockery of a vampire was there, someone else, a man who should have been, wasn't. Ha! Damn it. Oshino. Where'd you go at this hour? Was he out? His behavior was always opaque, but it was so late. Maybe he was dozing away on one of the lower floors with some old desks as his bed. Maybe he'd predicted my arrival and avoided the 4th floor classroom so his sleep wouldn't be disturbed. I hadn't given him the exact date and time of my visit, but he always acted like he saw straight through people, so maybe he'd seen me coming. I admit I was an unwelcome guest in that regard. No one with any sense would make a visit in the middle of the night. If anyone was in the wrong here, it was me for expecting him to be waiting with the usual "you're late, Araji." Dealing with a vampire, which was hardly common sense, caused your own actions to start lacking common sense. That made perfect sense, but, closing the door behind me, I looked at the young girl, the former vampire, sitting in one corner of a pitch-black room, and gulped. I was totally nervous, now that I thought about it. This was my first time alone with her since spring break, with not another human present. Ashino was around every other time I'd met her here like this, And while I said not another human, she was certainly not human, and neither was I. A half-assed aberration and a half-assed human. And the responsibility for the two of us being this way fell mostly on my shoulders. No wonder I felt nervous, and tense, and guilt began to bloom. To Mo. Just so we're clear, that's Mo in the original sense of sprout, and in no way was I taken by the cuteness of the lightly dressed blonde girl. Even if she was sitting there looking like a cherubic 8-year-old, even if she had voluminous yet delicate blonde hair, each strand like a thread of fine silk, even if she wore an adorable dress, even if she had slender bare feet so pale you could nearly see through them and that you'd never imagine walking around these ruins, there was nothing cute about her. I don't need to expand on this point. It's self-evident. All you needed to see were her eyes as they glared daggers of resentment straight through me. Stop with those eyes. It's such a waste of your beauty. Come on, try giving me a smile. You look your best with a smile on your face. No reply. It's not like she was a plain old corpse. Well, maybe she was like a corpse. I hadn't spoken expecting a reply either. She'd uttered nary a word since the end of spring break. Even I wasn't so self-centered to think she'd pipe up now all of a sudden at this point in time. Just, if I let myself fall silent too, my heart might break. Prattling on, at least for my part, was all I could do, especially with Oshino out today. But, all of that aside, it was the honest truth that I thought she looked her best when she smiled, as she sat in the classroom corner, with her arms wrapped around her legs, ready to be assimilated into the mold on the walls. I plopped down on the floor, in front of her, and undid my shirt. Another clarification. While I suddenly did start stripping in face of a lightly layered blonde girl, I wasn't planning on launching into my best Lupin III impression or anything. Novel or not, you couldn't publish that. Not everyone would accept the excuse that she's technically not a little girl, but an aberration, and in fact, 500 years old. The reason I was topless in these ruins, regardless of it being the end of April, when it was still cold out, was to feed her. Feed her? What does taking off my clothes have to do with that? Was I going to serve her sushi on a nude body on my male form? I can already hear you asking these questions, but I shouldn't have to explain. Actually, anyone who wondered that last question has some pressing issues. It goes without saying, a bloodsucker feeds by sucking blood. You could at least say grace, you know. The feeding itself is going to be a breach of etiquette whatever we do. I put my arms around her small physique and lifted her bodily to guide her mouth to my neck. It was like we were embracing, a position that I just couldn't get used to. Food. Blood sucking. Then again, she wouldn't call this a meal. Maybe it was straightforward intravenous nourishment, because at this point in time she'd even lost her natural ability to suck blood. Mimoshino, an authority on aberrations, had modified her constitution to accept only my blood. The flip side was that if she didn't ingest my blood regularly, she'd die in no time, vanish in no time. She was that fragile of a being now. As far as her soul goes, Aragi, she's almost your slave, Oshino had told me. But no, being the one who continues to give her blood, I think it's me who's the slave. I'm the one in her service, my servant. She used to call me that, haughtily, arrogantly recalling those times, and seeing her feeble state made my chest ache every time she sucked my blood. Not my neck, punctured by incisors that bore just a faint hint of her vampiric legacy, but my chest. My heart hurt, throbbed with pain, heartthrob. But each time, precisely for the same reason. The pain brought me relief, because if she was consuming my blood, then she was trying to stay alive, at least. This vampire who once even attempted suicide. This vampire dead from the start. She was trying to live, and for my sake... Even as I say that, I realized she wasn't biting my neck, not today. We were in an embrace. She was putting all of her weight on me and wrapping not just her thin arms, but her sticks for legs around my body, so that our torsos were glued like we were koalas or something. And yet she wasn't biting. Was she refusing my blood and giving up on living after all? I shuddered at the possibility and held her close without thinking, nearly breaking her back, but that wasn't it. I was wrong. When I looked at her, when I followed the vampire girl's gaze, it wasn't my neck she was staring at. Rather, it was at a package I'd placed on the side in order to hold her. A package that emitted a sweet scent. It was a gift I'd brought for this abandoned building's resident free spirit, Mimoshino, a vagabond whose life was anything but abundant, really just some refreshments. It was an assortment from Mr. Donut. 10 I'd bought at the store for 1,000 yen. A golden chocolate, a French cruller, an angel French, a strawberry whipped French, a honey churro, a coconut cruller, a pond ring, a Depop, a double chocolate, and a coconut chocolate. Of course it smelled sweet. I'd originally bought them as a present from my sisters on the way back from meeting Hanekawa. Both Karen and Tsukihi, however, had spouted nonsense about being on a diet and let their big brother's kindness go to waste. I'd responded that growing girls shouldn't be going on diets and needed to get nice and fluffy, which led to an argument so fierce it may have permanently damaged our relationship. Since I'd bought the assortment with money I borrowed from Tsukihi in the first place, I never had much of a chance. It ended with me being forced to apologize. What an outrageous sibling dynamic. Still, 10 was too many donuts for one person to eat alone. Not to mention that donuts are notoriously quick to go stale, which is why I had no choice but to bring them to Oshino, who I assumed was not just in dire need of his daily bread but yesterday's as well. He was just barely staving off the elements by living in this abandoned building. Or rather, he might have been sustaining himself off the elements. Even I had enough compassion in me to want to treat him to something sweet for a change. Of course, it's not lost on me that preening about a simple 1,000 yen donut set is odd when I still owed a large debt, 5 million yen to be exact, to the man over what happened during spring break. 5 million. That's the kind of money that adults hang themselves over. I didn't have the first idea about how to pay him back, and didn't even feel like thinking about it. Was I supposed to sell my organs or something? Using my immortality to produce whole new batches of them? Scary shit. So, that aside, the girl vampire in my embrace ignored me entirely to give her undivided attention to the fragrant assortment of donuts that owed its presence to the aforementioned chain of events. There was fire in her eyes, passion in the way she looked at them. Hold on. No way. There was no way. How could that be the case? She may have been a husk, yes. She may have been dregs, yes. While most of her nature had been stolen from her, though she'd been stripped of her figure, her form, and even her name, she was still a proud vampire. No plain vampire either, an iron-blooded, hot-blooded, cold-blooded vampire. Huh, how could she have blood, her staple food, right under her nose and still be more interested in donuts, of all things? I heard a sound. I looked at her and saw drool coming from her mouth. You're ruining people's dreams. Yelling, I tossed her away. The little girl flew into the wall behind her, hit her head and lay still. Oh no, I hadn't meant for my react to be so violent. The disgusting feeling of her drool dripping straight onto my exposed shoulder was partly to blame, but that wouldn't cast me in the best light either, when I'd schemed and failed to slather my saliva all over not just any patch of skin but Hanekawa's face. Air, you okay? It seemed like she'd taken a hard hit, and as she rubbed her head, I offered a hand, but she swatted it away. She seemed to be upset. Her blonde hair was standing a bit on end, like she was an animal or something. Like an unsociable cat who wouldn't let you touch her. I couldn't have her mad at me. Her body wouldn't go for much longer unless she refueled with blood. I hadn't been able to come to this abandoned building for a while because of how agitated I'd been. You could say that the root of the problem was that I'd mistaken my agitation for infatuation. But that was all cleared up now, thanks to Tsukihi. I wanted to give my blood tonight to make up for wasted time. It wasn't easy to sneak out at night under my sister's watch. But since vampires are nocturnal and daylight hours are usually sleepy time, the deed wasn't any easier while the sun was up. No creature likes to be roused, so dispensing these meals could be a hassle. In the end, there was no better time for drinking blood than the middle of the night. It really was like dealing with an animal, or a baby. Was this how nursing mothers felt? Okay, now what I thought with arms crossed, I would ask Oshino if he was there, but he wasn't. And this wasn't so big that I'd wake him up over it if he was just sleeping in another classroom. He might go so far as to ask for an advisory fee and demand to be paid. I wasn't taking on any more debt. And anyway, I'd decided to be responsible for this vampire for the rest of my life. What was I going to do if I couldn't resolve something this minor on my own? Am I just supposed to pat her on the head? No, that was a sign of submission. Oh, right. This had all started over Mr. Donut. So as simple as it seemed, maybe I needed to resolve this through Mr. Donut too. Right, food solved all disputes, like an oishimbo. Ha ha, how can I stay mad at you after what you've shown me with this food or something? Removing the box from the plastic takeaway bag, I placed it on my lap and opened it slowly so that the girl vampire could see. I then grabbed one donut, a golden chocolate at the edge, and offered it to her with an outstretched arm. I offered it. As soon as I did, she took it from me, with such incredible speed that it made me wonder if she hadn't lost one bit of her vampire skills. She took it. Then, without taking a moment to inspect it, she munched on it. This too was done at an incredible speed, and the golden chocolate disappeared in about 3 bites. The way she ate, I was afraid she'd gobble down her own fingers in the process. Wait, how badly did she crave these things? It bears repeating that she never seemed to relish even my blood this much. I felt a bit hurt. Whoa, hey. As soon as she'd finished, The girl vampire aimed straight for the other 9 donuts that sat exposed on my lap. I just barely managed, box and all, to evade her. The way she pounced at me, I'm not kidding when I say that my abdomen might have ended up with a hole in it as collateral damage. As she prepared for her next attack, I couldn't help yelling at her. Sit! I yelled at her, but sit? She wasn't a dog. But the vampire faithfully did as she was told and sat in place, not slumped over with her arms wrapped around her legs in her usual manner, but with training perfect posture, crouched with her hips half off the ground. She stared at me with sharp eyes and a serious expression. Though I didn't understand what was going on, I thought that I still needed to do something to break this stalemate. As a test, I took the French cruller, my personal recommendation, out of the 9 remaining donuts, and made a gentle offering to her. I was afraid that handing it to her directly might cause my hand to be eaten off my arm after what had just happened with the golden chocolate. So it was more like I placed it in front of the sitting vampire. It goes without saying that the floor of a ruined cram school is by no means a clean surface. Though the vampire went barefoot, Oshino and I walked around in shoes. So I also made sure to place the donut on top of one of the paper napkins found inside the box. I thought she'd leap right at it. But the girl vampire only drooled and maintained her stance. Though she did glare at me with literally demonic eyes. The way she stared up into mine made the way she'd looked at me earlier feel like a smile. If looks could kill, I'd already be dead. Then again, I've heard that certain lineages of vampires really can kill people with a single gaze. Evil eyes, or demon eyes, or something. Come to think of it, over spring break, didn't she simply glare at a concrete wall to smash it? Was my life in danger? Shake hands. I figured I'd try. I held out my hand. The vampire put her palm straight onto mine. It felt like a scene out of E.T., but she did it with all the force of a slugger's high five, perhaps as a small act of retaliation. Okay? You can, yeah. In the game of Hyakunin issue, the players listen to a poem being recited, then race to be the first to take the corresponding card out of the many laid out. The kimeriji is the syllable that makes it clear which poem is being read. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that good hearing, which lets you move the moment the key bit is pronounced, separates the game's winners from its losers. I'm sad to report that I don't know very much about the game, but if the above is true, I'd have to admit that the vampire before me had what it took to be a very good player. She'd moved before I was done saying eat. No, she'd finished moving. She was sinking her fangs into the French cruller like she was some sort of wild beast. Well, maybe not a wild beast. She looked just like a pet dog. The sight of an 8 or so year old blonde child stuffing her cheeks with a French cruller along with the napkin, on all fours as if she were licking the floor, teetered on many edges. Along with the napkin, it felt like I'd made the right choice not handing it to her after all. That said, even she seemed unable to digest a paper napkin, and the girl vampire dexterously separated it from the rest inside her mouth and spit it back out. You couldn't call it the best show of manners. Then again, you couldn't call it the best show of manners from the moment she was eating a donut while on all fours. Well, during spring break too, she never had great manners when she ate. When I think back to what she told me then, it seemed like vampires and humans had different ideas of dining etiquette in the first place. What was it she told me back then? That it's bad manners to stare at someone while they're eating? But the powerful glare she now sent my way had nothing to do with any broken rules of etiquette. It could only mean that she was aiming for the 8 remaining donuts. Wait, but I brought these for Ashino. To begin with, no matter how much she enjoyed the donuts, they wouldn't serve as nutrition for a vampire, because nutrition for this girl, the only healthy, balanced meal for her, was my blood. Dash. But I guess you could have 3 more. I'd brought 10. Splitting them between her and Oshino came out to 5 each, and when I thought about it, Oshino would have just as hard a time as me eating 10 donuts on his own. Okay, which do you want? Pick 3. You only need to point. Then, with a finger on her left hand, she started at the edge and pointed at every single donut, one by one, each one from edge to edge. All of them? So greedy. The vampire seemed unwilling to compromise. And once again, with the same sour look, she pointed with care from edge to edge at every single one. She was so meticulous that she made sure to point at each of the Depop cestat. So she had a sweet tooth. But still, all of them, how could her little body absorb all that sweetness? The girl vampire stared intently at me as I wavered. I could feel the pressure coming from her. The same kind of pressure that broke concrete walls. Seriously, I felt like I was about to be crushed. Of course, it could have been my guilt that felt so crushing. It was my fault that she was forced to live this kind of life, at the end of the day. It hurt my heart to face the fact that a once proud, noble, and beautiful vampire was crawling around on the floor to eat donuts. She who hadn't spoken a word to me since spring break. Despite all the laughing she used to do, her face was now a dour, depressed mask. Considering all she did, all she had done, natural feelings of pity, the natural pity any human should feel, weren't deserved. I knew that, but... Okay, fine. You can have all of them. Generously and genially, I placed the entire box on the floor, almost like it was an offering. So spin around 3 times and say woof. Oops, man, I got caught up in the moment and asked her to perform a trick, but even as I thought so, and before I could take back my command, she spun like a top and landed a clean triple axel, more like a dog than a top. That she didn't bark at the end, instead turning her head to the side with an upset look, might have been her last shred of pride as an ex-noble. But yeah, it was kind of late in the day for her pride to be showing. It still looked like she wasn't going to talk. I thought she might get carried away and blurt out something, but I was being too optimistic. Though even I'd feel let down if she'd chosen this comedic scene to speak at long last. What kind of person would come up with a story-ruining twist like that? I slid the box of donuts over and told her to eat. Then, like she'd been waiting, the vampire got back on all fours and began cramming all the donuts in her mouth, jumbling them together, box and all. Her appetite was making her forget herself, and I worried that she might start eating the floor. She was more malnourished child than dog.
For reals? These halo-shaped treats are so delish. 'Tis nothing short of a chest of gemstones holding the sweetest of rings.
Did you just talk? I'd happened to look to the side but snapped my head back toward her in surprise. But the vampire, her expression as close to blank as an expression could be, casually went on devouring the floor, the donuts. Ah, I was just hearing things, yikes, it made my heart skip a beat. I thought all the drama had been ruined. Really, what a nasty and unfair surprise. Well, I guess knowing her favorite food is, at least something. Learning that she had a food she liked so much it made me hear things was an important piece of info for maintaining my relationship with her going forward. But even then she wouldn't talk to me. I wished she would so much it was making me hear things, but she stubbornly refused to speak to me, even though we were once master and servant, temporary as that may have been. It's not like you can't speak properly, because your throat and tongue are an 8-year-old style does. Actually, I'd never thought of that before, but maybe that was it. But even if it was, I wished she'd talk, if only in broken sentences. Like Sue from Genshiken. Like Sue from Genshiken. Like Sue from Genshiken.
What you doing, wet soggy?
And then, I leapt to my feet at the sudden voice behind me, like I'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. I turned around to find Oshino there. I'd heard no footsteps and had sensed no presence. You scare me in your own way, you know. Don't just pop up like that. Just because your name has the character for stealth in it, you think you can sneak up on people?
What about you, wet soggy? However much of a grudge you hold over what happened during spring break, you shouldn't abuse our little vampire like that.
I'm not abusing her.
I believe treating a young girl like a dog more than qualifies as abuse, wet and soggy.
Good grief, Oshino exhaled with an exaggerated shrug.
My guess would be that you brought those donuts as a gift for me. Oh dear, I missed my chance to eat some.
He grinned as he spoke in the same tone as always, like he saw through everything. And he could stop calling me wet and soggy. It just felt like a different character's stick for some reason. He was sabotaging future material. But that aside, Mimashino, an old dude in his 30s, had made his appearance. A visibly frivolous, delinquent middle-aged guy who wore Hawaiian shirts year-round, an expert on aberrations and authority on yokai apparitions, a ghoul and goblin technocrat. Those were his titles, and he had the shady vibes to match. I've heard mysterious info along the lines of him being made to look and sound really cool in the anime, but who cares? He looked like a suspicious dude to me no matter what. You could say a bizarre dude.
I may not have told you, Araragi, but I love sweets. If there's ever another opportunity like this one, please do save some for me. Old-fashioneds are my favorite. The name matches my personality, you see.
Oh, shut it. There's nothing old-fashioned about you. There's nothing more annoying than adults who try to cast how out of touch they are in some kind of classical light, though I do agree that those old-fashioned donuts are tasty. When I looked over at the girl vampire, she'd finished eating both the old-fashioned and the pond de ring and was back in her usual spot in the corner of the classroom, in her usual pose with her arms wrapped around her legs, with an expression that said, "What? Excuse me? Mr. Donut? I've never heard of him." If anyone here was acting a certain way because of what happened over spring break, it was her. She seemed to want to avoid looking disgraceful to Oshino. Despite her best efforts, though, she couldn't hide the mess around her lips. But, well, Not that he was anyone I should be comparing myself to, but at the very least, she seemed to have more feelings for me than Oshino. That little fact brought me relief. Of course, it could have just been that she didn't care about me at all. Fine, next time I'll get a box of old-fashioned Eds. I think I'm about to hit a good number of Mr. Donut points too. So, Oshino, where were you this late at night?
Work, you know. The reason a Rolling Stone like myself has decided to stay in this town, and the reason I even came to this town in the first place, is to collect stories of aberrations, but of course, my most important job now is to deal with the aftermath of what you did.
The aftermath? You mean taking care of her like this?
That's part of it, but it's not everything. Vampires are actually quite annoying to deal with, you see. They're the king of aberrations, after all, and so their near presence can cause all sorts of phenomena. They constantly stimulate and influence everything around them. The job I've taken off of your hands is to handle all of that in a tidy way.
So a lot of different jobs at once? Almost like Boogie Pop or something. You must be happy, sounds like business is booming. Then again, if you put my 5 million yen aside, all that aberration story collecting, or whatever, didn't sound like any kind of job that brought in money.
Things aren't going boogie pop well for me, unfortunately. My brain isn't built in a way that lets me think about multiple things at once. By the way, going back to what we were talking about earlier, don't bully our vampire too much. You're just going to make problems for yourself in the future.
Like I said, I'm not bullying her. I did feel a bit like my joking around had gone too far, but she'd done most of it herself. I won't claim to be an innocent bystander caught up in it all, but she'd taken me along on a ride, pretty much. Actually, I'd been wondering ever since spring break. But did she get, mentally younger, too? While her body now appeared to be that of an 8-year-old, she used to look like a dignified young lady. No matter how tugged along vampires were by their appearance, her fundamental age still had to be 500. Even 8-year-olds don't eat like dogs anyway.
Well, Aragi, what's she supposed to do? It's not just vampires. All aberrations are made up of human beliefs.
Human beliefs?
Yup, they're there because humans think they are. That's what an aberration is. Behind every ghost is a silver tongue, but that doesn't make them any less real.
Huh? I'm not sure I get your point. I guess faith works in mysterious ways, but how does that have anything to do with her?
Vampires are the strongest aberration because everyone believes that vampires are the strongest aberration. Aberrations manifest as those around them recognize them, and behave as those around them expect them to.
That's how it goes, Oshino added. He cast a glance at the vampire. Even if looks could kill, this was a soft one, with no pressure or anything else behind it, and wouldn't kill an insect.
As for our little vampire Aragi, you are currently the only person who recognizes her. Missy class president, and I do too, strictly speaking, but it's still you who has the greatest influence on her. You are her one and only source of nutrition after all. That's a super direct influence.
So, you're saying she looks this way now because that's what I think? No, I could accept that my influence was making her like Mr. Donut, but eating like a dog. If that was the kind of behavior I expected from a vampire, I had some pretty bad issues I needed to work out. I seriously required some counseling. It was still the dead of night, but I should pick up a phone and make an appointment right now. I might be immature compared to you or Hanekawa, and do see her as an 8-year-old in some ways. But this can't be what I expect of her.
A child doesn't always turn out the way his parents want him to. Still, he's influenced by his parents' expectations. It's kind of like that.
His parents' expectations, influenced by your home environment.
I'm not going to give you some tired old talk about needing to become an honest citizen, but if you keep on messing around, you might end up not just having an influence on her, but a bad one, especially given.
Oshino stopped there, and he didn't continue. A pause in the conversation. Out of consideration for me, this probably was not. Oshino wasn't so considerate, he simply didn't have to say it, which is why he didn't, and really, I didn't have to hear it. Especially given how that proud vampire was reduced to an innocent little child, why pile on a bad influence? That's what he meant. But I had to agree with Oshino in part, even if they don't turn out the way you want them to. This vampire had met one of my expectations at least. That is, she didn't forgive me. She neither laughed nor spoke. The vampire didn't forgive me. Just as I didn't forgive the vampire.
So Aragi, if you're feeding her donuts, does that mean you're all done with your vampire duty today?
Vampire duty? I wasn't doing chores. Not yet. How rare of you to guess wrong. Donuts first, blood-sucking next. She seems to like them better than my blood. I'm in the middle of being grief-stricken over the fact.
Well, Your blood doesn't seem like it'd be very sweet. I think I can sympathize with her.
Yes, yes, Oshino nodded to himself. The bastard, acting so convinced.
By the way, Aragi, she came up for a brief second just now, but how is Missy Class President doing?
Huh? Really? That was a sudden question. He asked it almost as though he knew I'd run into Hanekawa in the afternoon. But maybe it was just that all-knowing tone of his, and yet once I thought about it some more, that wasn't it. Upon reconsideration, Oshino always seemed to be oddly concerned about Hanekawa. He asked me about her every opportunity he got. Actually, I wouldn't say he was concerned about Hanekawa, more like concerned about her doings. That made more sense. Oshino seemed awfully wary of Hanekawa thanks to spring break pudding. Aside whether his wariness was genuine, from his point of view someone like her had to seem like a handful.
That girl would be a handful, whoever you are. Even for you, of course, while our Lyle vampire's arrival really warped the aberration situation in this town. By that token, Missy Class President's presence is warping the human situation in this town significantly.
We both know that's an exaggeration.
An exaggeration is just enough when we're talking about her. You have to be audacious and bombastic, truly, with that girl. So how's she doing?
What do you mean? How? Fine, she's well.
Really?
God, he was persistent. No, if he was being persistent, that was because he was suspicious of my dismissive reaction, or my attempt to get off the topic. If he was going to ask me really, then the answer was no, not really. It was really a lie. But we were talking about Hanekawa's home environment. It didn't seem right for me to air it out where I was. The story of the gauze on her left cheek and the story behind it too. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, even Oshino.
I see. So you can't tell.
But, and perhaps you could say as always, Oshino needed only my momentary pause over whether or not to reply to figure out my predicament.
Which means it's fair to assume that something unspeakable has happened to her. That's worrying.
It's nothing you need to be worrying about. It's Hanekawa's problem. Nothing we should butt into. No matter what happens, she's just going to go and save herself. That's the only way. Right?
Okay, then I won't press you. It isn't my place to comment on how you and Missy Class President are flirting with each other anyway.
Hold on. We aren't flirting.
Flip her skirt or whatever, it isn't my place to comment.
What do you know?
Why don't we take the opposite approach? Tell me everything aside from what you can't tell me. It's not as if you can't say a thing about her, right?
Well, he was right. I couldn't just keep mum if he went with that approach. While I ought to stay away from everything about her household situation and how her father had hit her, it wasn't as if I needed to hide everything surrounding that. At least it'd be fine to tell him that we'd met on the street today yesterday, if we were going by the calendar, and that we'd talked a little. Oshino probably wasn't going to back down either way, at least not without a fight. And so, I talked about what happened that day, well, carefully, or maybe not. I don't know concealing the parts I'd been silenced about, while hiding the places that needed to be hidden. Starting with my little sisters waking me up that morning, running into Hanekawa, and finally burying a cat that had been run over. I gave him the details. Aragi. And then Oshino, meme, Oshino, taking a cigarette out from his Hawaiian shirt pocket and putting it in his mouth without lighting it.
Don't tell me. This was a silver cat.
You've been patient thus far. You have my thanks. Time for the main story. This is going to sound horrible, but I really hadn't placed that much importance on that. After all, if I was with Hanekawa, it was practically a daily occurrence for me to do something like minister to a dead cat on the street. I'd done that kind of thing tons of times. Just like the way she had saved me during spring break, Hanekawa buried the cat. That was all. Like it was the obvious thing to do. Asking, "Will you help me, Argy?" In the same way she'd always ask, with the same smile, as if she'd forgotten all about any gauze that might have been on her face. She held in her arms the cat's dead body, run over so many times that I couldn't tell what color its fur was. It could have once been so white it shined, but now it was something else. Maybe blood red, maybe dirt black, like she loved it, like she cherished it. There are enough people who love cats that as though loving a cat is an expression in Japanese, and I don't hate them either, but even if it hadn't been run over, I doubt many people would be able to cradle a dead cat in their arms. When I considered that, when I thought that, I felt agitated again. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't in the end.
A Sowarinko, an afflicting cat.
I don't know, would you call it fate? My plan had been to give the girl vampire my blood, hand the donuts to Oshino, then go right back home so that I could rest my lazy bones. But that wasn't happening. I ended up getting stuck helping Oshino with his job, No, I probably shouldn't phrase it in a way that makes me sound like some kind of victim I had to heed a request from someone I owed 5 million yen, especially if it had something to do with Hanekawa. In fact, helping him wasn't enough. I practically wanted to take the lead.
A mammal belonging to carnivora Felidae. A cat. Afflicting cats are one of the aberrations I've been collecting stories about here in this town. That is actually what I was out until just now looking for. I guess this is what you'd call a coincidence, but it's not a very welcome one if it is. Borrowing from an old friend of mine, I can't help but sense some kind of malice.
Wait, hold on, Ashino. Maybe I didn't do a good job explaining? The cat Hanekawa and I buried wasn't any aberration. It was a real, formerly living cat. An actual one. Not a non-existent one, but one that exists. It looked like it had been run over by a car like you described. It didn't have a tail. And now that I think about it, its fur was a silverish white, but it wasn't any aberration or yokai, but an honest-to-goodness.
Right, it wasn't. I would agree with you, normally.
He didn't get riled up and shut down my objection. He was being just as frivolous as ever. Always trying to maintain the balance. Always trying to stay neutral. Ashino's Oshino-esque behavior encapsulated who mean Ashino was. He was the same as always, and yet, when I looked at his mouth, the unlit cigarette hanging out of it, I thought I saw the slightest bit of gravity there. I thought I saw some bit of truth there. And it probably wasn't my imagination. If I had to say why, it was because of Hanekawa.
But, Araragi Missy class president isn't normal. We've had more than enough arguments on that point, and I don't want to go into it now, but that girl is seriously dangerous.
Sure. I do understand why you might be wary of her.
This isn't about caution. What about our lil vampire? Yes, it's on you that she's in that not alive, not dead, half and half state, but at the very bottom of the root of it, it's something Missy class prez arranged for too.
Well, yeah? Spring break. Yes, I had been saved by Hanekawa. No one would save me, but Hanekawa did. I could never be too grateful to her for that. Yet, however, logically speaking, if not for Hanekawa, what happened over spring break might never even have occurred. It didn't matter that she didn't will or intend for any of it to happen, that she had no purpose or motive. Still, even I had to admit that she'd put out a fire of her own setting.
Exactly. She put out a fire of her own setting. She's a dreadful girl, like the living embodiment of the butterfly effect, chaos without reserve. What a talented director, what a terrifying producer, such a trivial, cliché, and even heartwarming little episode like burying a cat that had been run over is liable to turn into an incident that shakes heaven and earth if she gets her hands on it. And it's especially bad that it's a cat. Missy class prez and an afflicting cat are made for each other.
This afflicting cat, or whatever aberration he was pursuing, I didn't milk him about it. Mostly because we didn't have the time, but I think that deep inside a part of me didn't want to ask. Right, me too. I'd had a bad feeling from the start. From when? From the time we buried the cat? No. From the time I saw the gauze on the left side of her face? No. Probably from the first time I met Hanekawa I must have known, and so? Ashino. In that case, what do I need to do? If, say, something is happening right now.
No. Chances are 9 out of 10 nothing's happened. And I'd like to leave it that way, with nothing happening. I'm just being prepared. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. That's all. The chances aren't even a tenth, more like 1 in a million. But when you think of the risks, it's better to over-prepare. No need to look so worried, Aragi.
Ashino finished with a jab at how alert I must have seemed, but I wasn't sure. He sounded like he was only trying to ease my mind for the time being. Like it wasn't what he thought at all, and it wasn't just a tenth or a millionth for him. No, maybe those really were the odds. But 1 in 10 or 1 in a million, it didn't matter. There was a common understanding between me and Ashino that Tsubasa Hanekawa was the kind of woman who could beat those odds without breaking a sweat. She, maybe not others, but she was seriously dangerous between Mary Afner.
You know, the fact that it's a headache has been worrying me too, personally. It'd be nice if it's a meaningless red herring. Well, Aragi, why don't we go ahead and split up here? I'll go dig up the white cat you two buried. I guess I'll be desecrating a grave.
Desecrating a grave?
Yes, it's the kind of thing that gets you cursed, but I do think it's the least I should do. If the cat buried there is just a regular cat, then fine. Happily ever after, all's well that ends well. Any punishment that comes my way won't be a problem. I gladly accept it. I've always been like a drum anyway.
I don't know if you're a drum, in fact. I don't even know what you're trying to say. But basically, I just need to tell you where we buried the cat? I just need to take you there?
Of course you're going to be telling me, but there's no need for you to act as my guide. Just tell me roughly where it is, and I'll manage to get to the little kitty's grave.
Aha. So all that living as a vagabond wasn't just for show. He didn't even need to be familiar with the terrain. No wonder he'd taken these ruins that even locals weren't familiar with and made them into his headquarters. I don't mind telling you, of course, but it's not a place I spend a whole lot of time around, so it'll be hard for me to pinpoint the exact spot. Actually, I think I can only give you a rough location. Is that going to be okay?
It's fine.
He didn't so much as attempt to make a sarcastic remark in reply to my unreliability, which ended up telling me just how pressing the situation was. Still a pressing situation? Maybe nothing at all had happened yet, but the situation was already pressing. Was it like wartime?
You're going to have a very important responsibility instead, Araragi.
Hmm?
Remember what I said? This is why we'll be splitting up. You're going to approach Missy Class President directly.
Directly?
You're going to visit Missy Class Prez's house right now. Then you'll actually see her and look at her face and into her eyes and talk to her, and you're going to make sure she's okay.
Ashino went on like he was saying something obvious, but I was less speechless. What? Visit her house? Hey, don't be ridiculous, Hoshino. What time do you think it is?
Nighttime, the middle of the night too. That's precisely why you're going in a way. It'd be meaningless at any other hour. I don't think I need to bring up the witching hour and whatnot for you to know that aberrations are most active right now. In other words, it's easiest to tell a positive from a negative.
Sure, I know that firsthand from spring break, but there was this thing in the world called having common sense. Visiting the house of a classmate of the opposite sex in the middle of the night was a clear example of lacking it.
It's fine for you to use uncommon sense here since we're in an uncommon situation. In fact, you need to be using it. Worst case, she looks down on you in contempt.
That really would be the worst. Well, maybe she already did after this afternoon. And on that note, she very well might have been holding me in contempt since spring break. Come to think of it, now was a strange time to start worrying about it. Disdain to begin with. What a tragic fact. I guess it's not like we could reverse our roles. I wouldn't be able to judge if the buried cat is a regular Wondas.
Right? And you're probably the better judge as to whether there's anything unusual about Missy Class Prez.
You are friends, after all, he appended with a touch of cynicism or a hint of sarcasm. Even so, I found the words oddly motivating. Yes, aberrations were one thing, but when it came to Hanekawa, I was more of a specialist in that field than Oshino. Oh, but Ashino, I don't know where her house is.
Huh? Really? That's weird. Aren't you two in the same class? Don't you have a student directory or something?
What year do you think it is? They're careful about managing personal information these days, even if you're friends with someone. You're only going to have their cell number and email. It's normal to not even know what station someone lives near.
What an awful age. How's a leisurely Luddite like me supposed to keep up? Still, you and she have been pretty close for a month now. If you count spring break, it's not like you have no idea at all, right? You must have figured out roughly where she lives from bits and pieces you picked up in conversations or how long it takes her to meet you somewhere.
Stop it. You're making me sound like a stalker? Sure. I did have a rough idea. Who wouldn't? Whistles innocently. It'd be a disgrace to the name Poyomi Aragi if I couldn't pull off that much. The girl vampire, her blonde head buried in her knees, seemed completely indifferent to our conversation. And with that, I raced through the dark town on my mountain bike. I did have my headlight on, but I didn't need it. Since I hadn't forgotten to give the vampire my blood on my way out, she somehow seemed to savor the donuts more. That did hurt. My body was now reasonably vampiric. I could see far into the distance whether I was in a dark room or the dark of night. True. A headlight was also a sign that told pedestrians, there's a bike here, so I would be a hazard if I didn't turn it on eventually. Sheesh, this is getting bad. And how am I supposed to see Hanekawa at her house so late? The sooner, the better, and nighttime was best. But it was still pretty unreasonable. That was true for any household, but Hanekawa's in particular was troubled and warped. The way she described it that afternoon didn't make it seem like the kind of environment that would welcome a classmate visiting in the middle of the night. And if things really went wrong? I did hide that part from Oshino, but I don't see him changing his mind on what has to be done because of that. And either way, we couldn't switch jobs. Putting aside whether he'd notice anything different about her, visiting a girl's home in the middle of the night was a tall order even for that crafty old veteran. He was a sketchy older guy to begin with, but when you added all the wear and tear from living in an abandoned building, he looked even shabbier than he did when they met over spring break. He was exactly the kind of suspicious person they teach you to look out for. Maybe a drifter, maybe a tofu delivery boy. If someone called the police, then in my case, they'd see me as a kid playing a prank. I would use my privileges as a minor to the fullest extent. Plus, I'm a chicken. According to Hanekawa, I could never do something unholy like defile a grave. We wanted the right man in the right place, and as I'd convinced myself of that, I came to a stop. Judging by the address hanging under the stoplight, I was in the area I surmised to be Hanekawa's neighborhood, her home turf. I'd play it by ear in terms of conducting myself during the visit. That wasn't the immediate issue. I had to locate which house was hers first. Don't be ridiculous. First, talk about an ordeal. No matter how remote our town was, this was still a residential area on the way. I'd foolhardily pictured going through and looking at. Monogatari series by Nisio Zine, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. Every nameplate on every house, one by one, but I realized how much work that would be. It was like being forced to open a 4-digit combination lock using nothing but patience. You'd definitely lose heart at some point. No, with the lock, at least you were guaranteed to arrive at the right combination if you kept at it. Here, though, there was a strong possibility that my initial assumption was wrong. I merely believed that Hanekawa's home was in this area. We're talking about Hanekawa. Maybe she'd made it difficult to figure out this info. Wait, just how distrustful of me was she, if that were true? She'd have been treating me like a stalker. Ugh. A cat with no tail? Though I've heard that cats don't eat their tails. I muttered as I got back on my mountain bike. If I wanted to be especially careful, I proceeded at a deliberate pace and check every single nameplate, but there was no need for that. A vampire's powerful sight applied to dynamic vision as well, and it seemed like my visual field had grown wider too. Though I wasn't going to be quite so lazy, I felt like I could ride my bike at a real speed and not miss a single nameplate on either side of the street. I psyched myself back up to do at least one pass through the entire area from corner to corner and kicked myself forward. This was a one-man blanket search. Yeah, so what if I lost heart? When I thought back to what Hanekawa did for me over spring break, it didn't matter if my heart got tossed into a sinkhole, never to be seen again. It didn't begin to match up. And all of that determination still ended up fruitless. Any determination I ever had always came out to nothing. I was way too late. If I were really concerned about Hanekawa, if I really wanted to do something for her, then whether she rejected me, silenced me, or even looked down on me, I should have stormed into her home that afternoon. I'd been racing the clock, and the clock won. Oh. Just as I'd reached the end of a wide street and turned the corner, I'd been rolling along sure that I'd never pass anyone at this hour, but then in front of me, a surprise attack. Improperly? It appeared. Totally absurdly, it appeared. No, it happened to be there, it was just there, so suggesting that it chose to appear in front of me like it was lying in wait for me even, was unfair. That would be far too self-absorbed of me. Not everything revolves around me, it wasn't destiny, and it wasn't even fortuity. Our paths crossed simply as a matter of course because to it, I was an insignificant, stunted little thing, not even worth being aware of. It was so late at night that even the streetlight seemed hazy and distant. There, illuminated by the LED stuck onto the handlebars of my mountain bike, was none other than the class president among class presidents you know well. It was Tsubasa Hanekawa. Huh? But, however, almost no one who saw her then would have puzzled out and posited that it was Hanekawa. Not even her parents, though I realized just how ironic that last observation is. Hanekawa? Is that you? She was white. Her very being seemed to be pure whiteness. White as a wedding dress. It might be an odd comparison to make during Golden Week, but it was what people mean when they say white as snow. Hanekawa's hair, usually a beautiful jet black, as dark as a raven's feathers, was now a nearly transparent white, and her already fair skin was now almost sickly white. A change. I was overwhelmed by her attire too, as she was there in nothing but a bra and panties, not even shoes or socks, like she'd leapt straight out of the bathroom, but that underwear alone, in contrast to the rest of her, was black. Conspicuously, extremely black. But the black was one I could personally recall. I was sure it was the color Hanekawa had worn that afternoon. How could I ever forget? A dark black that seemed to suck you in. It's not as if it was the deciding factor, but I was convinced that the being in front of me was Tsubasa Hanekawa. The shape of her hips was, no, forget about that. Even if we shouldn't, I'm putting it aside. The question, more than why she was in her underwear, or why her hair had changed color too completely and naturally, for it to have been dyed, the far more salient question,
Row!
was that cat ears had sprouted from her head? An afflicting cat.
Row?
She purred. Purr, her throat said. Hanekawa.
And who are you? Are you one of my Meister's friends?
Asked Hanekawa now. Asked the afflicting cat. The tone, the voice, indeed. Even the expression was nothing like Hanekawa's. They had little in common with her. The Hanekawa in front of me only happened to be her and wasn't her at all. She'd never speak in such a sweet kitty voice, nor ever wear the savage expression that stood in contrast to her purring, as if she was ready to bite me at any moment. What could this be? This phenomenon? She was Hanekawa but seemed totally different. So utterly different that she acted as a contrast. No, not a contrast. This was the polar opposite, the complete flip side, and therefore identical.
My haha. Ya no. I do think I might remember ya. I saw ya with her when she buried me. Huh. That's perfect then.
The afflicting cat said with a grin, paying no heed to my confusion. Eyes narrowed to a point.
I don't understand the first thing about how this works, but you're supposed to lend a paw to a friend in need. Yes? In that case, I'll let you deal with these guys.
She continued. Then, threw something at my feet. No, she'd actually thrown 2 objects my way, so I guess the sound effect was thud-thud, but it seemed like a single unified mass. A lone clump. What? My mind wasn't working anywhere close to normal after those successive shocks, but maybe that was actually a good thing. Not even this could surprise me now. Right. Even 2 humans being thrown at my feet. Okay, I was surprised. So surprised that my voice stuck in my throat. I thought I was going to fall over, bike and all. But from where had the afflicting cat brought these 2? Did she have them with her from the start? Given the situation, it seemed like the only possibility the impact of Hanekawa in cat ears and underwear was so powerful that the afflicting cat dangling 2 humans managed to slip past me. Or was it because the 2 remained so still as to seem dead and continued to be? Had my subconscious pushed their existence beyond my conscious mind because they were like corpses?
What was it, Nio?
Ah, right. Those are my Meister's parents or something. I don't really know.
Remarked the afflicting cat. With a wicked grin. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but that was all. There was nothing else there.
I guess that means these are people my Meister doesn't need. Not even worth killing. Not even worth tormenting. Totally.
So, friend, you take care of them as you see fit. Go ahead and kill them if you wanna. Get mad and take them to task for what they did to my master.
Then, the afflicting cat turned her back to me. Maybe my thoughts were poisoned by too much anime and manga because I expected her to have a cat's tail to go along with the years she'd grown. And I don't know if I should say sadly or unfortunately about this, but her rear was nothing more than a smooth, gentle curve. Of course it was. The afflicting cat was a cat with no tail. H.A., wait a second. Hanekawa? I nearly kicked my mountain bike to the side as I got off of it and yelled after her. My arm outstretched. She seemed to be going back the way she came, and I wasted no time in chasing after her. But that wasn't happening. Hanekawa. The afflicting cat suddenly turned around.
Wait!
She muttered, with honest spite and malice in her voice. My thoughtless words. They'd made her snap. I could see the veins on her temples bulge and her pupils turn red. She bared her fangs.
Stop expecting my master to do every little thing you want. Yeah, dumbass! It's because of people like you that my masters ended up like this.
And as soon as she said that, the afflicting cat leapt toward me. No, describing what she did as leaping toward me rings hollow. It's a lie as pale as that cat, and quite vain of me. The accurate way to describe it is that she'd finished leaping. But that's a terrifying fact. So terrifying it made me want to avoid grasping it accurately after all. As I mentioned earlier, I'd just given the girl vampire my blood. In other words, my body, and my vision in particular, had been enhanced. The afflicting cat was moving at a speed that I couldn't perceive even in my current condition. Nothing should have eluded my vision at that moment. And it wasn't only her speed that was terrifying. Her power was just as immeasurable. As a cat would catch a mouse, she bit down on my left arm and, with just the force of her fangs and jaw, took everything from my shoulder down, sleeve and all, and tore it from my body with a meaty crunch as if she were plucking a piece of ripe fruit from an overburdened branch. Ah! Apolaholaga, gee. In the center of this residential area, in the middle of the night, I let out a pathetic, lame scream like a girl being attacked by some weirdo. But who could blame me? I'd had a lot, and I mean a lot, done to me over spring break, but no one had ever ripped my arm off through sheer force. Not to mention that I wasn't as immortal as I was over spring break. I no longer had the kind of healing ability that would let me recover a lost arm in the blink of an eye. My shoulder began to gush a fountain of blood. There was so much blood I was surprised how much of it I contained. Oh, www.
Stop making so much noise. I barely did a thing.
No human could blame me. But there was a cat who stepped on my head with her bare feet as I keeled over against a streetlight, my torn left arm still in her mouth. I couldn't move. I couldn't fight back. I couldn't even shove away the foot that was stepping on me. Moreover, I felt like I was growing weaker thanks to it, a strange illusion. In fact, it was as though being stepped on was beginning to ease the pain in my left shoulder. Unbelievable! How much of a pervert was I that Hanekawa stepping on me eased my pain, and it wasn't so much easing as getting numb.
Your slight pain is a mosquito bite compared to the suffering my master bore for all this time.
Your master? Do you mean Hanekawa? I tried to ask the obvious question but couldn't. It was because I didn't have the strength left to talk. True, but it was so obvious that there was no need to ask anyway. It was too pellucid, too spotless, too unimpeachable. I knew it so well. I knew it too well.
You got it, human.
Which is why the afflicting cat answered the question without having to hear it.
My Mayasta has me now, so she doesn't nag you, she doesn't nag her parents, or her friends, or anyone else. She doesn't even nag herself.
Then, the afflicting cat spat out the arm in her mouth, like it was a piece of garbage. It thumped to the ground right in front of my face. I don't need it. It is... I said.
I'm going to set my master free, freer than anyone else. You know that's something you people couldn't I ever do. All you did was tie her down and keep her from being free. So, first, I'm going to start by freeing her of this earth-sized stress.
With that, the afflicting cat leapt into the air. Flew might be a better term. She soared more than she jumped, barely bending her knees and only crouching for a moment. She bounded upward past the telephone pole, past the power line, and past the roof of the home in front of us, disappearing into the black night. That wasn't called jumping. It surpassed human capabilities. It seems a little late to be saying this, but it was clearly the act of an aberration. Almost like she'd grown wings. She wasn't a tiger with wings, but a winged cat, better-handed head. Hanekawa. Tsubasa Hanekawa. The girl with a pair of mismatched wings. Whatever led to things turning out this way, I barely had the first idea, but Ashino's concerns had been completely on the mark. Bullseye. With every one of his shots. And, once again, I hadn't made it in time. I was too late. Gah. I stood up sluggishly, and used my remaining arm to pick up the one the afflicting cat had dropped. Though I was surprised by just how heavy my own arm was, I brought it to where it had been sliced off. It was messier than the clean cross-section implied by slice, and stuck wound to wound in an attempt at regeneration. Since I couldn't hope for auto-regen, my only option was to recycle this junk. It wasn't a treatment I'd ever attempted over spring break, but according to all the trivia about vampires in anime and manga, I'd be able to reconnect my flesh and nerves or whatever. That way, there were no traces of Hanekawa or the afflicting cat left in the hazy blur that was my vision. Just my mountain bike that had collapsed on its side, as well as the two human beings also collapsed. Two human beings. Parents. A father and a mother. Hanekawa's parents. Hanekawa's dad. Hanekawa's mom. Her parents who weren't related to her by blood, whose hearts were unrelated to hers. Family. But why was it? Even though I'd been so infuriated by them that afternoon as I saw them there, collapsed on the ground like they were lifeless, like they were dead, I didn't feel anything in particular. I didn't get any angrier. I didn't gloat and feel better. I didn't feel the smallest bit of anything. I couldn't get mad at them or blame them. All I could do was feel bad for them. Normally, I just felt sorry for them. From Hanekawa's perspective, they deserved nothing but blame, yet somehow they looked so much like victims to me. There's a big hole in my memory after that. In other words, the incredible pain from my arm getting torn off together with the anemia from massive blood loss caused me to pass out, but in the way of making people think, you've got more guts than I knew. Hey, you're pretty cool. I'll mention that I apparently did a number of things I needed to do up until the moment I passed out. I just don't remember. The brain seems to work in such a way that we forget all our memories from right before going unconscious too, and that's exactly what happened to me. So I'd like you to know in advance that what follows is a mishmash of vague conjecture, sketchy hearsay, and hollow, faint memories. Anyway, the very first thing I did once the afflicting cat left was to clean up after its mess. I was still in the middle of things, so after isn't right, but I did need to take care of the site. I used a cell phone to call for an ambulance, except I didn't use mine. I made the call with the one I found on Hanekawa's parents in her dad's pocket. Maybe I was being overly cautious, but I didn't want the emergency center to have my cell phone number. Blocking caller ID wouldn't guarantee my anonymity. And anyway, I wanted to be sure. They'd record my voice, but that couldn't be helped. Actually, I doubt I was able to think that far ahead. The blood that ought to have gone to my brain was splattered all over the pavement. But that's where being a vampire comes in. Usually, putting aside what usually might mean in such a situation, you'd need a ton of water and a deck brush to take care of a residential street covered in blood. But aberrations are beings who transcend the laws of physics. Around the time I had given the emergency center my current location, I tried speaking in a weird voice just in case, like an alien or something. It must have made me sound so suspicious. My splattered blood had completely evaporated. With no blood to course through my head, I saw this phenomenon and thought, I only looked at what happened, not really questioning it. Questioning. No, I wouldn't have questioned my blood evaporating. I'd seen it so many times over spring break I was tired of it, if anything. The fact that it took so long for the blood to evaporate, that's what I should have questioned. The phenomenon that was the street staying not watered, but blooded right until my phone call was finished. There was something clearly off about that unnatural phenomenon, and I should have noticed. Then again, I didn't have the time to think it through. The ambulance I'd called would arrive in no time. You hear about ambulances getting sent from one hospital to another before being able to drop off a patient. But as far as getting to the scene of an incident goes, they're pretty fast. That meant I needed to run soon. My body, especially then, wasn't something I could show to a doctor. If I did need one, I was probably better off going to a veterinarian. For an unorthodox reattachment of an arm torn off a shoulder, I'd have to catch Dr. Tom Sabpression, and half of Goy's Cardivood Medic continuous of rest. Minoru Kamio working on a day off. Somehow, on my unsteady feet, I managed to get my mountain bike upright before straddling on it and taking off at full speed. By this point, I don't remember what I was thinking, but if you were to stick a monologue on it, I might wail. Ah, shucks. This is the last time I bother with aberrations. Then a black circle would come in from the edges to frame me from the back as I biked away. But unfortunately, it wasn't over yet. It wasn't even the commercial break yet. It was dreadfully, and without pause, continuing. I've forgotten everything that happened on the road too, but judging by the tears on parts of my clothes that the afflicting cat didn't particularly assault my knees, my right sleeve, it seems that I fell over multiple times while riding my bike. Those scrapes had fully healed by the time I regained consciousness, hence I didn't notice until Ashino told me later. It was all so hazy to me that I'd fallen over and not noticed. I couldn't think about anything. I didn't want to think about anything. And in that foggy mindset, I pointed the handlebars of my mountain bike not to my home where my little sisters slept, but to the abandoned former cram school. At that point, you could say, I'd unconsciously given up on being roused by my sisters in the morning. And here, at last, is where my conscious brain reconnects with the present, where it's given continuity. In other words, I completely blacked out once I reached the abandoned building, so maybe my effort doesn't earn a great job, scribbled on the top of an assignment, but at least a good effort. The travels to prances we are sometimes double last had my dest, where it sat upright some to my head. Ah. The ceiling wasn't unfamiliar. I'd seen it before. I'm so often woken up that naturally waking up felt odd. It was probably the first time since spring break. But then I couldn't dwell on how strange it felt thanks to the far more distinct, intense feeling of pain that ran through my left shoulder as soon as I twisted my body. Where am I? I could have dispensed with that kind of forced line. I was on the 4th floor of the abandoned building, the classroom where I'd fed donuts to a girl vampire the night before. Wait, whoa. I muttered. I wanted to react in a more exaggerated way, like falling backward and doing a handstand, but couldn't with the cramping pain in my left shoulder. The girl vampire was right next to my stretched out body, right by my head, squatting, her arms around her legs. Angle-wise, she was in a position where I could see her entire lower body from under her dress, and for a frightening aside, in the anime version, what this little girl wears under her dress actually, let's leave that aside. The real issue was the gaze she had trained on me. It wasn't her usual look full of vengeance and hatred. And it goes without saying that it wasn't the covetous look she directed at donuts. How do I explain it? It was like a look of contempt. It was more than a look that could kill. It made you want to kill yourself. It definitely didn't feel like she'd stayed by my side to watch over me. Worried that I was still unconscious, she wouldn't have felt obliged to do so. In fact, her eyes seemed to be saying, pathetic, shameful, a mere cat left thee in this miserable state. And ye call thyself a vampire thrall? Ridiculous. What was I talking about? She seemed to be saying. As if she'd ever say something to me, as if she'd ever say something for me. Why was I letting myself make it out like we enjoyed a silent understanding? She had the same sour expression as ever when I really looked at her. It was just that we were closer than usual and that I was looking up at her. That's why I ended up feeling like something was different to silent understand. She had the same sour expression as ever when I really looked at her. It was really set the silent understanding. She had the same sour expression as ever when I really looked at her. It was just that we were. A vampire was a vampire, and a human. Two straight parallel lines never to intersect. The relationship that we enjoyed was destroyed forever during spring break. She wasn't going to treat me as her thrall, not now. She wasn't going to do that for me. In all likelihood, she was wondering if it'd be okay to suck my blood as I lay there unconscious. I was now nothing but the source of nutrition she relied on to content myself with that.
You're up, Aragi?
And then, with timing that nearly seemed calculated, the Hawaiian-shirted dude, Moshino, opened the classroom door and came inside.
Aren't you Mr. Sleepyhead? I've been waiting for ages. The sun's about to set.
What? The sun was about to set? What? Was it already that late? I had slept that long that deeply flustered I checked my cell phone, and sure enough it read, April 30th, 5:20 p.m. What? I'd been asleep for over 12 hours?
It'd be more accurate to say you were comatose or even unconscious and in critical condition. I thought you might just die.
Ha ha, laughed Ashino. Contrary to his words, he laughed as if I'd simply overslept. He was acting the same as ever. But right now. Oh, Ashino, Hanekawa, she...
Yeah, I know. I've already heard Missy Class President turned into a cat, didn't she?
My concerns were spot on. He nodded before facing the young girl.
That'll do, Lil Vampire,
he said. When she heard this, she lurched up like some moss-covered statue and dragged her body with an unsteady gait to exit the classroom. She didn't even close the door. Huh? What's going on, Ashino? And why is she up at this hour anyway? I assumed it was still dawn because she was awake.
No. Your wounds were just so terrible that I had our Lil Vampire help out a little.
Look, Ashino pointed to my left shoulder. When I did, I saw a bandage wrapped around it. A strange one with odd, magical-looking characters written all over it, but still a bandage.
You two are so connected you're almost too connected I'd even say linked. Maybe paired, actually. Your healing abilities are coupled, too. So the closer you are, the more powerful the skill, which is why I had her be near you to raise it.
So that's what it was. Then I'd forced her to pull an unreasonable all-nighter 48. Maybe that's why something about her seemed different. Even if she really wasn't taking care of me, I was still the one being recharged. How awful of me to assume that she was wondering if she could suck my blood.
You should thank her later. That arm probably would have rotted off without her.
As in, necrosis, of course, if not for her, it would have been over for me the moment the afflicting cat tore off my arm. I'll admit that I'm surprised. I know I can't hope to recover the way I did during spring break, but I'd just given her my blood. I thought I'd heal better than that. Assumptions are a scary thing. I was sure I'd be able to repair an arm in no time if I stuck it back on.
Oh, so you took on the afflicting cat prepared to lose an arm from the start?
No, it's not like that. I hadn't taken her on. I hadn't planned to fight her by the time I noticed. Before I even had the chance to notice, my arm had been torn off. But I don't think I would have let the afflicting cat get away if my arm had healed faster. I guess it was wrong of me to expect that much immortality out of myself.
Nowhere you went wrong. Araragi was in your understanding of the afflicting cat. You can withstand some very considerable injuries with your current immortality. Like you said, you just fed her, you'd recover from anything short of a lethal blow in moments. You were just up against a tricky opponent this time. Or maybe not the opponent, but your compatibility was tricky.
I was still close to flat on the floor, just barely having propped up my torso. Ashino approached me, and continued as he unraveled the bandage, like object, on my left shoulder.
The afflicting cat is no good.
And no good?
You were afflicted by the afflicting cat, and when you suffer afflict from her, the damage isn't normal. Don't come into contact with the cat, and you won't get cursed. To paraphrase a saying about the gods. What if I said energy drain?
Energy drain, I'd heard the term before, but only in anime and manga, so it wasn't like I really understood. Isn't that supposed to be a vampiric trait, if anything? I want to say that over spring break, I heard sucking blood is a way to absorb a human's vitality.
Exactly. But it's not like vampires have a patent on it. You could call it spiritual interference too, though the implications are a little different from what vampires do since it's not a way to create thralls. In that sense, it's an afflicting cat's unique skill.
Hanso, when my left arm got torn from my body, she tore off my immortality as well. And that was why my wound took so long to heal. Why the blood I'd spilled took so long to evaporate. Our tricky compatibility. Our abilities intertwined and clashed. Now, it made sense. Not just about my left arm, but about Hanekawa's parents too. The two had been weak, limp, and motionless like they were dead, but I'd seen no visible wounds. I'd called the ambulance without understanding what had been done to them, what had happened at all, what had caused them to be in that feeble state, but I could understand if the energy had been drained from them. Enfeebled. Debilitated via energy drain.
Unlike a vampire's ability to drain energy, there's no need for the afflicting cat to drink a victim's blood. So it's more indirect, but as you experienced firsthand, the way it works is primitively direct and reasonably threatening. It's not just her fangs you need to be careful of a flick from her, and it kicks in.
Hence the afflicting cat. Incredible. Ashino had finished unwrapping the bandage. So I looked down, my arm was fully healed, at least on the outside, without a single scar. I had a strong feeling it was thanks to the weird bandage, and not just the girl vampire staying by my side. Had I helped him out to work off my debt only to get deeper into debt? Traces of that suspicion ran through my mind, but I forced myself to stop thinking about it. Anyway, I was pretty ignorant about afflicting cats, but yeah, they're definitely threatening if they can drain so much energy that it overpowers a vampire's immortality. Good thing it was my left arm that got torn off. If it was my neck, I never would have been able to put it back on, and I'd be dead.
Ah, no. Sorry, Araragi. I guess I didn't phrase it right. By compatibility, I meant between you and the afflicting cat. It's not as if their powers are anywhere near a match for a vampire's.
Huh?
Vampires are the king of aberrations, the apex, royalty. Their energy drain is on a completely different level. There's an unbridgeable gap between the two. If you think human society is stratified, you should see what it's like for aberrations. An afflicting cat's energy drain could never hope to compete with a vampire's ability to suck blood. In terms of threatening, yes, afflicting cats are threatening to humans, but they're nothing to a vampire, just small fry.
Small fry? That was small fry? That? It definitely didn't sound right to me, but if Ashino, the expert, said so, then it was probably true.
Having fed our Lyle vampire, you became somewhat vampiric, but that doesn't mean much in a fight. At the end of the day, you were human. No way you could beat a full-blown aberration.
A full-blown aberration.
If you were as immortal as you were over spring break, if you'd maintained that immortality, or in our Lil vampire's case, even if she's a shadow of her former self, no afflicting cat would stand a chance. Whether your arm is ripped off or your head is plucked off, you'd regrow it in an instant, and in the first place it'd be too tough to tear off.
While that may have been an afflicting cat, it was also Tsubasa Hanekawa. Did it mean that, like me, over spring break, she hadn't simply been possessed by an aberration? Had her whole existence become an aberration? Turned aberrant. Turned monstrous.
We're definitely dealing with an aberration that causes physical changes, but it's hard to say. I'll have to do some research on that, but either way, it's clear we were too late. I went to the spot you told me about and desecrated that kitty's grave a bit, but there was nothing buried there. Unless I got the wrong place, this is as bad as it can get.
I see. As bad as it could get. I couldn't find the will to go back out and check the spot, and it'd be pointless anyway, because I'd seen for myself. The proof that we were too late. Because I'd let her cast a spell on me. Because I'd let her turn her tail on me.
Still, your injury appears to be coming along well while not everything seems to be connected on the inside. You'll be better by tomorrow at this rate.
Ashino assured, smacking my left shoulder. It was just a light slap, but the considerable pain penetrated deep into my body. According to the expert, though, it seemed to be coming along well. This seemed, that seemed. I couldn't be certain of a thing.
Our Lil vampire must be asleep by now, so thank her next time. Of course, it's not in her interest for you to die, so sticking around for a measly afternoon was the least she could do.
I'm still glad she did. If she sees me as a source of needed nutrition, that means she's trying to live.
That's not what it really means.
Blockhead, Oshino muttered to himself. What was that for? It felt like he told me off for no good reason.
Well, fine. Aragi, you go home before your family starts worrying about you.
Huh? Huh?
The cell phone in your pocket was shaking around a bunch. Is that what they call vibrate mode?
This made me check my phone again. I'd been too focused on the date to notice, but now I saw a ridiculous number of missed calls and text messages waiting for me. Missed calls, 146. Unread messages, 209. Oh God. Yikes. I already knew, without checking, that they were from Karen and Sukihi. Oh God, oh God, oh God. They were all 1 second long messages and subject-only texts by the end. This is just harassment. I couldn't believe it. No wonder I was feeling like going back to sleep. How was I supposed to get any peaceful rest if my phone was shaking all over the place as I tried to sleep? I had to hand it to my sisters. They tried to wake me up despite being this far away. Even if they weren't successful, man, they could just die.
Unlike Missy Class President, you have a family that worries about you, so you need to go home, Araragi.
Oh, they aren't worried or anything? Wait, did he just say, unlike Missy Class President? What did that mean? True, I'd scuttled back to this abandoned building and given him a report on the damage in my hazy state. But I couldn't see myself telling Ashino about Hanekawa's home environment had a chance turn of phrase happen to hit the mark. Or was he seeing through people again? Since he did know that Hanekawa's parents had fallen victim, was it just a normal thing to say? Maybe not. There was something in the nuance of his no. I had other things I needed to do first. Stop it, Ashino. This much of an injury's nothing. I can't go home with my tail between my legs with Hanekawa in that state. We have to capture her quickly and exorcise this afflicting cat, or whatever it is from her.
Spring break.
I'd started speaking to him in an excited tone, but Oshino interrupted me with his own words.
So you want to save Missy Class Prez this time, just as she saved you over spring break? Is that what this is, Araragi?
Yeah. The strangely probing, strangely cocksure, snarky, malicious way, he asked, made me not want to answer in the affirmative, but I nodded. Yes, because that's what it was, at least on an emotional level. When he put it that way, it somehow felt a little off, but that's what it was. No, even if it wasn't. You're supposed to lend a hand to a friend in need, right? I said, remembering my conversation. If you could call it that, with the afflicting cat.
Huh. Those aren't your words, Araragi, they're hers, if anyone's. How did it go again? I wouldn't call someone a friend if I wasn't ready to die for them. It's like she has the values of someone out of China's Three Kingdoms era. We may not have been born on the same day, but we swear to die in the same place, was it? She'd make a great warlord if she'd been born back then.
Don't go around comparing girls to warlords.
But you see, Araragi, that's not possible.
Distinctly, decisively. Mimashino spoke like he was delivering an ultimatum.
You can't do as Missy Class President does. I don't mean just you, not me, not anyone. No one can do as she does. You need to understand that right now.
Plop. Ashino put his hand on my shoulder again and continued.
Sure, maybe you're supposed to lend a hand to a friend in need, but Araragi, only a precious, select few can rise to the level of doing things you're supposed to, the way you're supposed to. It's not something an average person like you or a mediocrity like me can do. I understand how you want to emulate her and do this because you revere her and want to repay her, but that's something you shouldn't do.
Something I shouldn't do.
Forbidden games. You see, that girl is more of an aberration than aberrations. She's more of a monster than monsters. You're in for a bad time if you thoughtlessly try to imitate her.
Imitate. That's not what I'm saying.
It's what I am saying. So much for your idealism.
Ashino moved his hand from my shoulder to the top of my head, almost like an adult comforting a child.
In reality, it's already begun. You need to leave the rest up to a pro. This isn't an act that any amateurs should be making an appearance in, let alone a minor. Araragi, I realize you might be feeling some sense of responsibility for whatever reason. If only I'd stopped Missy Class Prez from burying that cat, or if only I'd talked to her more, or something like that. Nah, I don't think that makes you responsible for a thing, though I wouldn't say there's nothing for you to be regretful or remorseful about either. But you have to understand, even if you're responsible for a situation, that doesn't mean you have to be the one to resolve it.
What?
As a neutral party and a balancer, I respect where responsibility should lie, but human society, or the world for that matter, doesn't always work that way. You shouldn't take everything I say to be right. Things have a surprising way of working themselves out even when whoever's responsible for them abandons that responsibility. I'm generalizing, of course. It's not like you absolutely have to hustle. That kind of obligation doesn't exist.
Ashino said dispassionately.
When you became a vampire over spring break, you did hustle, But who knows, it might have all worked out even if you'd spent the whole time hiding out here not doing much at all.
I couldn't accept what Ashino was saying. That can't be true. And even if it were, I still had to. This time, too.
It's something you have to do. Maybe. But you can't. You can't do a thing this time, Araragi. But
Ashino said with emphasis.
I might not look it given how easygoing I am, but I really do feel bad about letting you get mauled. Though I thought we were still at the prevention stage, I shouldn't have asked for your help. I failed as a balancer, I ignored theory, and contradicted policy. The damage you took was in large part due to my oversight. I feel like I need to apologize to your parents. You've done more than enough with this.
Ashino didn't particularly sound like he was trying to comfort me, nor did he seem all that serious, and if anything, he was amused by my blatant helplessness. But his tone grew stern at the end.
Koyomi Araragi, from here on out there isn't a thing you can do. There's nothing you can do for Missy Class President, not even if you want to. This isn't a question of feelings, it's a question of technique, of ability. If I must, you've the important task of staying out of my way.
There was no meaningful or even meaningless rebuttal I could mount against Ashino's curt and brutally honest dismissal, so I left the abandoned building behind, dejected. Of course that's how it was. I'd only become a vampire for 2 weeks, regardless of what kind of hell those 2 weeks felt like for me. And all I had now were some lingering physical after effects from that time. There wasn't going to be anything I could do. I truly had nothing to say in my own defense. I was no expert, nor any kind of professional. Everything from here on out was me and Ashino's exclusive domain. I was just a friend. What was there that I could do? No, that was more rationalization, excuses. I was just trying to act cool. Shamefully enough, I was just trying to act cool. The reality of it was much more simple. What was important was Tsubasa Hanekawa herself, and she didn't want the help of someone like me. It wasn't Ashino. Ashino hadn't dismissed me, Hanekawa had. That's what she'd done then, refused my support. Stay out of this. Don't act like you know. She'd rejected me stubbornly. Stay dead. Down. She was in never brought a com, probably brought a copy out. That's what she'd done then, refused my support, friend A. Stay out of this. Down is back at Prind. Stain-chan. She left me no refined. Fifth. So, like Ashino said, if there was something I could do, it was to stay out of his way. Whether it was in terms of ability, spirit, or principle, I should be doing nothing now. I needed to get out of there. Even so, while my brain understood, despite feeling that I'd convinced myself, there was something vague still prickling my heart. Although I did leave the abandoned building, I found myself unable to head homeward. I couldn't set myself on that route, was in no mood to return to where my little sisters would be eagerly awaiting my arrival. In fact, I turned my handlebars in the exact opposite direction. Without a moment's delay, I started toward the spot where I'd encountered the afflicting cat. To do what? It wasn't like I had anything in mind. It's not like I thought that if I went there I'd meet the afflicting cat Hanekawa again. I wasn't planning for another encounter. This wasn't me crying over spilt milk, I just thought I'd finish playing the half-fulfilled role I'd been assigned. In other words, I was going to find Hanekawa's home. Even I realized that it was pointless to do so now, but I still had to do it for whatever reason. Maybe I was still confused. Maybe I'd lost my composure after everything that had happened. From Hanekawa becoming the victim of an aberration, to me seeing her in her underwear with cat ears. At the very least, I wasn't so thoughtful that I was worrying if the door to Hanekawa's house was locked, since it was probably empty after she disappeared into the dark night, and her parents had been taken to the dark night. And her parents had been taken to the hospital. I arrived in the residential area in no time at all, and once I began searching single-mindedly, I found her house much sooner than I expected. A nameplate that read, Hanekawa. There were 2 given names under it, probably her parents, and a bit removed from those, a bit removed was Tsubasa, making it exceedingly unlikely this was another family with the same surname. A completely average ready-built home. That's how it appeared. At least there wasn't anything you could call a sign of domestic violence having been committed in this 2-story home, of child neglect having taken place. But the fact that Tsubasa was written in phonetic characters as if they referred to a little girl oozed a faint sense of something being off. How long had it been? When was the last time this nameplate had been changed? Hadn't they remade it as their daughter grew up? Was it too annoying to take off? It made me think. It made me think unnecessary thoughts. It made me think irritating thoughts. Even though there was no point in me thinking. Even though there was nothing I could do. I opened the gate door and headed toward the entrance like something was guiding me. But the front door was actually locked when I pulled the doorknob. I wondered. That afflicting cat who called Hanekawa her master, if I may, she didn't seem very smart. In fact, she didn't seem to come with a shred of intelligence. Even a beast might be cleverer. You could say it didn't possess the slightest fragment of wisdom, so I was doubtful she could operate a cultural element unique to humanity like the lock. But she needn't have exited through the front door. If anything, it was more natural for a cat to go in and out through a window. I backed away from the entrance and circled around looking for an open window. Every one of them, however, was shut tight, even the shutters were closed. What's going on? I tilted my head when I noticed the second floor windows. Right, that jumping ability of hers, so powerful it seemed like she could reach the moon. Nothing said she had to exit from the first floor. With that in mind, I did another lap around the house, and I'd guessed right this time. I found an open window. I couldn't back down now. The ship had already sailed. Fortunately, my physical abilities were currently somewhat enhanced. While making it to the second floor with a single feline leap might be impossible, I could at least climb up the wall. Once I made up my mind, I didn't hesitate. Checking my surroundings, I started to climb. I reached the window and tilted my head. I put my hand on the sill, brushed the curtain aside as it fluttered in the night breeze, looked inside, and tilted my head. No, I'd assumed the open window belonged to Hanekawa's room by process of elimination. The afflicting cat must have jumped out of it after grabbing Hanekawa's parents by the nape. It was a reasonable conjecture. Not even recognizing that it was a conjecture, I just thought so. But I was wrong. If I had to describe the room, it looked like a study or something. Was it Hanekawa's father's room? I wasn't sure. I hadn't even heard what kind of work her father did in the first place. But whatever the case, it looked like it couldn't be anything but a workspace. It couldn't be a high school girl's room, at least. Still stuck on the wall like Spider-Man, I dexterously, if I do say so myself, took my shoes off and invaded Hanekawa's home. This was trespassing by any definition, but I already looked quite suspicious stuck to the wall. My ship had sailed, though I was just a stowaway. But there was a possibility that I should have considered the vessel I'd boarded could be a slave ship. To put it another way, for no good reason, just going with the flow, I'd broken the law by trespassing, and what awaited me was divine punishment of the highest order, or of the lowest kind. I, Koyomi Araragi, entered the Hanekawa's the empty Hanekawa residence, and with my shoes in one hand, did a quick lap through the house, then a second lap, a third lap, a fourth lap, a fourth lap. I took off running. I could have exited out of the front door, but even that thought didn't occur to me. I dashed to the open window in the study-like room and, as if I could rewind time by doing what I'd just done in reverse, dove out of it. I fell, of course, directly onto the asphalt with no attempt to break my fall. I worried that my left arm might pop off again after all that work to reattach it, but I didn't care about the pain in spite of my hard landing. Fear had all but entirely consumed my mind. I ran without a moment's delay on all fours to my mountain bike, and left the scene so fast I wondered if I was going to wear out its chain. I left Hanekawa's house. Like there was something revolting. Like there was something evil about it. No, I was just disgusted. I nearly wanted to vomit. I couldn't but regret my needless visit. I don't know what path I took, nor how many roundabout detours, but I was home before I knew it, and coming home hadn't even been my plan. All I wanted to do was run away. I'd come home as if by instinct.
Oh, Koyomi! Well,
Whatever she'd been up to, Tsukihi was standing right there when I opened the door given her bare outfit. Nothing but a thin t-shirt over her underwear. She must have gotten out of the bath or something. And while she noticed me, I walked into the hallway with my shoes still on before she could say, "Come home," and hugged her tight. Tight. Tight.
whoa! Where'd this passionate hug come from? What's your problem? You creep of a brother?
Tsukihi, who was visibly appalled and shocked by her brother's eccentric behavior. But I couldn't help myself. And I wasn't doing it because it was Tsukihi. It could have been Karen. It could have been anyone. I think I just needed to hug the first person I saw. I had to cling on to someone. I had to embrace someone. I felt like I was going to crumble if I didn't. My mind falling to pieces. I was the proverbial drowning man grasping at straws. Indeed, Tsukihi must have felt firsthand the helpless way my body trembled. I was afraid. Call me chicken. Call me whatever you want. What was wrong with being afraid in the face of terror? What was wrong with shaking and freezing? Such was the intense impact of that home. A single house. In terms of size, it might have been bigger than the one I lived in. There'd been 6 rooms. And yet that house, the Hanekawa residence, had no room for Tsubasa Hanekawa was Tsubasa Hanekawa lessons. Scary, scary. I couldn't even begin to compare spring break to this. My hellish memories were going to be rewritten as something pastoral, those 2 weeks painted over as nothing worth mentioning. That's how scared I was. There was no room for her, and there was no trace of her. While she may have been passed around as a baby, she'd lived in that house for almost 15 years, but I couldn't find any signs of her no matter how much I prowled through it. Every house has its own smell. The longer it's lived in, the stronger, but there was no scent of Hanekawa there. Tsubasa Hanekawa was so severed from the place that I had to wonder if it was the right house. No. Of course, given the school uniform hanging on the dining room wall, the textbooks and study guides lining one library in the bathroom drawers, the futon folded in the hallway, the cell phone charger plugged into the outlet by the stairs, the school bag placed to the side of the entrance. Hanekawa had to be living in that house. No, really, but it almost seemed like she was living out of a hotel, not even a freeloader. I hadn't taken things seriously enough, even so I'd been optimistic. She'd shown me her face after her father's beating, and yet some part of me still believed. Hanekawa's okay. This is Hanekawa we're talking about. She'll be okay. Of course Hanekawa's okay. How could she not be okay? Even after she'd been possessed by the afflicting cat, she was okay. How stupid could I be? Arimier. It was too late now. It was too late for Hanekawa. That, you couldn't come back from that. It was irreparable. To describe it in a word, it was insane. It was crazed, it was mad. If I left the matter in Oshino's hands, Hanekawa would end up in his care soon enough, and the afflicting cat would be exorcised by that jerk in a Hawaiian shirt without incident. But there was no happy ending waiting for us, where she reconciled with her distant parents and put all those years of distant parents. How could it ever end? How could it become even more finished than that? That house, that family, that home, it was so over for them that things couldn't be any more over.
Oh, Koyomi, I don't know what to do with you sometimes. Was it so scary? You're okay now?
My shaking only got worse as I let out what was nearly a shriek, but Tsukihi, my little sister by 4 years, caressed my head to calm me down, a gentle smile on her face that showed she really meant what she said.
Go ahead. I don't mind.
Then closing her eyes and softly puckering her lips, she offered, "Gross." I shoved away my little sister, violently.
Heek! Is this how you repay your little sister's devotion to you?
That was educational guidance. Can't you two ever live outside of the moment?
What do you expect? I have you for a big brother.
Gah. That was hard to argue with. No one was more focused on the moment and the moment alone than me. I did feel like I used my brain a little more than her, though she didn't just live like she was guided entirely by spinal reflexes. She was like a spineless single-celled organism. That wasn't me. I didn't think it was, at least. In any case, my sister's creepy act of devotion made my body stop shaking for the time being. That's what family is for, I guess you could say. Family. Family, huh? The word naturally brought to mind Hanekawa's father and mother, who must have been in a hospital at that moment. It made me feel somehow melancholic. There was really no reason at all for me to sympathize with them, but I still thought, what does it mean to live in that house for almost 15 years? It can't have been a happy home for them to be in, either.
But you made me worry.
Tsukihi said. She must have meant to wear the yukata under her arm once she'd gotten to the second floor, but instead she'd thrown it on right there.
We waited and waited, but you wouldn't come home.
Here. I finally shut the wide-open door. I took off my shoes, too. Okay, I admit I shouldn't have spent the night out without telling anyone, but why worry about me at this late date?
True, considering that journey of self-discovery you went on during spring break.
Right. As far as the Aragi household knew, that's what happened over spring break. That wasn't getting corrected. My little sister still referred to me as the self-discoverer every once in a while, but I just had to take it in stride.
Still, Karen and I were worried that you might have run into a ghost or something.
A ghost? My heart skipped a beat when I heard her nail exactly what had happened, but I calmed myself and brushed off her remark. A ghost? You gotta be kidding me. You two are in middle school and you still believe in that kind of stuff? I tried to sound like I was making fun of her, but Tsukihi's reaction didn't give me the most confidence. She looked pensive as she put a finger to her petite chin.
Not a ghost. Exactly, but a changing cat. A bacon neck.
A changing cat? I repeated her words. All I could do was repeat after her like an idiot. A changing cat?
Yup.
She confirmed. She didn't look like she was joking. In fact, she looked downright serious. She looked righteous. It was the face of the brains of the Fire Sisters, who purported to be justice itself.
It's only a rumor for now, so I can't say anything for sure, but we're hearing there's a cat ghost in human form that's going around town attacking people.
A cat ghost in human form. How could so vague a phrase also be precise and even technical? It was so ambiguous, and it was so accurate. What do you mean attacking people?
Yeah,
so we don't know for sure, but it sounds like if it touches you, you get really tired or weak all of a sudden and actually faint.
It felt like a fuzzy, roundabout explanation, but to someone who already knew the answer, it was obvious. Energy drain. So, when did this start?
Um,
You know, when did people first start getting attacked by this changing cat?
no clue. We haven't heard any details yet. We're still investigating the case. But I first heard about the rumors this afternoon. That's why we started worrying about you. And that's why I started calling you like crazy.
My little sister had some good intuition. Of course, she was also off the mark and far too late already attacked by the changing cat by then. I'd been passed out as passed out could be. But oh, so that's what happened. After the afflicting cat had given me Hanekawa's parents last night, she started attacking people in town. Hanekawa's parents and I weren't its only victims. Now it made sense. Ashino had seemed oddly proactive as a balancer and a neutral party. He wouldn't have been so assertive about this job if Hanekawa were the only victim. It was because there were others too. No, it was because Hanekawa, possessed by the afflicting cat, had become a perp that the specialist made his move. But I didn't understand. Why would the afflicting cat attack people? Something strange was afoot given that a nocturnal aberration was prowling in the middle of the day. But didn't Ashino say the afflicting cat didn't actively harm humans and adopt a system? No. The afflicting cat might not think of its behavior as attacking in most cases. Aberrations didn't care one way or another about humans. Vampires, who saw humans as sources of nutrition, as tanks full of blood, were actually on the better side of things as far as that went. Most aberrations didn't see any value in human existence, just as it didn't matter for humans whether aberrations were there or not, in almost every case. So if the afflicting cat was unwittingly draining people's energy and not biting them or tearing off their limbs as it had done to me, calling that attacking was nothing more than a self-centered human interpretation. In addition, perhaps some misguided scamp or whoever else on the street had seen a girl with cat ears in her underwear and gotten in her way when they shouldn't have. The victims may have just been targets of a counterattack. I, for one, wouldn't leave such a catchy character alone, but I digress. Actually, this was becoming a full-fledged incident, wasn't it?
I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw you weren't harmed. But the Fire Sisters, the avatars of justice, can't allow this to go unanswered. Karen's getting ready to go hunt this changing cat, too.
What could I say? Was ghost busting in the Fire Sisters' job description? Is that what Defenders of Justice did? What kind of underworld detectives were they? Most of the time, I let the Fire Sisters off with a mild rebuke. But this was getting a little dangerous. This wasn't some kind of middle school summer camp dare. If they only ended up getting their energy drained, that was one thing. But if they were openly hostile to the afflicting cat, who knows, they could even get their arms torn off like me. And that would mean instant death for Tsukihi or Karen, who weren't immortal like me. Karen packed a decent punch, but we wouldn't be having this trouble if karate could defeat an aberration. What was she, Nyanko-sensei? Or was that judo? Then again, my sisters weren't the type to let anyone stop them. They were so reckless that the harder you tried to, the faster they'd charge in. It only took a spark to set them ablaze. The Fire Sisters.
Huh? What's the matter, Koyomi? What do you mean, no?
I was thinking, oh no, I don't know what to do. Tsukihi was looking at me dubiously, so I took a deep sigh in my mind and began my unwilling, reluctant speech. My tone was as flat as could be. You saw how scared I was just biking back home at night, but now that you told me that scary ghost story about the changing cat, I'm completely shaken. How's a chicken like me supposed to go to bed on his own now? I was hoping you and Karen could sleep by my side for a while tonight, but I guess I'll just have to give up if you need to go out there and fight for justice. You two were my only hope, though.
What? We're only hope.
She bit. My stupid little sister bit.
I guess we don't have a choice then. My poor little scaredy cat of a big brother. I'll go talk to Karen and we can let the police take care of the changing cat.
Thank you. My littlest sister was powerless against her brother relying on her. Well, as you can see, if there was anything I could do for Hanekawa, it was to stay out of Ashino's way and to sleep in the same bed as my little sisters. I can't deny that I still had my concerns though. The afflicting cat's energy drain didn't seem like a lethal skill, but it wasn't hard to imagine the ability putting someone's life at risk if she overdid it, and there was also that sheer power, capable of ripping off a human arm with a simple bite. Her speed and jumping prowess were far beyond anything known to man too. In other words, there could be casualties if the situation wasn't resolved soon. We'd have victims, and we'd have fatalities. Someone could die, there was a chance that Hanekawa might kill. I'd managed to keep my little sisters in check by nobly offering up my body but couldn't stop the police or citizens who might decide to help out. What high schooler had that kind of power? The risk would only grow as more people tried to exercise or hunt or even just catch a glimpse of the changing cat. I'm not saying just feeling weak or passing out was okay, but death that we couldn't have, because if you took away the supernatural phenomenon, the aberration, Tsubasa Hanekawa would end up a murderer. No thank you, how could such a thing come to pass? What kind of bad joke was that? Tsukihi may have been more tuned into rumors than the average person due to her being the brains of her operation. But a single day was all it took for her to learn of the existence of the afflicting cat. It was hard to imagine these being covert attacks. Actually, the aberration probably wasn't thinking at all. Given how she was walking around in her underwear, I doubted she had in mind Hanekawa's everyday life. After this? Hold on. After what? After what action? After what situation? The afflicting cat may have been draining energy from everything in sight, but I didn't know her goal. Maybe I'd have had a better idea if I'd asked Oshino in detail about the kind of aberration an afflicting cat was, but no, there was no need for me to know, was there? I couldn't annoy Oshino over something like that. I shouldn't get in his way, it would be okay. As frivolous, flippant, and superficial as he was also a pro. He'd solve this in no time. No time at all, before Hanekawa accidentally killed someone. If I wanted to know the details, I could just ask after everything was over. Either Oshino or Hanekawa, I could just ask. But could I? Really? Did I have any right to know? And wait, did I even want to know? The same person who trespassed into Hanekawa's house and learned about what was really happening there, and who lost all self-control. Would I be able to step inside Hanekawa's mind, inside her heart barge into her private life and leave muddy tracks behind, and continue to be her friend? I didn't know. Maybe there really were things in the world that you're better off not knowing. I'm not sure if the comparison is an apt one for my situation, but I think a lot of people have admired some great person, some revered historical figure you love so much that you start digging through biographies to learn more only to be confronted with equally great scandals and disgraces, and feeling betrayed in some way. But isn't it pretty selfish to feel let down after all that? You selfishly decided to love them and selfishly decided to hate them. You selfishly put store in them and were selfishly disappointed by them. You selfishly felt enchanted and selfishly felt disillusioned. If that's the case, maybe you didn't need to know from the start, earlier. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten so involved in Hanekawa's business after all. I could have brushed off the gauze on her face, but still, that was like cherry-picking the good parts. I'd only wanted to love her, put store in her, and stuff as Cresswell disappointed by her not Neville. She'd done so much to save me over spring break, and yet I didn't know what to think. All I could do was agonize. My mind was just going in circles. If there was anything I knew for sure, it was that I had spent a month plus with Tsubasa Hanekawa since spring break without learning the first thing about her. And I'd talked about being in love with her? Ridiculous. I can only laugh. I can only be laughed at. My conversation with Tsukihi felt all the more embarrassing now. What I'd said wasn't off the mark, it was out of the question. But even then, whenever I thought about Hanekawa, I felt like my heart might burst. All these thoughts ran through my head as I lay next to my sisters like a kid, like a doll. I really must have been tired. I'd slept all afternoon, but it took no time at all for me to fall asleep that same night. And so April 30th came to an end and May 1st began, though it was Golden Week. May Day wasn't a holiday at my private high school. May 1st and 2nd were weekdays. Monday and Tuesday I had to go to school. It seemed to take less time and effort than usual for Karen and Tsukihi to quickly rouse me since they were sleeping in my bed too, and I got on the granny bike I took to school and headed off. When I arrived at my classroom just before the start of school, Hanekawa really wasn't there, as obvious as it was. She was absent, the perfect attendance record held by Tsubasa Hanekawa, the model student with 0 tardies. Absences or early dismissals had come to an unceremonious end. Even if that weren't the case, when a student as high profile as her was absent without notice, who was going to give notice when her parents were unconscious and hospitalized? It wasn't like when a washout like me decided to play hooky on a whim. Our teacher looked concerned and asked during homeroom if anyone knew what might have happened to her. Of course, no one offered any information. All the question did was stir up chatter. Naturally, I didn't say anything either. Some of my classmates may have been curious enough, which is to say sharp-eyed or keen-eared enough, to have known the rumors about the changing cat, but tying them directly to Hanekawa was a tall order. If you saw that afflicting cat, you wouldn't think it was Hanekawa unless you were me. No, maybe even I wouldn't, at that point, because I was practically wishing that my eyes had played a trick on me, or that something else had. By the way, there was something striking about this girl in the corner of our now noisy classroom called Senjo Gahara, who just sat there and listened to our homeroom teacher's appeals with an oddly bored look on her face. Perhaps there was a better word than bored. It was an expressionless look that seemed to say, "Yep, I knew it. That's the kind of girl she is," as if Senjo Gahara were seeing through the disguise of another of her ilk. But anyway. Hanekawa didn't come to school on May 1st or 2nd. Around the time classes on the 2nd were about to end, The rumors of the changing cat had started to spread through school, including stories from a number of eyewitnesses, making it clear just how busy the afflicting cat had been. It had only taken 3 days. Unfortunately for our peaceful, uneventful town in the middle of nowhere, this changing cat scare was now more than a rumor spreading among schoolgirls. Unlike the vampire brouhaha over spring break looking at how things were going, there really was the risk of a changing cat hunt starting up. I couldn't hold even the Fire Sisters back forever, and if those two made a move, it was as good as every middle schooler in town making a move. I wanted to keep them under control for as long as I could, but I only had so much authority over them. Well, I say authority, but there was also the issue of how much more I could take emotionally in the humiliating position of being treated like a little boy by my little sisters. In any case, I decided to visit the abandoned building Oshino lived in one more time before the next day, May 3rd, when our long break would resume. It's not like I felt some stubborn need to help, or had some kind of question to ask though. I didn't even want a status update. It was something else entirely. I was going to feed the girl vampire, as always. Last time I'd done this was April 29th. I could have waited longer, but I needed to keep an even closer eye on my little sisters starting the next day when the long weekend began. My plan was to keep the girl vampire nourished ahead of schedule. I also had the amateurish thought that she might be hungry after charging me back up the other day. I chose to go in the evening, somewhere in between day and night, again in order to stay out of Oshino's way as he worked. My aim was to show up at a time when he'd be out looking for the afflicting cat. Not quite the witching hour, but they speak of twilight in the same way. However, during Golden Week my intuition continued to be awful. My intuition sucked, and so did my luck. I tried looking for the girl in the same 4th floor classroom she'd been in the other day, but she wasn't there. And Mimoshino was. And he wasn't just there. He was there looking like a tattered, worn-out dish rag. Oh, Oshino!
Why, if it isn't you, Aragi, you kept me waiting long enough.
While I ran in a panic to Oshino's side, he was cool and collected, treating me the same as ever. As though he'd only been lying down to stretch out as part of a calisthenics routine, he scratched his head and slowly, lazily began to rise from the floor. And indeed, it was only his clothes, including his Hawaiian shirt, that were in tatters when I took a closer look. The same wasn't true for his body. All I could see were a few scratches. That didn't mean I'd jumped to the wrong conclusion, though. Mimoshino was clearly and completely exhausted. It was my first time seeing him so weakened since I'd met him during spring break at least.
I thought you might be coming soon, and I'd wanted to recover by then. But I'd used those precious miracle bandages on you the other day.
Oshino, what happened? I asked, still confused after running to his side.
What happened? Nothing special. I just lost. That's all. All.
He replied in his usual loaf manner. It didn't sound like he was bluffing or trying to act tough. He was acting like he was just stating the facts. Why, you lost? To what?
What else? The afflicting cat.
Nearly 3 days had passed since the night of the 30th, and in that period of time, they'd fought a full 20 times, and he'd lost a full 20 times, so said Oshino, grinning. It wasn't anything to say grinning. If he was trying to act tough, it wasn't working. If anything, it was feeble. But that means you lost every time?
Every time. What a miserable record. Ah! Ha!
Oshino wobbled to his feet. His legs were shaky as could be, and he looked ready to keel over.
What's a guy like me supposed to do faced with a high school girl in her underwear? I was so distracted that you could barely say we fought.
I knew the line was self-deprecating and another sterling example of Oshino's frivolity, but I still couldn't believe it. In fact, it seemed more credible that he really was too charmed by a high school girl's underwear to fight. I mean, Oshino? Lose? Oshino, who practically ate an iron-blooded, hot-blooded, cold-blooded vampire for breakfast, and 20 losses in a row, that was like a bad joke. Could he have gone easy on Hanekawa because he knew her or been hesitant? Neither sounded very Oshino. He wasn't that soft of a man. If anything, he struck me as the type to be all the more merciless to someone he knew. Speaking from personal experience.
Sheesh. She really sucked a lot out of me our 20th time just now. It's a real pain when a regular scratch can turn fatal. I can't believe she'd wring out a withered, tired, middle-aged guy like me.
That's the kind of aberration the afflicting cat is? Tough enough to overpower even a specialist like?
No, it's not.
He replied at once, with a shake of his head as if my comments were way off the mark.
Like I mentioned the other day, it doesn't even approach the level of the vampire who attacked you, really. It's such a low-level aberration that just comparing the two seems disrespectful.
Huh? Whoa. Low level? What did he mean? Low level. For a moment I wondered if Ashino was saying that to ease my anxiety, but he wasn't the kind of man who tried to console you. And yet? A low-level aberration? Really? Hold on. You did say there was a clear difference between vampires and afflicting cats, but you never said anything about them being low-level aberrations.
I simply chose not to. I didn't explain that part, because I thought you might offer to help if I did as an expert. I consider afflicting cats a class of aberrations I could exercise in my sleep. Actually, they're down there with aberrations that even amateurs could take care of if they really put their heads together. No need for a specialist.
What? But that wasn't what he'd said. It wasn't anything like what he'd said earlier. In that case, I began before Oshino stopped me with an of course.
That isn't to say I went easy on her. I honestly tried while it did get cancelled out. I feel like I owe Missy class president on account of spring break. I didn't have any weird reservations about fighting her.
But I lost, Oshino said. It almost seemed like he wasn't frustrated at all. There was no air of failure about him, but he must have felt frustrated and probably thought he'd failed. It wasn't like we were close, we'd only known each other for a short time, but that much came across. Meme Ashino, a man who had pride in his work.
Afflicting cats are small fry.
Once again, Ashino spoke as if to reaffirm his words.
The afflicting cat is an aberration that was originally thought up to serve as the Nekomonogatari's antithesis. It's almost a fun piece of folklore created by a play on words. As opposed to the lucky cat which invites luck, you have the afflicting cat which invites affliction. It plays dead on the road and haunts humans who take pity on it. The type of ghost that switches places with its victim. An aberration that hijacks your body, and then, like the god of poverty, it drags the owner of that body, its host, to the depths of misfortune. That's the kind of ghost it is. You could even say it follows a template.
An aberration that took advantage of a person's conscience and compassion. True, that was a common theme in ghost stories, a trite one, and also, it was a phenomenon I'd experienced myself. So it didn't seem particularly new. But
Yep, we're talking about Missy class prez.
I thought I'd taken that into account, Ashino said.
The impossibly unusual twist here is that it's Missy class president who was possessed this time around. Afflicting cats are supposed to be small fry, but this one is just about the strongest of all aberrations. She might have even pulled it up beyond the level of a vampire, if we're unlucky. The problem isn't that they share the same body, it's that they share the same knowledge. The old, traditional aberration measures I use, my methods, my moves, they all bounce right off her and back at me. She somehow has the expertise that only an expert should have. That girl knows everything. Who's ever heard of an aberration that attacks people using strategies and tactics? I knew it going in, but she really is something special. Everything, even her MO, in assaulting people. It's not something the aberration would do.
Hold on a second. What do you mean, her MO in assaulting people? You're making it sound like Hanekawa is going out of her way to attack them.
Well, I guess she is. The afflicting cat isn't supposed to be that kind of aberration, but Araragi. It might not actually be such a bad thing that I'm struggling this much.
Huh?
Well, to put it another way, this turn of events is proof that Missy class prez is still in the afflicting cat. That's what I think. At the very least, this wouldn't be happening if she weren't there anymore, because the afflicting cat already took over her entire mind and body. There's probably quite a lot of her consciousness left inside, which is why this cat is so tough. That info is the worst possible thing we could hear, but it should also give us hope.
Why? What kind of hope is there in that? I'd never even considered having to fight Hanekawa. What an unimaginable threat. Where was the hope in that?
Well, we're done for if she gets completely taken over. We just have to kill her then.
Just like that. We just have to kill her, he said.
We're going to need to salvage Missy class prez's consciousness while it's still there. If we don't defeat the changing cat, then Tsubasa Hanekawa, your dear friend, is going to be lost to this world forever.
Let me take the time here to give you an example, an explanation of the tale of the afflicting cat, an aberration that Ashino said was garden variety. A white cat lies dead on the street. Whether it died of hunger or was kicked by a passerby, it is in any case on its side and completely still. Judging by its torn tail, it's doubtful it led any sort of happy domesticated life with a caring human family. Out of pity, a man traveling the street picks up the cat, touches it. He buries it in another spot, and while he doesn't hold any kind of service, he does at least say a prayer. Our virtuous man begins acting strangely that very night. He's wild and ill-tempered, like a different person altogether. He becomes violent. There's an uproar as he begins to drink and attack others, and everyone around him, even friends and family, feel tired just being in his presence. They tremble and say the cat cursed him. He is even acting like a cat, they say. We can't handle this ourselves. They resign themselves and summon out of necessity an exorcist who tries to cleanse the man of the cat that has possessed him. But here's the punchline. Where the afflicting cat truly shines. The garden variety truth of this ghost story. The virtuous man had never been possessed by any cat.
I don't know if you'd call it an absurd ending or a surprise ending, but the story is supposed to have a bit of a moral, the kind of preachy structure you see all the time in folk tales. There's no such thing as a wholly virtuous man, and kindness in the end is only skin deep. Everything has an opposite. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is white, there is black. The cat is nothing more than a trigger. The story isn't just about how cats are ungrateful, it's an episode meant to shine light on the reverse side of us all.
The reverse side of us all. That's how Ashino explained it. But why a cat then? I asked, to which he answered, because a cat's always going to come out of the bag, as if it was obvious.
Just look at Missy Class President. The cat's out of the bag for her, isn't it? It's because there's no such thing as someone who's entirely virtuous, who's always fair. In fact, trying to act like that all the time only makes you more stressed out.
It sullies you. Those were Ashino's words. Blackness. The class president's Tsubasa Hanekawa's dark side.
Even then, the cat is usually nothing more than a mask of sorts, so I have no idea what's going on. Missy Class Prez has nearly merged with the afflicting cat. If the cat ends up being the host and not her, I guess you'd have to call it assimilation instead. What an assailant we're up against. Actually, it might be better to describe her as unassailable.
While the way Oshino spoke made it sound like he was only amusing himself by turning phrases on their head. Indeed, he was describing the severity of the situation, frivolously flippantly.
What I do know for sure is that it's going to be bad if we don't settle this right away. We still run the risk of ending up with that old punchline. Missy Class Prez had never been possessed by any cat. We need to do something before the two fuse, or else...
I understood how serious the situation was, and that it might be beyond Oshino. Even then, there was nothing I could do. It was a plain fact. Not a thing. I couldn't do anything for Hanekawa. I knew about the dark side she had inside her. I was able to see the depths of that hell. But I couldn't do anything. Ashino ended up leaving immediately afterwards. He said he'd been waiting for me. But if he was being flippant about anything, that was it. In reality, he seemed to have only stopped by the building for a quick little break, for a quick resupply between battles with the cat. So I gave some of my blood to the vampire squatting on the second floor today for whatever reason before heading home. The girl vampire's eyes, they seemed to be looking down on me, just as I'd expected. They barely looked at me at all. Or so I felt, but that was probably because I was looking down on myself. So, the next day, May 3rd, Constitution Memorial Day. I want to say it was the day the Japanese Constitution went into effect, or maybe the day it was announced, but I'm not sure. Either way, it was a holiday. No matter what the reason or name, I don't like special days. Since I couldn't be happy like a kid, I just needed to act like a grown-up. But on that day, May 3rd, I couldn't bring myself to stay quietly at home. I decided to sneak out when my little sisters weren't looking. I felt like I could put aside for now my fear of the fire sisters riding off to do battle with the changing cat. That was because according to what Oshino had told me the day before, and according to the rumors that would come into the fire sisters' ears through the full use of their intelligence networks, the afflicting cat had indeed claimed many victims in the form of draining their energy. But the actual damage had shown itself to be minor. It caused people to lose consciousness and faint, yes, but the symptoms weren't bad enough to require hospitalization. To borrow a line from Vegeta toward the end of Dragon Ball Z, it only felt like after you run as hard as you can. The only notable victims had been Hanekawa's parents and me, who'd gotten an arm ripped off via a physical attack, which meant all she was doing was tiring them out. So that was one way she was different from a vampire. Or no, she was probably controlling herself. She was making sure people weren't being too harmed when she drained their energy. She was holding back despite the ability being constantly active, or precisely because it was. If Ashino's assumption was right, and she was intentionally attacking people, those same intentions were making her not kill them. Hanekawa's consciousness still remained. Maybe that's what it meant. But in that case, I wanted to know why the three of us had been so brutally harmed. I could figure out why for Hanekawa's parents. But me? I decided to bring this line of thought to a beautiful little halt before it led me to any depressing truth. Anyway, that's why I determined that the Fire Sisters could do anything they wanted in the afternoon. They probably wouldn't get into trouble unless it was night. I didn't have to worry about them dying. In fact, I almost wanted the afflicting cat to drain some of their excess energy. I'm joking. Of course, in any case, I headed to school, Naotsu Private High School. The school I attended, but I didn't have anything in particular I needed to do there. Actually, I had nothing at all to do there. It was ridiculous for me to choose to go to school on a holiday when I tended to skip classes on regular days. But what was I supposed to do? I was already there. Still, time-wise, I was impressively late. The school's gates were open for the sake of any students who wanted to diligently apply themselves to their clubs. And its doors were unlocked, too. It was easy to infiltrate compared to Hanekawa's Homer. I guess that phrasing might give people the wrong idea. It's not like I have a trespassing hobby or something. I just didn't know where else to go. So I climbed the stairs toward my classroom. That door was locked. At least, or so I thought, until the back door worked. Come on, talk about careless, or so I thought, until I realized that locking the classroom was my job as class vice president. It must have slipped my mind because I always left everything up to Hanekawa, the president sheesh. Could I not so much as lock a door without Hanekawa around? Now that was depressing. No, I wasn't the kind of person who normally felt depressed over such a thing. I was the kind of person who didn't just forget to lock the door at home but left it wide open at times. Though, I did so knowing how safe our town was, of course. In any case, I was lax when it came to that kind of thing. Or rather, I was irresponsible. And yet, at that moment, I found myself remorseful about having forgotten to lock the door. What was it? These days, it seemed like every little thing about me started from Hanekawa. I needed to pause and think just to remember the kind of principles that used to guide my actions before spring break, which was when I met her. It felt like I'd been remade as a person. I hadn't been just modified but rebuilt from the ground up. It was a scary thought to dwell on, actually. So why was I practically happy about it? Strange. The classroom was empty, of course. I entered, passed behind the teacher's desk, and arrived at a seat, not mine, but Hanekawa's. The seat Hanekawa usually sat in. The seat I'd find my eyes looking for during class. Well, it wasn't like I was going to understand how Hanekawa felt just by looking at the blackboard from her perspective. I wasn't going to understand a thing. I sighed and listlessly dangled down both of my arms and pressed my face against the desk. I felt no less despondent. It wasn't like I'd come to school as some sort of mental refresher, but now I was even more depressed. The desk had been unoccupied for over 4 days. Starting from the beginning of Golden Week, I wasn't going to find any traces of Hanekawa. Sure, I was only making a show of how listless and lethargic I felt, but I could imagine someone seeing me and thinking I had snuck into the empty classroom to rub my cheeks against Hanekawa's desk. When you consider that this really was the desk that the well-endowed Miss Hanekawa always pressed her glorious chest against, I was being no better than a grade schooler licking his sweetheart's recorder. Though I knew it would spell the end of my life in more ways than one if anyone saw me, I half-jokingly looked at her shiny new desk, obviously free of any graffiti or carvings, and stuck out my tongue for a little lick. Someone had seen me. Someone was staring at me. From a bit of a distance, in fact from the exact seat that I normally used, a pair of eyes gazed at me. Eyes. Cat eyes.
Aren't you a pervert with no maximum?
Though I had no idea when and how long she'd been there looking at me and trembling for some reason in her black underwear was none other than a white-haired cat. No, the afflicting cat.
You scare me. You scare me more than any meowberation. You were just licking a girl's desk and getting all excited about it.
And no, that's not what this is. That was what it was. She was dead right. I'd made an aberration afraid of me. And who cares about that? Where'd you come in from? And how...
Who cares? What are you mewing about, human? What in this world's bigger than you running your tongue all over my master's desk?
I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Say whatever you want. I'm not admitting anything in court. So, who cares about that? Where'd you come in from? And how?
Maya, haha, what are you, stupid? Cats had the patent on sneaking around on our tippy toes, so I got a good look at just how perverted you are.
Well, it did seem pointless to ask an aberration questions like why and how. Standing up from the desk wasn't something I felt like doing. A sudden encounter with the afflicting cat. But it was as though the way she entered the scene was too much for me, and I couldn't adjust my emotions. It didn't feel like a battle. And anyway, I knew I didn't stand a chance against the cat. Not just in a fight, but even in defending myself. All I could do was play it cool. If I were Ashino, then maybe no. Even Ashino was at a loss. At the very least, the fact that the afflicting cat was here with me meant Oshino hadn't been able to produce results between the time I parted ways with him the night before and now. So, over the course of that one night, How many times had Ashino lost?
Naya, what's going on here? You don't look very hostile, human.
I know I wouldn't be able to lay a finger on you, Cat. And it's not like you'll be taking my life, right?
We game have to see about Nayat.
The afflicting cat smiled, with Hanekawa's face. It smiled in a way Hanekawa never would. Still, this was Hanekawa, Tsubasa Hanekawa's dark side.
My energy drain isn't a skill. It's part of my character, ni, a part that says a flick of my fingers can afflict. It's nioi, something I can control. I can go easy on someone, but it won't. I might not mean to kill someone, but it's completely possible.
That's still better than you biting and scratching people the moment you see them. It'd be all over for them if you did, I remarked, making a show of shielding my left shoulder. This was just a bluff I was putting up a front. I was playing tough so as not to show her my weakness.
So you're a vampire. But to take your bait, I'm normally supposed to be the type of aberration who can't even put up a fight thanks to my master, though. Her strategy and tactics, my existence now is powerful enough to crush even an expert and professional. I'm downright grateful. I'm Nyoi, the type of aberration who repays favors. In fact, I'm the type that dispenses malice in return. But just this one time, I'm so grateful that I don't mind paying her back.
The type of aberration who returned favors with malice, huh? What a pleasant expression. But it was true. Yes, I've heard that cats have a surprisingly strong sense of loyalty. Like the vampire cat of Nabeshima, they say it turned into a yokai to avenge its master. They say that dogs become attached to humans while cats become attached to houses, but I'm a little doubtful.
You don't know yokai because of that yokai.
Maya haha, the afflicting cat laughed. The Hanekawa I knew would never make a pun that lame. She was the kind of person who'd lecture you over a bad joke. Hanekawa's reverse side, eh? Her reverse side for dark side. Of course, while we both have the ability to drain energy, afflicting cats and vampires are nothing like each other. Vampires drain energy to feed while afflicting cats drain energy to curse.
Well, yes.
The thing that I don't get is why you're attacking people for no reason. If we're talking about types of aberrations, aren't afflicting cats not supposed to attack people? The cat fell silent. It didn't seem like she was going to give me an honest answer. Actually, was it even a conversation if you weren't going to answer questions that you didn't want to answer, or say things you didn't want to say? It didn't feel like there was any kind of communication going on. Our words got across to each other, but probably not their sense. True, you could say the same thing about conversations between humans. But what I'd asked was the one thing I hoped to tease out of her. I didn't want to waste our chance meeting here in this classroom. Hold on. Was this a chance encounter? It felt like meeting her in our classroom meant something completely different from meeting her near her home. Hey, Cat. Are you?
It's not like me to do this kind of thing.
Her legs were crossed like she couldn't be any more bothered. This wasn't the time to be having such thoughts. But God, were Hanekawa's legs long. I could see just how long they were now that she wasn't wearing a skirt. Her bare legs were visible all the way to the top. Despite being shorter than me, she might have been the one with longer legs. Oh, did I want to lick every inch of them? Or wait? No, that's not what I meant to say. I wanted to stare at them like I was licking them clean. Is that a bad attempt at smoothing things over?
You could say that I'm admiring the role I'm supposed to play as an afflicting cat right now. I've gone completely out of character. Well, I guess I'm still in character, but there's no meow staking that it's irregular. Of course, it's not me who's irregular. It's my meister,
Said the afflicting cat. When I thought about it, Ashino had said something similar.
It's not like me. Venting, that's all.
Huh?
Why I'm attacking people? You wanted to know why I'm going around indiscriminately draining energy from everyone I see. So I told you I'm just venting like a ding-dong ditch. Or putting graffiti on a wall. It's the same as that.
In other words, I did it because I was in a bad mood. The only purpose was to relieve stress. The afflicting cat disclosed this to me with a pained smile on her face. What? What did she just say? You're doing it to relieve stress? That's what? Wait, what do you mean? But do you mean?
All of it means precisely what you think it means. You peeked inside that house, didn't you?
Do you mean?
My master's house. You now, don't you? And I know two cats have pretty good noses. When I went back to the house to change, it was full of your scent.
Meow, you deviant little stalker, the cat said like she knew. She'd gone back to change? Oh, she had. She was still clad in black, but her underwear looked different from what she had on when we met on the 29th, or technically the 30th. Just how addled was my brain? How could I not notice? It was embarrassing. Of course she wasn't going around for 2 or 3 days in the same underwear. Well, true. A cat would never think to change clothes. Was this proof that quite a lot of Hanekawa's consciousness as a high school girl still remained? Something like her Hanekawa's consciousness as a high school girl saying, now that I knew there was some of her left in the cat, I felt relieved. Wanting to be careful about your personal appearance was a very normal girlish sentiment. Sure, we were late, but we weren't too late. We could still get Hanekawa back. There was all of that consciousness left. Hanekawa's unconsciousness. No, if we were considering worst-case scenarios, maybe Yoshino had fought her the night before and been dealt a decisive loss. It was all over then, but that didn't seem to be the case when I saw how the cat was acting. What was it? Wait, no. That's what it was. Of course. Her underwear wasn't the only thing that had changed between the 29th and now. The afflicting cat had felt nearly demonic, violent, more like a tiger than a cat. But the edge had come off. She seemed mellower. She'd been relieved of her stress.
My master spent 15 years in that house, that home. You can imagine how crushed she must have felt by that pressure, that weight, can you? How could you not tell how harassed she felt? And she's letting that out by playing pranks on upstanding citizens, making herself feel better by causing trouble to random strangers. That's all this is. It's got nothing to do with afflictions or curses or anything.
Nothing to do with them. But that wasn't like it. Is that something an aberration would ever do? Aberrations were always true to their character. They basically had to do the impossible to ignore who they were, just like with that vampire. The impossible, an aberration emulating its nature, was all but impossible.
I'll tell you one little thing about those two. Since I'm an aberration that possesses people, I've taken over my master's body, in other words, her brain, and that's why I share her knowledge.
That's what Yoshino had said. It was so tough to deal with this aberration, because it shared Hanekawa's knowledge. That's why we were in so much trouble.
I know just how my master spent those 15 years in that home.
She knew. She only knew what she knew.
Of course I only know about it as now, Lodge. I hardly know how she felt. My master wasn't the type to keep a journal either. Maybe a diary over summer break for school. But they all ended with the same cookie-cutter line, I had fun today.
She had fun. In that house? What could have been fun about it? There's no way that's true.
Niobe. That's what I think too. For the most part, I'm only as smart as your average cat. That's the kind of character I am, but even I could figure out that much. So I decided to help get rid of my master's stress.
But, if that's the case, why is there any need for you to go around attacking random people?
Sorry. That's the only way I know how. It's fun to be bad. It's fun to make trouble for total strangers. I'm Nio being rational. I'm Nio being irrational. But don't you think I've calmed down a little bit? Considering that I'm her inverted, indecent personality? Compared to when I tore your arm off, at least.
Yes, I was thinking that.
Right. So my meow thoughts are effective.
Which means you don't have to worry, the cat said.
I only need to attack any other 500 people, and my master will be stress-free. Then my role as an aberration will be fulfilled. I'll have repaid her, and I gleam, disappear of course. Like my intelligence, my habitat is the same as an average cat's. 500 won't be easy, but I should be able to take care of it all in any other month or so.
A month.
Yep, so tell that Hawaiian shirt guy to stay out of my way. I don't understand what he's trying to do, but he wants to save my master, right? Then he should just leave it to me.
That didn't seem to be Yoshino's motive. He wasn't thinking about how much he wanted to save her. Even if you discounted the unique perspective he brought to things as a pro, he wasn't the kind of guy who believed that you could save another person. People just go and get saved on their own. That was his philosophy as a human being. But this cat probably wasn't smart enough to understand such an explanation. We couldn't understand each other. A human and an aberration couldn't understand each other.
You could say I'm an aberration who's a personality that mere whitested itself out of my master's stress. A new breed, I'm different from the so-called textbook example of an afflicting cat no expert's moves will work on me. None of his exorcisms, exhortations, or exculpations are going to do a thing. All that pointless stuff he's doing is just wasting my time.
So you want us to leave Hanekawa in your hands? But why would you go that far? Aren't you like an evil spirit who possessed Hanekawa? Why actively do something for her sake?
How many times do I have to tell you? It's Nayat like me, but I'm repaying her.
The afflicting cat grinned and stood. Or rather, she moved from chair to desktop on all fours, stretching her back as if she didn't care how she came across to me.
Dash, but you, Nye, that's all a lie.
And then, once she finished stretching, she continued.
I can't quite ignore the part of my character that says I'm an ungrateful cat. That's just how aberrations are like, how a vampire has to suck blood. So I'm Nio doing this to repay her because really, the only thing I have to be grateful to her for is this knowledge she gave me.
Huh? What was she saying? It had been hit by a car and was dead on the street, and Hanekawa had buried it. And it had taken advantage of that compassion and kindness, which I thought was, why,
Niobe, that's Nioed it true. Those were her actions that day. I was stretched out on the road when my master picked me up, carried me to a spot with a wonderful view, and buried me. That's all correct. It was exactly like you saw from her side. Oh, and by the way, you're Nioed afflicted because you just stood by my master's side and only helped dig a hole. You didn't lay a finger on my dead body. I suppose it takes some courage to touch a carcass and you might get cursed or something. And in reality, you would have been.
oh, well, yeah, I do admit that I was scared. But that's exactly why I think it's so incredible that Hanekawa did it without seeming the least bit concerned, and look at how she got repaid with a curse. Didn't her kindness just backfire on her?
Neo, that's where you're wrong.
If I'd stopped Hanekawa then, even if I probably couldn't have, none of this would have happened, or if I'd been the one to carry the cat's corpse instead of being scared. Hearing me say so regretfully, the cat responded.
My master didn't feel any sympathy at all for me. My master didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for me. There wasn't a shred of kindness in her. As an aberration who works by taking advantage of such feelings, I can tell you that much for sure.
Meow. The afflicting cat finished speaking with what sounded like an extra noise thrown in. Maybe that was another one of its character traits, tacked on for the mo factor. She was pretty adorable, though. But the side of Hanekawa that the aberration exposed with that factor, the dark side of Hanekawa, it was just so black, just so blemished, just so grotesque.
I was dead on the street, and my master held the service for me like it was a routine chore, not an emotion inside of her like she didn't pity me at all. So she didn't really have any openings for me to take nigh advantage of it all.
No, but Hanekawa,
My master's one wish is to be a regular girl. It's her innermost wish, but my master's idea of normal is being ethical. My master wants to do the right thing. If you see a dead cat in the street, you bury it now. I do suppose that really is the right thing to do. A law, even. The formula. My master followed that law in formula. My master followed that law.
the impact of the cat's words, their weight, there was nothing I could say in reply. No, I couldn't reply in any case. I'd known for all this time just how unusual Tsubasa Hanekawa was when it came to following rules and regulations to the letter. I knew about her values. I knew about her ethics, and to be frank, there was something wrong with them. The cat had used words like routine, chore, law, formula, but I would say precept, an adherence to precepts born from a modest pride. She didn't want anyone thinking she'd strayed off the path due to her peculiar upbringing, however. No regular person could stick to such precepts. Most people wouldn't think to bury a dead stray cat even if it's the right and beautiful thing to do. Well, they might think it, but they won't do it. People are too embarrassed even to give up their seat to an old person on the train. At most, it was in service of pretending to be some defender of justice, as with the Fire Sisters. The best you could do was play at it. Even my little sisters would move on from their fun and games by the time they started high school. Even them, they'd become regular girls, something Hanekawa could never become regular girls. Whether it's in terms of temperament or ability, you shouldn't be able to. But Hanekawa pulls it off.
Yep, my master pulls it off dispassionately. She can be perfectly ethical without a thought in her head like a machine. That was unusual, and I say so as a cat who's had a few funerals. Hence, I felt like I wanted to save her. In other words, this is all on a whim. Just like a real cat, right?
The afflicting cat raised its left hand to pose like a lucky cat as a joke.
So you'd better tell him, that Hawaiian shirt guy, to ignore me. I'm only a cat playing pranks, unless he wants to get charged with any malabuse, 'cause I'm overlooking that.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious if if my master was really serious about hurting him, I could have killed him the very first time we met. I'm going easy on him because my master knows him and you... Well, you don't look like you're gonna do anything...
The cat said, hopping off the desk. She was only about 2 feet off the ground, but she managed to spin around before landing.
You've made the right meal with. If you care about my master, the right meal with is to do nothing. It's not like you want to die, right?
She turned her back to me and began walking toward the door with silent footsteps. They say the paw pads on a cat's foot are what let them move around quietly, but it wasn't as if Hanekawa's souls had transformed into having any. Or was it part of her character? Her character, which transcended theory, reason, physics, and ethics. This was a lot more than a puss in boots.
Farewell. You, Nio, you do your best to have a good life.
And with that, the afflicting cat exited the classroom into the hallway. Wait. Until I stopped it without thinking. The cat said, turning its neck, and nothing else literally, a beauty looking back, like in a woodblock print. No, her expression was a little too puzzled for that. If you're saying your goal is to get rid of Hanekawa's stress, it's impossible.
Why's that?
Well, Hanekawa's parents are at the root of that stress, aren't they? So even if you did manage to get rid of all her stress, it'll just start building up again once she goes back home. Those two might be in the hospital now, but they wouldn't be forever. In time, they were going to return to that house with no place for their daughter. You can spend a month attacking 500 strangers as stress relief, but she'll eventually be right back where she started.
Well, yeah. In that case...
The short-sighted, shallow-minded cat took in what I'd pointed out. And then spring break, exactly as the vampire had so often done, a gruesome smile appeared on her face.
Then it'll have to hurt them so bad with these they never want to come back again.
And she showed me the claws on her right hand. They looked like they could kill. Those 5 sharp claws looked like they could stab you to death.
I'm gonna do more than drain their energy this time. I'm gonna answer domestic violence with domestic violence, if that's what my master wants.
That? Hanekawa wouldn't want that. I rose out of my chair so fast I nearly kicked it aside before closing in on the afflicting cat. No, before I tried to close in. Just as I tried to grab her shoulder, I somehow made myself stop.
Mipe, that's the right thing to do. Just one flick, and you'll be afflicted. That's why they call me the afflicting cat. Don't get close. Don't touch. Kneel at a finger. You shouldn't have anything to do with me, and probably with my master.
Wait, cat, you...
Farewell. Go have a happy life.
She bayed once again. And then the afflicting cat left. This time for real, she didn't even bother to look back. I'd been left alone in the classroom. I retreated back to Hanekawa's seat, put the chair I'd knocked over back on its legs, and sat in it again. Then, just like I'd done before the cat showed up, I leaned all of my weight on the desk. The afflicting cat hadn't even touched me, but I was tired, drained. I muttered, weakly. I made sure no one else was around. No. I probably would have muttered the same thing, even if someone was. I had to mutter it. The sentiment just seemed to spill out of me. It's no good. I really do love Hanekawa. I had to put it into words. I had to give it form. I love her so much, I daren't even touch her. Not a finger. The most I could bring myself to do was rub my cheek against her desk like this. It wasn't because of what happened over spring break. It wasn't any gratitude I felt over being saved. It wasn't because she was pretty, and it definitely wasn't out of pity. It wasn't like there was a reason. I loved her. Thinking I loved her. Feeling I loved her. I knew that I loved her. It's just as Suki said. And then, I continued to mutter to myself. Dispassionately indeed, without thinking. I love her so much I can't stand it, but these feelings aren't romance. I continued to mutter as I made a resolution. I remade a resolution. It had probably been set in stone from the beginning. It was decided, unmoving. And I'd only now realized it. My feelings for Hanekawa had gotten so out of control that they'd gone beyond romance. The idea of spending my life with her seemed weak. I mean, I feel like I want to die for her. If you want to know how I spent the rest of my golden week, it was on my hands and knees the whole time. From my chance encounter with the afflicting cat at school on May 3rd, to the last day of the long weekend, Sunday, May 7th, the present, I crawled around on the floor. I put my heart and soul into prostrating myself. Nearly 5 days, if you're counting. If you want that in hours, I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number, but around 100. That was how long. How long I spent prostrating myself. Not eating, not drinking, skipping Saturday classes, sitting stock still, staying up, not raising my head a single time, like I was made of stone, like a carved statue. Happens all the time. It's nothing worth mentioning in particular, the kind of thing that everyone must go through once or twice in life, but that's how I spent the rest of my vacation. I was sincerely praying that we wouldn't get some kind of assignment once we got back to class, like, write an essay about how you spent your golden week. No, that wouldn't happen. I wasn't in grade school, and even if I knew we'd be given an assignment like that, I'm pretty sure I would have spent my golden week in the exact same way, in the exact same pose. I'm very sorry to all of you out there who were led by my unflinching resolution in the empty classroom into expecting a magnificent battle between me and the afflicting cat. But unfortunately, I know my own limits. I was aware of them. I was very aware of them. Even if thanks to relieving all that stress by attacking people, the afflicting cat wasn't quite as ferocious as she was when we first met a human. Like me, still couldn't hope to fight against her. It was self-evident that I was no match. How could I win? Against someone even Oshino couldn't beat? She would kill me, I would die, it would be over. I wanted to die for Hanekawa, but that also meant I didn't want to die unless it was for her. I wasn't going to die in vain. I wasn't going to die like a dog. If I had to say how I was going to die, I wanted to die like a cat. And so, as Oshino and the afflicting cat went all around town attacking and saving people, constantly and ceaselessly engaging in Onmyoji-style superpower battles, I was putting all of my body and soul into a full speed ahead to Geza. If you're wondering who I was prostrating myself to, that, again, isn't worth any special mention. Someone any boy will have bowed his head to by the time he's done with puberty, whether he was in my position or not. In other words, an 8-year-old girl. An 8-year-old girl. An iron-blooded, hot-blooded, cold-blooded vampire. Kiss-shot Acerolori and heart underblade, the husk and dregs of a blonde ex-vampire girl. So, to set the scene, I was on all fours in a very masculine way in front of a scowling little girl vampire who sat with her arms around her knees in a room on the 4th floor of the abandoned cram school. If I may, I'm certain they won't show it in any anime adaptation. What can I say? Never had a scene more resolutely given up on any media franchising, but on that note, it does feel like everything has been out of the question ever since my little sister and I showed each other our underwear. Like it would be one long black title card.
What in the world are you doing, Aragi? Listen, risking your life and not caring if you die are two different things, and here I thought you'd learned that over spring break.
There wasn't even a hint of the usual sarcastic or snide inflection in his voice. He wasn't even being frivolous or inconsiderate. His line just sounded normal. But those were the only words he spoke to me over those 5 days. He returned to the building to heal himself every time he finished a fight with the afflicting cat. And when I consider that every time he was done resting he'd get ready for the next fight and head right out, he was probably spending all of that time doing nothing but losing in his own way, yet clammed up once he figured out what I was trying to do. He never said a word, not even when he passed behind me. The vampire was as silent as ever, and I was silent too. I maintained my silence, there was nothing I could say, and I wasn't prostrating myself in order to beg anyway. While I won't say my actions were fully free of such designs, I had my head to the floor as an apology. I know it's late, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm asking you for help after all this time. I was apologizing with all of my heart. Really, it was a truly shameless act. I couldn't blame Oshino for being dumbfounded, but I was ready to grind my face until it won say. I knew perfectly well what I was doing. How selfish it was. How self-centered it was. How self-satisfied it was, I knew. Though Oshino was shocked silent, he never tried to stop me. It could have been his values as a balancer. Or maybe a tiny part of him understood how I felt. He may have even sympathized with me. No, I don't think he did. I was just going and getting saved on my own, and it wasn't his duty, nor did he have the right to stop me. That must have been all. But, Oshino, understand this, one thing. I don't require your sympathy, and I definitely don't require your consent, but I just want to make sure you don't misunderstand this one thing. I wasn't risking my life in the slightest, and close to no part of me didn't care if I died. I wasn't able to sacrifice myself the way Hanekawa could dying for her friend's sake, the way the precepts she'd ground into herself dictated. I simply had a selfish desire in my heart to die for Hanekawa, call it frustration. I wasn't thinking about what I should do or what I needed to do, I just wanted to do it. And then, on May 7th, right after the sun had fully set, our fully frozen scene saw movement suddenly and without any prior warning. The girl vampire who, like me, spent 5 days unmoving, as if petrified as I prostrated myself before her, rose and stepped on the back of my abject head, with her bare foot. Happens all the time too. If you live for long enough, anyone, either male or female, is bound to experience a little girl grinding her foot into your head. And if it hasn't happened to you yet, you just wait. Getting stepped on by your little sister, getting stepped on by a cat, getting stepped on by a demon. It's those kinds of experiences that life is all about. Right as I noticed the girl vampire taking her foot off the back of my head, she used her momentum to soccer kick my face off the floor. Unable to stay put, I flipped over. Still in the same position, I learned what it was like to be a turtle on its back. My back slammed against the floor, and my posture unbroken for 5 days. The balance had been broken at last. Shunted away by the little girl. We're exploring the outer limits now, but yeah, happens all the time. Compared to something like the Big Bang, it definitely happens all the time. But this is where it happens none of the time, never. The first and last of its kind, not quite happening. I'd gotten up to go straight back to prostrating myself, undaunted, but what I saw was her standing straight, mouth wide open, looking like she was going to pull her own tongue out, and the vampire drew a slithering katana out from the bottom of her throat, almost like she was some kind of old-timey magician. A long katana, clearly longer than the vampire's present height, a great katana if you were to classify it process plaid, of the day. I had seen this sword once before, just once during spring break. Heart under blade, a heart under the blade. The one and only weapon she, the strongest, would wield, and the origin of her name, the enchanted blade Kokoro-atari, also known as the Aberration Slayer, a sword with no sheath. It needed no sheath. Why would a blade fated to cut down one aberration after another need to be contained by any such thing? And then, she took her blade, that proof of her identity not unlike a dog tag, the enchanted blade that was her irreplaceable memories given shape, and tossed it at my chest, like a simple twig. How was I supposed to receive it? I bobbled it in my hands and just barely managed to hold on. I somehow didn't drop it. I looked up relieved, and the girl vampire was already back to her old posture, sitting with her arms around her knees, scowling. I realized I'd missed my chance to see her expression when she was stepping on me or kicking me naturally, since I was staring at the floor the whole time. She wasn't donning any expression while she was expelling the enchanted blade, either. But, well, I had an idea. Disdain, contempt, something like that. Whatever. No matter what it was, it wouldn't have been that gruesome smile she wore over spring break. I could seem as comical and laughable as I wanted. The girl vampire wasn't going to smile at me, especially not now. Even so, I faced her again and deeply apologetically prostrated myself.
You know, I've wanted to say this from the beginning.
Like he'd been waiting for the moment, like he'd seen the moment coming. A voice came from behind me. It hadn't been long since the last time I heard it, but it was nice to hear it again. I turned to find, you guessed it, Mimoshino.
Your Dogesa style's all wrong, Araragi.
Huh?
That's more like a tea ceremony bow. It's like you're making the world's most polite request or something.
Ah, Oshino laughed cheerfully. Though he laughed, his Hawaiian shirt was covered in scratches again, the worst I'd seen him yet. He was in such bad shape that he would have been better off fighting 100 cats at once. He shouldn't have been laughing, if you ask me. Oh, I was using a middle schooler in tea club for reference. I might have learned it wrong.
You're making a tea club middle schooler bow down to you. You're into some messed up stuff.
It wasn't for fun. And anyway, I like being on the giving end more than the receiving end. These 5 days were pretty fulfilling.
And now you got the enchanted blade Kokoro-atari. That's impressive. Even I didn't expect our live vampire to have a change of heart.
I should congratulate you, he added. There didn't seem to be anything congratulatory about him though, not the tiniest bit. But he probably wasn't being mean-spirited. Either he was in a real tough spot himself from the looks of it. Ashino's professional opinion on what I was about to do had changed. What I was trying to do was no longer getting in his way. Not at all.
About Nissy class president's parents. They're out of the hospital already.
Really? I was shocked. I thought it would be a long while until they even regained consciousness after seeing how debilitated they were, but it wasn't good news. In other words, they were back already, in that house, with no room for Hanekawa. What that meant in practice was that if the afflicting cat went back to change, and they ran into each other.
So I went to go hear a bit of what those parents had to say.
Huh?
I visited them right before they were discharged. In between fights with the afflicting cat, I thought I might be able to obtain some sort of clue from them. I didn't, though.
So while I was prostrating myself in front of the girl vampire, he was off doing that too. But no, when I thought about it, going to visit the afflicting cat's first victims and speaking to them would be part of Ashino's normal process, a standard procedure. The idea just hadn't occurred to me. Hearing from Hanekawa's parents, speaking to Hanekawa's parents. Unthinkable.
They didn't know anything. Parents who don't know a thing about their daughter, but I guess that's how things are these days. She is at a difficult age after all.
She has a unique situation at home.
I'd imagine. I knew that. But while I couldn't get any info out of them that would help me fight the afflicting cat, I did hear an interesting episode.
An interesting episode?
Yes. They were probably in a daze when they told me, having just regained consciousness, they seemed to mistake me for a doctor.
It didn't matter what kind of daze you were in. No one would ever mistake this shabby geezer in a Hawaiian shirt for a doctor. He must have played the part in order to create that impression. So what's this episode you heard?
A story of the time Father Dearest punched Missy Class Prez in the face. He lost his temper and punched her as hard as he could, with all the force of a grown man, hard enough for the frame of her glasses to cause a cut. It sounds like he sent her flying into the wall. She is a lightweight, after all.
He was giving me the details, but I didn't want them, especially not from the attacker's perspective. I didn't even want to imagine it.
So her body slammed against the wall and she sat there crouching for a while in pain. But what do you think she did after that, Araragi?
What do I think she did? Well,
Missy Class President had been punched by her father for no good reason, but all she did was crouch there. She didn't even scream. What do you think she did next?
I couldn't answer. Not because I didn't know, but because Ashino's expression, combined with what I knew about Tsubasa Hanekawa, told me all too well what happened next, gave away the punchline. I could only despair.
You shouldn't do that, father. You mustn't punch girls in the face, apparently. She said it with a smile.
I couldn't bear to hear the words. Is that something a daughter says after being hit by her own father? Those words?
Creepy, isn't it? She's so good, it's dreadful. How can you blame her father for only getting angrier and hitting her again? She's such a saint that if she were born in ancient Japan, she could have been Himiko's successor, honestly. Even I would hit a kid like that. Scarier than an aberration. Creepy. I think the stuff about her running her mouth about the work he took home was just the trigger. Even if she hadn't, her father and her mother probably wanted to punch her for a long time now.
To punch her? Her father, her mother, their daughter.
She must have seemed a lot more like a monster than a daughter. It was as if a yokai had been dumped into their laps and they were told to raise it. There are a lot of ghost stories about someone's child being replaced with an aberration, but she wasn't even their child.
Really, Ashino? Are you taking their side?
I'm neutral. I don't take sides. If anything, this all comes down to sides. Missy Class President is coming at it from her own side, and her parents have their side too. There's no way for a third party to know which one is right. No, there's no being right to begin with. It's not about right and wrong, but what's in their interest.
There was no room for me to argue with him.
This is a bit of a cliché, but when she threw her parents at you, she was throwing her conscience away with them. Not a particularly interesting observation, huh? I know you're going to take Missy Class Prez's side in Araki. You're her friend, but her parents' friends are going to take their side in the same way. There's no being right to begin with.
There's no being right to begin with. Ashino repeated himself, insistent to the point of stubbornness. There was no need for me to nod yes. If anyone was right, he was. He was. He was right. There was no being right. Still, Hanekawa is right.
And that's why she's so frighteningly creepy. I'm taking Missy Class Prez's side as I work on this case so that I can bring balance to the ecosystem, but I'm almost at the point where I think the best way to balance the ecosystem might be to let the afflicting cat take over her so she's gone.
I began but wasn't able to plead the case. I wasn't going to agree with him wholeheartedly, but had no basis to reject what he'd said. I had nothing, and if I had nothing, I couldn't stick up for her. But Ashino, it was that preposterous side of hers that saved me during spring break. She saved me.
That's not to say there's anything praiseworthy about Missy Class President's parents, though I could tell that much from our talk. It was clear they've abandoned their role as parents, but you see, Aragi, It's not like I can't understand why they feel that way. Having to live under the same roof as someone as right as her. And for that person to be your daughter, the thought makes me shudder. For 10 plus years, they existed in close proximity to someone too right for anyone's good. The poor things. I'm sure what made them turn out that way was having to live with her.
I recalled something. The Hanekawa's nameplate, the given names of her parents and a bit removed from those, Tsubasa, written in phonetic characters. But, in the beginning at least, when everything was starting, they had enough of whatever it took to make that plate. It was there, if only a little, the shape of… what would you call it? What a family should look like. A daytime family drama before it was forgotten and ruined. Whatever preceded the carcass that it turned into, it had to have been there. Just as the person I now was started from Hanekawa, her parents must have started from her as well. Living with Hanekawa made them who they were now. And in that case,
she was always showing them what it meant to be absolutely right, there by their side. In other words, they were in hell, always being shown what was ugly and immature about themselves. It was a nightmare. I almost want to praise them for holding out and not hitting her for those 10 plus years.
But how is any of that Hanekawa's fault?
It is her fault. She is the one and only person to be singled out here. Those with power ought to be aware of the effect that power has on their surroundings. I wouldn't call this a case of black hens laying white eggs, but you do hear of parents who become broken people after they're burdened with a wonderkind. Missy Class Prez was completely unaware of that. She convinced herself that she was normal. She did everything she could to convince herself. She was trying too hard, and this is the result.
Affliction. She'd brought affliction to those who would give her affection in full, glorious view.
She's even twisted the way an aberration, the afflicting cat, takes form. Everything about this case is irregular. Everything is irregular, but she's what's irregular here. Even our live vampire helping you out, however minimal her help may be, owes to the fact that we're facing Missy Class President. This, that, the other, and everything else is all her fault.
Sorry, Oshino. I know you're probably right, and I know it's wrong to tell you this, but don't say another bad word about Hanekawa, please. It's making me want to kill you.
Is that sympathy for Missy Class Prez I'm hearing? What regular people feel when they see a dead cat on the street? Are you sympathizing with her for her accursed birth, her accursed upbringing, and her accursed smarts?
No. Not even close. It's not like you to be so far off the mark, Oshino. You think I'd feel sympathy? I only feel one way about tragic girls. There, Mo. All I want to do is release some of my own frustration. I almost felt like crying, but struck a pose at my most pretentious. I've just got the hots for a high schooler in her underwear with cat ears. The enchanted blade, Kokurowatari, the Aberration Slayer, a blade made to do precisely what its moniker suggests. Aberrations alone, a lethal weapon made to kill aberrations and nothing else. If you look at it the other way around, it's a lethal weapon incapable of killing humans. No, not just humans. It can't rupture any living creature other than aberrations, can't fracture any implement other than aberrations. It's a renowned and unparalleled sword against an aberration. But it's like a blunt blade against anything else, and some might even favor the blunt blade. The katana can't physically collide with anything other than an aberration, slipping by and passing through like a formless ghost. Of course, the girl vampires Kokurowatari possessed this trait because it was, strictly speaking, a replica, an imitation sword, the product of a wild fantasy created by vampiric, fantastic superpowers. As for the real aberration slayer like Gima Nishikawa's Zantetsuken, there seems to have been nothing that it couldn't cut, except konjac jelly. Putting that aside, if you want to know what this enchanted blade that killed aberrations and nothing else signified in this situation, it almost went without saying. Using the Aberration Slayer would allow me to remove only the afflicting cat from Tsubasa Hanekawa, from the body and mind known as Tsubasa Hanekawa. It would slice the cat and nothing else sever it from her. It could take the two sides of a coin, that dual personality of hers, and split it with a single stroke. It could exorcise the afflicting cat on its own, leaving no wound whatsoever on Hanekawa's body, an impossible mode feat that even an expert in the field, Mimo Shino, couldn't pull off. If you really want to hear me brag, I alone could retaliate against the afflicting cat against whom Ashino the expert had lost a total of 100 fights over Golden Week. I could do it, it was a loner of course, and you can't really call it bragging when I had to grovel on all fours before a little girl to qualify for the loan, and anyway, I didn't feel proud at all. But I would be able to end this tale, no arrangements required. I could all but ignore any foreshadowing, twists and turns, and place an indisputable period to this plot. And,
well, it's not like I can use that enchanted blade. It's been customized for vampire use. You're just going to have to do this thing. I like it. I think it's a nice idea.
The expert gave his seal of approval, with the certificate of authenticity on top, but that might be an overstatement if his mocking tone was any indication. Even if the aberration slayer was customized for vampire use, it still felt like Oshino, an expert, might be able to wield it. But regardless, he probably wouldn't do it. Using such a handy item, a tool that brought results at no cost, was nothing short of heresy to him. It was foul play, a cheat code, a rules violation. It said to hell with balance.
Yep, that's exactly right. So you do have some self-awareness, a lot better than not having any at all. But that's why, even though, as an expert, I don't have anything left to say to you, as a friend, as your best friend, there's something I want to warn you about.
Warn me? What?
Maybe it's not a warning, but you know how I like to complain. First off, using that sword will allow you to separate Missy Claspres from the afflicting cat. It does seem at first glance the best way to give the afflicting cat its last rites. But it's her strategy and tactics and knowledge that made me lose all 100 of our fights. I can't put a hand, leg, or tail on her because she's able to preempt my every attempt. And if it's that kind of afflicting cat you're up against, don't you think any kind of idea someone of your caliber comes up with would be one of the first things she thinks about and plans against?
Oshino curled down a finger. Maybe... If we're talking about possibilities, you're absolutely right. But I'm confident about this, I'm sure it'll go well. I can't go so far as to say I'm certain, but I do have a plan up my sleeve.
A plan?
No. Maybe not a plan. An expectation. In a way, it was wishful thinking. It'd be nice if things went a certain way. I didn't have any facts, but my opinion was good enough.
In that case, I guess I'll trust you there. All right then, if that's good enough for you.
Stop making it sound like there's some kind of deeper meaning in what you're saying. So, what are the other two warnings?
Oh, I'm taking back the second one. There was never any point in issuing it. Just let me share the third one.
Oshino curled down his other two fingers together. What's with the last-minute indecisiveness wasn't the thought going through my head. I already had a good guess as to the second warning he wanted to give. Yeah, I know that, Oshino. So if you aren't going to say it, that does save me. I know it's not your intention to save me, of course. Not now, not ever. You're not out to save me.
Lastly, number 3. This is the most important one, and I think it's a practical one too, Araji. It's fine that you're getting ready to go to war, and I'm not going to stop you, but realistically speaking, how are you going to find Missy Claspres when you don't have any clue where in this town she's hiding? While the results came out as straight losses, I could only fight her 100 times over Golden Week, because I'm an expert who's learned how to track and discover aberrations. It's because I'm able to understand what it considers its domain, its territory. And even then, she shakes me off 1 time out of 3. This is a hard case in part because we're dealing with Missy Claspres, but it's going to be even harder for an amateur like you. What are you planning on doing about that? How are you going to book this fight card? Don't tell me your idea was to turn to me now and rely on me to do the tracking and discovering for you.
You sound so eager to help out, Oshino. Don't worry. I have a real plan for that bit, which isn't just expectations or wishful thinking. I'm not making you go through any trouble for me. We should split up from here. You find the afflicting cat as an expert, and I'll do it my own way.
Oh, your own way, Aragi?
Yeah, this is some more impossible mode stuff that you can't pull off.
Then show me what you've got. Go ahead, I won't stop you. I have no intention of getting in your way, no matter how it turns out, bloodbath or bathos.
And with that, Oshino made no attempt to inquire after the details of my plan. Some best friend he was, and then, 30 minutes after our conversation, exactly 30 minutes later, I hadn't gone outside to find the afflicting cat as Oshino had. I was in the center of a small classroom on the 2nd floor of the abandoned building, probably its smallest room, standing completely still. I had already done everything I needed to do, so now I just had to wait. There wasn't much meaning in the location I had selected. I was just in the building, because not only would the enchanted blade's effectiveness begin to fade if it got too far away from the girl vampire, so would its existence, breaking apart on a molecular level. I wouldn't have minded being in our school's classroom. Well, I guess we couldn't be too conspicuous though. And anyway, the room seemed like a surprisingly good choice. The window had been broken, maybe by a rock some kid threw or something, leaving only its frame giving it a clear view of a beautiful moon that seemed cut out of the black sky, as if I was looking at a famous painter's masterpiece, a snapshot of the night, and right next to that masterpiece, right next to it, a body hurled itself straight through the concrete wall, piercing it like a bullet, and the afflicting cat appeared. She paid no mind to the scattering debris. She smashed through the steel beams, and with a deafening roar, the cat effortlessly landed on all fours directly in front of me. Even the floor she landed on began to crack, the impact so powerful I wondered if it might destroy the entire building. We were in the 21st century, but there she was, showing up by crashing through a wall like she was shampoo from Reno 1/2. Now that I think about it, didn't shampoo turn into a cat if you splashed water on her? Meanwhile, Hanekawa had turned into a cat by spilling over. Similar in a way? White hair, a beast's ears growing from her head, black underwear, bare feet, a cat-eyed afflicting cat. Her existence was enough to make me tremble, and yet I stood there, still, as the afflicting cat's head shot up.
Araragi, are you okay?
She called out, making no effort to hide her worry, so distressed she looked close to tears, ready to cling to me. There was a ferocity to her, like she might pounce on me with the same force she used to smash through the wall, but she saw with her cat's eyes that I was standing there normally, in more or less perfect health.
I get it. So I got tricked.
Uh-huh. That's right, I said. What I had done was simple. Apparently in China, hide-and-seek is called elude the cat, but unfortunately I had no interest in hide-and-seek, tag, or any other games from that family. If anything, I was playing kick the can. On top of that, I was the can. All I'd done was send a single text message. Save me, a vampire's going to kill me, to Hanekawa's cell phone. I hadn't written anything specific, making it a straightforward call for help that could be interpreted in whatever way you wanted, and that was enough for Hanekawa's. I was lucky enough to be a man with a cornucopia of causes for concern, a fount of fret. I knew that Hanekawa would go off and make full use of her knowledge and imagination to come up with all kinds of scenarios. And she would come for me. That's what she always did. During spring break too, that's how she came for me as I was on the verge of death, as I was on the verge of being killed, as I was on the verge of killing myself. You could even say that I'd recreated that situation, except the text was a total lie. I felt pretty awful about framing the girl vampire, but in terms of realism, she was the only one I could cast for the part. I guess you could say it was a clever scheme. It was one that Ashino, who hated the idea of saving and being saved more than anything, and even if he couldn't use technology to save his life, would never employ. If Hanekawa wasn't going to seek my help, I was just going to have to seek hers. If there was any fault in my plan that would be fair for a third party to find, it would have to be whether Hanekawa, having become an afflicting cat, was reading her text messages or even carrying her cell phone. But I wasn't worried about that. I mean, high school girls are possessed by their cell phones, aren't they? If she was going back home to change her underwear, she was going to use the charger plugged into the wall too. If you're so inclined, just imagine that she was carrying it in between her breasts and enjoy that thought. I do have to say, afflicting cat, you got here fast. I'm impressed it only took you 30 minutes to make your appearance. You really are something else.
You're the worst, Araragi.
The afflicting cat's eyes swayed and landed on me, with a glare.
You lied. You made me worry. You know you shouldn't do that.
Kakak. In the face of those words, I laughed. Like a villain, like Asuraman. I couldn't stop myself from smiling.
What is it? I'm upset at you right now. What's so funny about that?
Well, I mean, you're talking all wrong, Hanekawa. What's the matter, model student? Where'd all the kitty sounds in your words go? That's one of the afflicting cat's character traits, right? Then the cat Hanekawa, she was silent for a good while after I made my point finally, with a resigned tone, said,
Oh, I get it. Exactly as before. No, I guess it'd be now I get it. But whatever. Wait, what? When did you figure it out?
She seemed oddly cheerful and showed no signs of guilt or embarrassment. Yes, it was the same Hanekawa as always. Hanekawa seemed like the usual Hanekawa. There was nothing unusual about her. No, Hanekawa was never once not herself, never unlike herself, never dissimilar to herself, never. There was a lot of her consciousness left inside of her? No, there was no front or reverse side, no black or white. Flip over the reverse side and you had the obverse side of Hanekawa. But we were getting the dark side of Hanekawa, but we were getting all sides of her too. Twist it, turn it however you want. She was still her. Hanekawa was Hanekawa. No matter where and no matter when. All of the mayhem, all of the mayhem, all of the mayhem, all of the mayhem. Once she's still her Hanekawa. No matter where and no matter where. No matter where, no matter where, no matter where. Just as in the story of the afflicting cat. She'd never changed places with anything to begin with. Now here was a case, just as there was never any cat possessing Hanekawa in the first place. Behind every ghost was a silver tongue. I kind of had an idea from the beginning. I'm your friend, you know. I'm not going to mistake you for someone else. So, How could I not know? Nearly in a monotone. This exchange was so ridiculous that I couldn't speak any other way. What an utterly stupid dialogue. It doesn't matter if some aberration takes you over or if you win one over, you're still you, Hanekawa. Do you really think a simple change in personality is going to change who you are as a person? That's you, it's who you are. If a friend sends you a message asking for help, you're going to rush to their side no matter what you're facing, no matter who you're facing. It's like an instinct for you, like a cat playing with a ball of yarn. You have to rush over. That's who you are.
This is who I am, huh?
Hanekawa looked down at her own body. Her body transformed into an aberration, her monstrous form. That's right, because even though you're mad at me right now for lying, part of you is breathing a sigh of relief, isn't it? You're relieved that I'm not dead, that no one's killed me. Aren't you glad that message was a lie? You're just so kind, and you're just so strong. You're too kind, too strong. You're so overly kind that it drags the rest of your life down, and you're so overly strong that you'd sell your soul to an aberration. You're so right that it's oppressive. I understand why you'd want to deny that part of yourself I don't understand, but I do. But listen, Hanekawa, do listen, Hanekawa, that's who you are. Shoulder it! Hold on to it! Don't let it go! I take back what I said, goddammit. There was no way I could maintain my monotone. I was nearly screeching like I was in a heated argument with someone. I couldn't keep my emotions out of my words. I couldn't keep my passion out of my actions. I couldn't keep myself from confessing to Hanekawa how I really felt about her. You're going to live the rest of your life as the person you are. You're not going to be able to change. You can't become someone else, and you can't become something else either. That's the person you were born as, and it's the person you grew up to be. So why do you think there's something you can do about it? It's already done. It's over, sure. The past might be connected to the present, but it's still the past. It's simply your character background. Deny it all you want, but it's not going away. Instead of complaining, you should just stick with it.
What are you talking about, Araragi?
Hanekawa took in my shrieking. Then, as if confused, as though perplexed, she tilted her head and forced a smile, an awkward smile, a painful smile.
Stop being unreasonable. I struggle too, you know. Even I have things that I can and can't do. Even I'm human.
You know you're not human. You entrusted your body to an aberration. Don't you dare call yourself a human right now.
What an awful thing to say, Araragi. You know why I turned out this way, and you're still gonna tell me I need to be doing everything I can. That's awful. You couldn't be any worse. Don't you feel any sympathy for me?
Hell no. You don't have any idea who your real dad is. Your birth mom committed suicide. You got sent from one family to another before ending up with two unrelated parents you couldn't connect to. You were raised in a cold household. But even then you forced yourself to act like it was all normal. And you actually managed to pull it off. You managed to breeze through a life under martial law. Talk about unlucky. You have got some bad luck. But you know what? Is that really so bad? Isn't it fine? What's so bad about that? You're being so serious, come on. Cut it out. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Just chill out. You don't have to feel like you're suffering just because your life is unfortunate. You don't have to sulk just because your life hasn't been blessed. What's wrong with staying positive in the face of adversity? You know what? What you're going to do after this is go home looking like nothing ever happened. Live the same old life with your father and mother, who are out of the hospital now. You'll never be able to reconcile with either of them, I guarantee that. Even if you somehow beat the odds and become happy someday, it's not going to matter. Because no matter how happy you are, it's never going to erase your crappy past. You can't pretend it never happened. You're going to be dragging it no matter what you do, no matter what happens. That misfortune is going to sit in your heart forever. You'll remember it just when you think you forgot. You'll dream about it for the rest of your life. We're going to be having nightmares for the rest of our lives. That's how it's going to be, and since there's nothing you can do about it, don't try to look away. Playing a prank on some random passerby, playing streaker in your underwear is just going to take a tiny bit of stress off your mind. In reality, it's not going to change a thing.
It's not going to change a thing.
It's not going to change a thing. It's not going to change out a thing. It's not going to change into anything. Put on a mask, take the cat out of the bag, turn into an aberration. It's not going to change. It's not going to change. You're still you. There's no way I'm ever going to sympathize with you. Like I was cornering her, steamrolling her with words. I condemned Tsubasa Hanekawa. Weren't you going to rehabilitate me? So what you doing becoming a delinquent? Don't make a cat your reason. Don't make an aberration your excuse. Don't make a ghost your catalyst. Don't use misfortune as your springboard to grow. Because if you do, how is that any different from clawing at yourself in the end? Aberration's done. Not if anything's a lie. That is it. But if you still want to relieve your stress, then I'll take it all on. It'd be happy to feel up your breasts whenever you want, and I'll look at any part of your body you want me to while you're in your underwear. So, be satisfied with that. I'll find as much time for you as you want. We're friends, after all. She listened to my proposal in silence, and then Hanekawa. Tsubasa Hanekawa said,
You really are the worst, Aragi.
You're giving me a headache, she said.
Aragi, you might become a star, but you could never become a hero.
I can't become a star either. I shook my head. The only thing I can become is a vampire. And I'd even messed that one up.
Oh, so you're not going to become my hero. You're not going to...
Yup, actually, I hate you.
Well, I actually hate you too.
And then,
Just die!
she muttered, taking her eyes off of me with what seemed like contempt in a vanishingly small voice. Rao, Hanekawa said like a cat and took to all fours once again. All 20 of her transformed claws were digging into the concrete floor. She'd done something similar before in our classroom. Hold on, were a cat's claws retractable? They say the skillful hawk hides its talons, but it looked like the same went for cats. So the talons themselves were the talent.
Maya, you're gonna take on all of my stress now, Araragi. How wonderful. So you don't mind if I neuter you?
Go ahead. It'd be a dream come true. I want to die at your hands.
Oh.
Then you'd better die. Just after I'd barely recognized the words, or maybe just before. I found myself silently blown backwards. To be more precise, I found the upper half of my body being blown backwards. I wasn't sure what had happened. Well, I was probably raked by her claws, or maybe pierced by her fangs, or she could have just slammed into me. That's about all the variety in attacks a cat has, and none of them should have been able to separate the top half of the human body from the bottom half with a single strike. But this was why aberrations were aberrations. This regrettable blow, with its heart-stopping impact, chopped my torso in two at around my hips, causing my back to hit the wall behind me so fast I could have raced a bullet train. Actually, you know what it was like? It was like Usui when he got hit by the Getotsu Zero Shiki, or maybe Frieza in his last moments as he fought against a Super Saiyan. That's what it felt like. This was one hell of a shampoo I was up against. The bottom half of my body still somehow stood in place as I trailed down the wall I'd been beaten onto and slid to the floor. Ah. My eyes were so low to the ground. Oh. And then, after a slight delay, the pain kicked in. I watched as my organs oozed and glistened out of the exposed section, and an almost comical amount of pain ran through not just the wound but my entire body. Oh, However, a scream that prevented me from expressing my pain echoed through the cramped classroom. Like the cry of a cat in heat, a howl scratching everything else out.
My la.
As if the silence during that strike had all been a lie. This scream that seemed like it could reach the center of town, this shriek that seemed like it could roll across the world, was of course, needless to say, Hanekawa's. No, maybe this alone was the afflicting cat's. The agonizing death of an aberration.
What did you do to me?
When I looked over, her posture was the same as mine, as she crawled along the floor. Asking the question now, a little late in the day, seemed like an act of pure curiosity, but the answer was clear. I used my index finger to point straight at it, the bottom half of my body, still upright. Hanekawa was left speechless. Of course she was at a loss for words sticking out of that half of my body. Almost as if the only thing left there was my spine, was a single katana. Well, I guess it would be more accurate in this case to say that the blade had stitched the lower half of my body to the floor. A katana. Its identity goes without saying. The enchanted blade Kokorowatari, the aberration slayer.
That blade before I got here, you...
That's right. I swallowed it before you got here like some old-timey magician. Just as the girl vampire had done. No, strictly speaking, she and I had done different things while the girl vampire used her vampiric power to generate matter and her own body was the sheath. I'd plunged the sword into my mouth and passed it through my stomach as if I were tracing my spinal cord, right through my left foot and into the floor, simply turning the blade into a shaft for my body. You could say I'd skewered myself. It would be an impossible feat for anyone without a vampire's immortality, and even then, it was an endless cycle of death and regeneration, slain by the aberration slayer only to be restored, a living hell. That's why I'd stood for half an hour waiting for Hanekawa instead of sitting. A shaft had been placed in me along my spine, as my body's axis, and so I couldn't sit, and of course it was in order to hide the aberration slayer that I'd done something so deathly painful that it felt like a long-awaited relief when the top half of my body had been divided. To hide it in my body, so that Hanekawa would attack unwarily, unguardedly. If you want an analogy, it was like filling a sandbag with shards of glass. That was what Hanekawa had attacked. Which is why she was helpless. The plan would have been meaningless if she'd gone for my arm again, and provoking her hadn't been easy. It hadn't been easy for me to say all those heartless, obscene things, like that I'd touch her breasts or look at her in her underwear.
But Aragi, this pain.
Right. It doesn't hurt, does it? Not for you. That sword buried in me is known as the Aberration Slayer. I borrowed it from the vampire. It's an enchanted blade that can only cut aberrations. It's not you it cut, just the afflicting cat buried in you. She was on the floor and holding the back of her right hand, which suggested to me that it was a kitty punch with her right arm that had blown away half my body. But there wasn't a single scratch on her hand. Of course there wasn't. It couldn't wound humans. The Aberration Slayer only sliced aberrations. The Aberration Slayer only slew aberrations. This was a lot more than the special trait of the afflicting cat that Ashino had so much trouble against its energy drain, which could even turn a scratch into a fatal wound, not debilitation, not incapacitation. It didn't produce those kinds of half-hearted results. There was no salvation faced with it. A single scratch from it could kill an aberration. That was the enchanted blade, Kokoro-atari.
That's...
I'd given my explanation, and Hanekawa looked utterly astonished.
That's ridiculous. How could a sword like that exist?
Yeah, you didn't know about it, did you? I never told you about it. Even I had only heard about the Aberration Slayer straight from the vampire's mouth. It wasn't like she'd been passing any legend down to me. It was just a confidence. Spring break. On the roof of this abandoned building, when I was with the girl vampire in her perfect form, I heard a story from her while we spent time together. That conversation with Kishat Asaroloroyan Heart Underblade was one of the few memories from my hellish experience that I treasured. That's why no one knew about the Aberration Slayer's properties. Not even you, Hanekawa. 'Cause I didn't tell you either. Even Oshino didn't know she had this crazy sword until a moment ago, and he's an expert. It's quite literally beyond our ken as humans.
Even Mr. Oshino? He didn't know about it?
As she sat there, unable to hide her bewilderment, I continued, proudly. I'm sure you'd never have fallen for it if you'd known about the existence of this killer item. Just about anyone could come up with hiding a sword in your body as a trap, and just about anyone might try it. It's a superficial idea, not something you could call a strategy. And yet Hanekawa fell for it. How unexpectedly easy, how unsophisticated. She fell for it like a lemming off a cliff, because she didn't know about it. Because she didn't know. Even so, it involved some wishful thinking. There was the chance that you knew about the sword's existence, even without me telling you. I'm relieved, Hanekawa. So even you don't know even you don't know everything, so stop acting like you know everything or like you've figured everything out like, just die? I ought to just die? Come on, what do you think you're saying? Look, there's still a lot out there you don't know. Even you. Come on, I don't know everything, I just know what I know, say it. Say it like you always do. A pool of blood had gotten mixed up in my last few words. It was all you can bleed day for my torso and my mouth, like I'd gone from being a sanguinarian to a hemophile. No, this was no time to be making lame jokes. It was clear that I was going to die. I was just going to die a wretched death here. Even though a single scratch from the enchanted blade was enough to make the afflicting cat disappear, my plan also meant I'd be hit with an attack powerful enough to pierce my torso, though I never imagined it would separate the top half of my body from the bottom half. And just like with my left arm, any attack from the afflicting cat came with an energy drain, meaning that my vampiric healing ability wouldn't be effective. In fact, it didn't look like anything was going to regenerate from my torso. Down there was just an endless spillage of blood and guts. Maybe if I was able to force the lower half of my body, still pierced by the enchanted blade, back onto myself, but that was not an option in this situation. And anyway, the aberration slayer had dealt some amount of damage to my body, both while I swallowed it and when my torso was blown away. And to be honest, that amount was quite large. Even so, that portion seemed to be regenerating already thanks to vampiric immortality, which said that death would not leave it dead, that killing would not leave it killed, but whatever the case, I was going to die. I was going to die by Hanekawa's hands. I was going to die for Hanekawa. God, could I be any more blessed? Yes, I knew. I knew that my actions were those of a complete buffoons. That much was clear. It was pointless. This was frighteningly meaningless. Yes, using the aberration slayer would let me exorcise the afflicting cat, but that was all. The tale would come to an end, but the problem wouldn't be solved. It wasn't like Hanekawa would be able to overcome her stress. It wouldn't do anything about her family issues. It would erase the being known as the afflicting cat, and that was all. In other words, we would just be going back to before Golden Week. There was no real difference between what I was doing and the cat's attempt to get rid of her stress by attacking 500 people. No, actually, that plan might have had a better chance of saving her. If this solution sufficed, then would Ashino really have lost 100 times? He'd have settled it during the first encounter. Talk about a compromise that must have been the second warning, or whatever it was. Ashino tried to tell me earlier as my best friend. I was trying to place all the blame on an aberration and completely reset the situation. It was like I'd messed up in the process of beating a game and was moving to hit the power button to reload from an earlier save. If this were Animal Crossing, Mr. Rossetti would be yelling at me, it was cowardly, and it was temporary. Truly only palliative. But that was fine. It's not like I'm trying to save you or anything, Hanekawa. All that stuff about wanting to keep you from killing people or killing your parents is an afterthought now. I don't care if it's meaningless, I don't care if it's pointless, I want to die for you. That's all. Well, yeah, it's there's a lot to do, and you're not going to want to do a lot of it. And there's going to be so much more of it, but you can do it. You can do it, you can become happy. I'm going to die here, but I'm me, an aberration, a monster, a vampire, so it doesn't have to count as killing a person. Just forget about it. You're going to be alone now, but do a good job of it. Just as I went to close my eyes with an air of nihilistic pretension, self-absorbed and self-satisfied, something happened that startled me. Hanekawa's form changed even further, to look even more feline as white fur covered her arms and legs. Her fangs and claws shot out and began to protrude. You could barely call what I was looking at a cat. It looked like a white tiger. Just as a candle burns brightest in the moment before it goes out, the afflicting cat was manifesting itself. So powerfully it might take over Hanekawa. It didn't matter if it was small fry or low level, even if it was dying or disappearing. It was an aberration to the end. The dying cat was now violating Hanekawa's psyche and ripping it to shreds. It lashed out, clawing at its host, driven only by the pain from the sword. The enchanted blade had divided Hanekawa and the afflicting cat, causing what had been whole to split. Hanekawa's screams and the cat's blended together. They overlapped and synchronized. And with all that screaming, there was no way I could die in peace. What are you doing, cat? You know that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Why hurt Hanekawa? Don't tell me you forgot. Why you possessed Hanekawa? Why she won you over? Or is a cat's memory just not good enough? I know it's not some kind of feline fickleness, and I know it's not because it's like you or not like you to do. You've been pouncing at every opportunity to help her. You've been lending her all of your paws, because when she saw you lying there dead on the street, she didn't sympathize with you one bit. She followed her rules. She hewed to her ethical notions. There was no emotion there whatsoever. That's what you said, and you were exactly right, but it's more than that. It was the same with me. I'd been attacked by a vampire and turned into something inhuman, but Hanekawa didn't have a shred of sympathy for me. Not sympathizing, not commiserating. She took absolutely no pity on me. Didn't look down on me. She saw me as an equal. Isn't that right, afflicting cat? Whether dead on the street or attacked by a vampire, there's nothing sorry about us, is there? I understand. You weren't being fickle. You weren't just repaying her. You fell in love with Hanekawa for the same reason, didn't you so? So quit attacking her like that. Stop it. Won't you stop? Please stop. Hear my plea. You're gonna make it so that I didn't die for Hanekawa's sake at all.
Are ye a dunce, servant? Is it not obvious that cutting the power so recklessly will damage thy contraption?
And then, I suddenly heard a voice in my head. Thanks to the intense pain, as I arrived on the brink of death, I heard a hallucinated voice. Not Mr. Rossetti's. I heard her voice reprimanding me. Really? Now, it seemed like a little much. Even by hallucinatory standards, it had happened so suddenly by the time I realized what was happening that not only did I not know when she'd shown up, I still wasn't sure if she was really there. Her presence so unclear that you could call her the definition of an aberration, this girl who appeared out of nowhere as she stepped over my head. Of course she wasn't going to talk. Like an act of divine intervention, or rather, hers was a demonic intervention. Kishat, Acerolawarian Heart Underblade, the husk thereof, a young girl with golden hair and eyes. There was no way she was going to talk.
Such was Musashi Miyamoto's caliber as a swordsman that they say he once wielded an oar in place of a blade, but I see the complete opposite applies to thee. What reckless use of my famed sword, my pride. Some live carving Eve prepared of this aberration. I nearly feel like laughing.
Just as I was thinking about what a glib and garrulous hallucination this was, I heard a crack as she plucked off her own right arm with the greatest of ease, like it belonged to a model kit. Of course, her arms are not pieces from a model kit or anything of the sort, and lively red blood began to gush out of the cross-section. As my eyes sat transfixed on this spectacle that reminded me of myself just 8 days earlier, the girl vampire dangled her left arm from her right and showered my torso with the fresh blood. As I've already discussed, a vampire's blood possesses healing effects. And what's more, this was the blood of a girl vampire who was once a pure-blooded, purebred vampire. Those effects were dramatic. I watched as the lower half of my body grew from the open end of my torso, like it was a lizard's tail. Simultaneously, the half of my body skewered by the enchanted blade in the center of the room seemed to evaporate and disappear, leaving only my clothes, my shoes, and Kokoro Otari's overlong span. But even then, how could her blood have such incredible healing properties when she was nothing more than the dregs of— oh, right. I quickly resolved my own doubts. In short, after all was said and done, I'd given too much blood to the girl vampire. Over Golden Week I'd been coming up with excuses for her to drink my blood, and I'd gone overboard. Even when I received the blade from her earlier, I'd let her drink her fill of my blood, not as any kind of thanks, but really as a kind of farewell gift, and so at this exact moment, her vampirism had returned rather too fully. While I wouldn't say she was on the level she was at during spring break, you could at least draw a comparison, enough so that it surpassed the effects of the afflicting cat's energy drain. I'd misread the situation. The amount of blood I'd given her was a total amateur's eyeball measurement. I was too haphazard. I'd overshot it.
As ever and always, I see that ye focus only on what stands before thee, my sad little servant. Best not think thou can keep me alive at thy pleasure, and then die at thy pleasure.
Fool, she said. She made no attempt to hide her displeasure as she said it. That gruesome smile showed no sign of appearing as she said it.
I shall give thee a flawless example, so watch in fascination. Ready? This is how the Apparition Slayer is used.
And that was the last hallucination. I hadn't heard anything in the first place. I had only imagined that she said any of it. I was self-absorbed, excessively positive, and prone to wishful thinking. But I was fine with the words being a hallucination. I couldn't be any happier. Just as long as she wasn't a hallucination. So long as she was here, if she'd come here, it was so much more than enough that I began to cry. Wordless as she'd been the entire time, the girl vampire, her presence royal despite her child's body, approached the afflicting cat, picking up the enchanted blade sticking out of the floor on the way like an afterthought, and storing it back inside her body with a quick gulp as if to say there was no need for such an ostentatious tool. She approached the afflicting cat, and without saying a word of grace, she bit into its neck in a show of bad manners. She was dying, doing everything it could to withstand the pain from the blade. The afflicting cat couldn't begin to shake off the vampire. The girl's energy was being drained from the moment they touched, but even that had no effect, as if energy drains worked on a vampire. No matter how much vitality was sucked away, the vampire could suck it right back. It was as if each was gnawing at the other, but the skill difference was just too great. The beautiful white fur that now covered Hanekawa's entire body gradually began to recede. The aberration that was the afflicting cat, and the aberration alone, was being sucked away. It was being absorbed into the girl vampire. Hanekawa's stress was being absorbed. It's fine. My body had made a complete recovery, but I still didn't feel like getting off the floor, and I mumbled like I was talking to myself. But I wasn't talking to myself. My words were meant for Hanekawa. It's fine, Hanekawa. I know we're all screw-ups. I know it's miserable for you, how you deserve better, how you'll never be able to come back from it all. I know it's going to be like this for the rest of your life, but it's fine. The girl vampire had already disappeared somewhere without a trace, as if the scene was none of her concern, leaving me and Hanekawa alone in the classroom. Her cat ears were gone and her hair was black again. Hanekawa was now fully back to normal, stretched out in her underwear like she was sleeping, having been freed from the girl vampire at the door. Vampires at Betty.
No way. It's fine.
She spoke as if she were moaning the words in her sleep. Ha, right, of course. You're always right. But, whatever the case, as happily as in a reverie, as bloodily as in a nightmare, as crazedly as in a dream come true, we were punting the problem. The epilogue, or maybe the punchline of this story. At long last we can end, wrap up, drop off, call it the flatline of this story. The next day I was roused from bed as usual by my little sisters Karen and Tsukihihi. No, my condition was closer to being dead than asleep, so maybe it would be more accurate to say I was revived, not roused by them. By the way, my prediction was right. Karen and Tsukihi, the fire sisters, seem to have gone all across town from May 3rd to the 7th to tackle the changing cat scare, but it seems they never managed to get a hold of its tail over Golden Week. But you can say it was only natural since the cat had no tail, has berated. I wanted to lecture them about not wasting time while their own brother was busy on his hands and knees, but it seemed like they were going to continue their search, yet to be discouraged. If that's what they wanted to do, then fine. I decided I wouldn't stop them, not this time. It is the way of the world for a tale that's seen its end to be recited and passed down. I rushed through another breakfast before getting on my bike and leaving. I was heading to school, which meant my ride was my granny bike, not my mountain bike. But first, there were a number of places I needed to go. It's why I left early. The first spot I needed to visit was where Hanekawa and I buried the white cat. I guess you can call it a grave. The grave, Ashino said, was now empty. I was unfamiliar with the neighborhood, and it ended up taking a little while to get there. But it wasn't too hard to find, however. I don't know how to say this, but when I dug up the spot with the gardening shovel I'd brought, when I decided to desecrate its grave, it was right there. The cat's buried corpse. The remains of the dull silver cat were buried in the earth. It was empty. No longer. It was a real corpse, one that smelled of decay. Though I said, however, I knew this would be the case, it was another obvious fact. Exactly as I'd predicted. Now the real question is whether Oshino knew no. It was probably my description. He must have mistakenly dug up the wrong spot, tricking him into thinking the carcass had disappeared. Even he wasn't omnipotent. Even he could get mixed up. I satisfied myself with that answer and covered the cat's remains with dirt, burying it once more. I put my hands together and prayed for its happiness in the afterlife. All right, obviously enough, my next stop was the abandoned cram school. I needed to hurry since I'd spent some time finding the grave. Not that it was an emergency, but with my body so direly wounded last night, I'd been in no place to give my thanks to the girl vampire, and I didn't want too much time to pass before I did. I was thinking I'd even pat her head. A sign of submission it wouldn't be, but it did seem like she might allow me to thank her. At least, but my expectations were far off the mark. The knowing superiority accorded to me in an epilogue was powerless. I arrived and went up to a 4th-floor classroom to face the girl vampire, only to find her wearing, of all things, a weird helmet with goggles that you might while riding on a scooter. I couldn't pat her head like that.
Ah, that thing? Yes, our little vampire begged me for it. She did solve the whole issue with the cat, so I gifted it to her as her reward.
What had he done? I wasn't off the mark so much as, well, what a fleeting hope it was. Could I not even thank her? Our relationship hadn't improved one iota. If anything, a gulf had opened up between us. Oh well. I now felt certain that the voice I thought I heard was a hallucination and that she really wasn't hiding her embarrassment, or being a tsundere, or anything, and hadn't saved me. She must have held a profound grudge against Hanekawa thanks to spring break, and there was the excuse of protecting me, her source of nutrition, and just maybe she was repaying me for letting her eat 10 donuts from Mr. Donut. But that just proved my point. She was more fickle than a cat. It had been no more than a whim. Fine, whims were part of talent. Someday I'll hear that hallucination in reality, and I'll pat your head and ill muss up your beautiful golden hair. That can be my goal. Someday we'll understand each other, without building any fences between us like human and aberration.
I was surprised enough that our Lear vampire let you borrow her enchanted blade, but she even got up and went to save you. People are just supposed to go and get saved on their own, you know. Ha ha. And I'd already given up on you and Missy class president.
He really knew how to toss out a cold remark, didn't he? I wasn't sure how serious he was being, but then he was always serious when it came to these matters. Well, that coldness was part of his flavor.
It's a miracle that your plan even worked. I held my tongue because I didn't want to be a wet blanket, but Missy class prez herself had turned into an aberration, so there was a real chance the enchanted blade would have cut through her too.
What? You're telling me this now? I'd gone ahead with the plan thinking I had an expert's seal of approval. I knew he was cold, but that crossed a line.
If she was really in a trance, it would have been bad.
Right, of course, Ashino had known. No wonder he'd had a difficult time against her. By the way, Oshino, I don't mean to complain or anything when I've asked you to handle the aftermath, but about Hanekawa. Is she okay?
Hmm?
Ashino tilted his head like he was playing dumb. This was the last thing I needed to do before going to school, something I had to make sure of.
Oh, she's fine. You have my guarantee on that Missy class Prez isn't going to remember a thing about this Golden Week. All of that stuff her memories is Black Hanekawa, it's completely gone.
Black Hanekawa? Huh?
I'm talking about her in that state. It's not quite right to call that an afflicting cat. A new breed requires a new name. Black Hanekawa, a new yokai for the contemporary age.
You're horrible at naming things. I badmouthed him while thinking that it was pretty spot on. It neither overreached nor fell short. It was just right name expressing form. Dark black. Not because of the color of her underwear, well, yes, that was of course part of it, but more essentially. That dark, blacked out being too was unmistakably Tsubasa Hanekawa. A new breed, huh? Well, I guess she herself said the same thing, but couldn't you call it an honest-to-goodness case of a split personality instead of an aberration or anything?
Nope, that's not it. It really is an aberration. That's how we ought to explain it. I took Missy Class Prez back to her home after it all, while she was only half conscious, and she said a lot to me on the way.
Half conscious? Wasn't she unconscious?
Well, yes. I wouldn't have been able to get those answers from her. Otherwise, it was a little like hypnosis.
In other words, Ashino's field of expertise. Collecting stories of aberrations, huh?
Yep. It's rare to see a new breed these days. In the height of the mechanical age, which is why I wanted to get the story straight from the source. Well, and I did also bill her for the work, around 100,000 yen.
100,000? That was way too cheap compared to my bill. No, but as Ashino admitted, the girl vampire had played a large part in solving the case. Maybe it was an appropriate amount given his share of the work. He was probably charging her for expenses and nothing else. So, what did you get out of her through your hypnosis, or whatever?
Nothing that I hadn't guessed for myself, really. The cat seemed to have been a plain and proper afflicting cat at first. But that phenomenon was done and over with in no time at all.
Done and over with?
The moment she drained her parents' energy, the moment she took out the closest people who happened to be around Missy Class President, regained her consciousness for a time. I guess that means her wish was granted at that point.
Her wish, her desire, for her, for Tsubasa Hanekawa, to face her parents in violent revolt, that was her.
But then it came right back. No, I ought to say Missy Class Prez craved its return. So she brought back the cat that had left her and won it over to her side. She won over something that had taken over her. An aberration she should have been able to let go of and reject. She let it continue. I'm the one who said the afflicting cat and Missy Class Prez were made for each other, but I'd add, almost too well for each other. They matched too perfectly, so she couldn't let go. In other words, she was ensorcelled by the cat's mysterious charm. She grew attached to it, and at that moment, a new breed of aberration, Black Hanekawa, was born.
And I guess that's when her crime spree began. Draining energy as a way to relieve her stress. Night after night, like a crazed slasher, like a deviant, she attacked people. You could absolutely justify draining her parents' energy. Who couldn't see the extenuating circumstances in her motive? But there was none to be found in what followed. Nothing even resembling any. If you asked her for a reason, Hanekawa probably would have replied thus: I did it because I felt annoyed. For no reason, I just felt pissed off. How laughable. Justified while the aberration still possessed her, only becoming wicked after winning it over, but that's what made her human. Tsubasa Hanekawa, human being. I don't know, it's like the cat was left holding the bag it was let out of. Hanekawa is to blame for a lot of this, but Ashino, if that thing, the afflicting cat Hanekawa or Black Hanekawa kept on attacking people, would it eventually gotten rid of all her stress and disappeared? My doubts were directed just as much at my own actions. How do I put it, the thought that I got involved when I didn't need to, that I'd been a busybody, wouldn't go away. That I'd been self-absorbed, that I should have left it alone, that she never requested anything of me, that she never relied on me and that I still forced my way in. I couldn't help feeling regretful over getting in Hanekawa's way.
It's not the case. Remember what I told you, Araragi. If we didn't do anything, she'd be won over by the cat and disappear. Our only option at that point would have been to kill her. If simply going wild could get rid of your stress, it wouldn't be such a problem. That only causes more stress, if you ask an easygoing guy like me. You do want to retain an easygoing amount of stress. You could say that if anything caused Missy Class Prez's transformation into Black Hanekawa her rampage, it was that her stress over her parents vanished.
What? But
Maybe it's like tensile stress, or like a strut that would fall over without any pressure on it. Being freer than anyone only means being less free than anyone. But even if you discount all that, relying on an aberration to relieve your stress is asking too much. You were right to do what you did.
I was right. I was right. When there was no right or wrong. What was right and who was right could be so arbitrary. Yes, I may have been right. But it's not like Hanekawa was necessarily wrong. She'd merely been dark. And bad. Black didn't mean unserious. It didn't mean impure. So this Black Hanekawa thing took whatever memories that would be inconvenient for Hanekawa along with it. That's a pretty convenient aberration if you ask me.
It'd be closer to say it's shouldering those memories for her, like a consignatory. It's an aberration Missy Class President created. So of course it's going to be convenient for her. As her work, it's going to be conveniently ideal. Not that forgetting is necessarily a good thing. As for her parents, it seems like the powerful energy drain caused their memories of being attacked by their daughter to vanish. And that's just putting a lid on something rotten. The source of the smell is still right there.
Still right there, huh? The strain, the discord, the domestic violence, the child abandonment, all of it. It was still there, still existing, not ending. Even so, I thought that would be okay for now. It was better for her to forget. Losing what was in your heartbeat, losing your very self. Pretending this golden week was nothing more than a dog bite, nothing more than a cat scratch, a bad dream, pretending that we didn't see anything. We should forget it, because whether or not we remembered, what happened did happen and nothing was going to change. Conveniently ideal, huh? Like an original aberration character?
Right, exactly. I bet you came up with original superhero wrestlers when you were in grade school.
Wrong generation. But to be fair, I did come up with my own original stand.
A convenient hero who saves you, and because Missy Class Press couldn't search for one outside of herself, she nurtured one inside herself.
When you put it that way, it really does sound like she has a split personality.
That's not what it is, but yes, I'm wording it in a way that makes it sound that way. Because it's best for us to agree. That's what it was. That's how aberrations are to begin with.
To begin with?
We agreed to blame something on a yokai, because while it may not be the fact of the matter, it would feel so hopeless to come out and speak the blunt truth. It's a way to shift responsibility. Missy Class Prez was so crushed by her domestic stress that it made her act in eccentric ways instead of that conclusion. Isn't there a saving grace in just saying that it was all an aberration, or an afflicting cat, or Black Hanekawa, or a case of split personalities?
In just saying. It wasn't like Ashino, the balancer in fact. It seemed like he risked refuting his own theories, but maybe it was his way of compromising here, because he believed that he had utterly failed to do his job as a professional. In other words, it wasn't a compromise so much as it was him redrawing the lines, the punchline of this story. It was irrational, it was surprising. Neither black nor white. Leaving it at gray? What a punchline relying on wordplay.
It can't be helped. It's the conclusion that Missy Class Prez chose for herself. I can't butt in and run my mouth, and neither can you. The most you can do is to keep on treating her the way you've always treated her.
Yeah, just saying so, huh? For the sake of a friend who'd searched for a hero inside herself, unable to look for one outside, as someone who failed to become her hero, it was all I could do. Yeah, I couldn't even die for Hanekawa. Ashino, if you're going to call that a new breed of yokai, couldn't you say that Hanekawa's also been possessed all this time by a yokai called family? Not a cat, not a demon, but
Family, but Missy Class President didn't think of her parents as family, did she?
exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Family is something that's supposed to be a natural part of life for just about anyone, the way Karen and Tsukihii are like a given part of mine. Yet for Hanekawa, it transformed into something supernatural, which would mean that it wasn't just these 9 days of Golden Week, or even 15 years. From the day she was born, she was bewitched by family. Couldn't you say that the idea of a family had always been an aberration to Hanekawa? I submitted.
I wonder about that. I mean, real, actual families can be pretty annoying, depressing things, no? Kids have their rebellious phases, and even some birth parents can be pretty worthless. Tell me, Aragai. Can you draw a map of Japan?
Huh? I was dumbstruck. What was this grown man saying to me all of a sudden? Had he not been listening to me? Sure, of course I can. What's your point?
Well, I suppose most Japanese people are able to draw a map of Japan, but I think that's thanks to weather reports. We learn the shape of our country by watching weather forecasts.
I sighed. Well, now that he mentioned it, if you asked me to draw a map of Japan, I'd be picturing the kind of weather map they showed on TV. Okay, that might be true. We spend a lot more time looking at weather reports than at atlases, but so what?
It's a grave mistake to think you know Japan because you've watched some weather forecasts. That's what I'm trying to say.
Don't act like you know what you're talking about when all you have is a half-baked understanding. That's what he seemed to be telling me. Now, it made sense.
By the way, araragi, aberrations that embody the concept of family already exist. The kinds of things you think up have already been conceived of in the past.
I imagine. Well, sorry for trying to play expert, but Hanekawa still being herself the whole time she was a cat just gets me thinking.
Why don't you marry her?
Casually, he went and said that. Dared to. What?
No, really, why don't you get married to Missy Claus Prez? Doing that would give her the family she never had.
Just listen to how frivolous he was being with that word. Marriage? That's not funny, Oshino.
Oh yeah, I think it's a good idea. It seems like a fair deal if you want to repay her for offering a helping hand over spring break.
You know, we need to consider Hanekawa's feelings too, right?
I'm sure she has them. She has feelings. That's why she was bewitched. And she can become a victim or a perp, even an aberration. But what about you, Araragi? Shouldn't we consider your feelings too?
My feelings?
I was convinced that you're in love with Missy Class Prez.
Don't be ridiculous. I smiled. I grinned. Yes, this was my moment to grin and act cool. I'm not in love with Hanekawa.
Oh, really?
Really. We'll just say so. The happiest choice.
Ha ha. Yeah. If you're okay with that, Araji, then I am too. And despite my question, it's Missy Class Prez's feelings that are the most important here, not yours, because no matter what you or any afflicting cat does, people just go and get saved on their own.
And Hanekawa isn't asking to be saved either. She was unable to ask for outside help. She was unable to ask for anything. If only she'd asked me, I'd have done anything for Hanekawa if only she'd leaned on me.
She must have thought you wouldn't be of any use. She thought her own fantasies would be far more helpful, that's all. Or maybe she actually did seek your aid.
Hun?
It's not like saying help is the only way to seek help. Just as you don't have to say, I love you, to love someone. We all have words that aren't easy for us to mouth, Araragi. Ha ha ha! But whether or not they ask to be saved, people just go and get saved on their own. You know what's sad? That poor new breed of aberration that got sucked up by our lie. Vampire and disappeared. In the end, it was a new breed with a brief history, a spontaneous mutation. No match for the old king. It's not like people are going to be interested in an original aberration character until it takes root. The newer the better for machines and tatami mats, but when it comes to aberrations, it's the other way around.
The king of aberrations, the vampire. I glanced in its direction, but she wasn't looking at me, only squatting in silence.
You know, it doesn't feel right to always be calling her our lay vampire or the girl vampire. And fortunately, it looks like we'll be able to communicate with her via the means we call feeding her Mr. Donut. So why don't I give the kid some kind of name?
I hadn't noticed the time pass, but we'd been talking for a while. The day's classes were about to begin, so without giving much thought to his words, I left the abandoned building and headed to Naotsu High. I would be late at this rate. When I'm late, Hanekawa gets mad at me, so I pedal as hard as I can, and whether or not I can face her at school and carry on a normal conversation when she's forgotten everything doesn't even enter my focused mind. I arrive at school just in time, park my bike in the parking lot, and start dashing up the stairs, but I'm not worried about anything. I'm not anxious. Hanekawa will smile at me like always, and I'll return her smile like always. I'm certain of it. I love you isn't something I'm ever going to say to her. Hanekawa. I whisper so that no one can hear. Hanekawa. Miss Hanekawa. I know that someday I'll love someone who isn't you. I'll love someone who isn't you for the first time in my life. I learned what it means to care for others from you, and I'm sure the day will come when I fall in love with someone other than you. But these 9 gold gleaming days that you've forgotten, I bet I'll remember them forever and never forget them. No matter what the future has in store for me, no matter what's to come, these feelings I have for you will never change, will never not have happened. And so, that is how, during the golden week of his 3rd year in high school, his May as an 18-year-old, something that wasn't quite Koyomi Aragi's first love came to an end. I climbed the stairs.